Hey YouTube, I'm back. Oh, front, both here. No point, really, in charging my battery bank. Sit here and waste my time. No money, no friends. Oh. Mr. S is still in the room. I do still have a friend out there. Hope he's alright. I haven't reached out to him yet. Should just do it right now. Nothing else going on. Appreciate the Taco Bell for hitting me up with a free Frosty. That was cool of him. He must have just thrown into a defrost. Not Frosty, they're called ices, whatever. What's up, Buddhism? What's up, man? How you? I'm miserable. SSDD. Yeah. Same shit as every day. Yeah, I'm miserable, Sam. How are you? Say love you, Sam. That's what I did.
She's all after me.
What's her name? Oh, I love that. Hi, beautiful. She's like, why is everybody staring at me? You got it.
I'm sitting here, dumb. That's what I'm doing. What are you doing? I see it done. Inception. Yep, there it is. Hello, life.
Oliver was that name, not for you. I pretty much said her name.
Sure, nice one.
You had to have something from her.
Hello, Michael.
You got how bad it got. That's getting heartbreaking.
No, ¿cómo se va? Wait, se va, se va.
That, my scooter that had to ring out was just above burrito, your burrito.
I don't know how to conjugate French. I don't speak French. I mean, I do know ça va and ça va. You say it. It's basically saying hello and you respond to ça va, ça va. I do know that.
Make her want to take a seat roller. Like, see a Christmas tree I put up? Look at that, look. That'd be a good job. Yes, Betty, I don't even know what you're doing.
Right there.
Where? Yeah, but there's no plug. You can't touch it. Hold on. There. You did?
You can't have them,
Yeah,
man.
mess with it. Good. Oh.
Yeah, you know, that's right.
I don't actually know what you said, but I know that it's pronounced que se, que se. I don't know what it means, Michael. Hello, Dana. Hello, sir. You already have, Dana.
Sometimes you gotta get her done, huh? Kind of eating the top. Yeah, well, light your ass up. Very late to give you, Bob.
I don't know, Dana.
I got 2 DoorDashes on this floor.
Alright, dude, well, I don't know where yay is. I can do it.
What's up, Logic? Thanks. I totally made it.
I got one, I got 2 of them. Thank you. You're good, I appreciate you. Yeah. You're good, brother.
Maybe faded. That's not what I do, but maybe. I use Zen. Just wait till it goes away. Which gospel trembling? I'm presuming you mean the canonical gospels and not any of the apocryphal gospels. Sure I can loot. I'm not going to. The gospels are real, but they can't hurt you. I don't know if I'm amazing, but thank you for your kind words, Jamie. Just a homeless guy stealing electricity from a Taco Bell because I can't afford to eat internet. Practice, Luke. I learned from watching you. Plural you, obviously. I wouldn't say I love it here. I would say it's convenient. Hi, Cindy. How are you doing?
Fucking Virgin America.
Why quoted spiritual shit? What does that mean? Why the quotations? I don't remember ever using that phrase. Ishmael, are you talking to me? Or are you just talking? Glad to hear you're fine, Cindy. I choose not to believe anything if I can avoid it, big fella. Having a bad day, Rodolfo.
Right.
Thank you, Clayton. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm sorry. That's at Leighton. I thought the at was a C. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't make my day better, but something to do. It counts as work. Documenting my day. Having a bad day. Nurse. What blasphemy? Ishmael, what blasphemy? Streams on... I don't know... Okay, look, Sparky, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not well, Cindy. I don't know what that question means. What's this stream about? What is any stream about? What does that mean? What are you asking me? Because you're not asking me that question. You're not asking me that question, because if you were to ask me, like, what is the book I'm listening to about? The book I'm listening to is about the span of human history from circa 6000 BCE to circa 1000 AD. I don't think any live anywhere on the internet is about anything. I'm sitting here. The purpose of this live is to document the time I'm spending. The passage of my time. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, Calvin. Sure, obscure, but that's not about anything. I know I'm not a good dancer, Rodolfo. I am a bad dancer. SHB, my teeth are in terrible disrepair. Poverty will do that to you. Yes, Calvin. Everybody, Mars. You see what's up. Is the AH part of the first name, Dan? Is it Dana? Is it Dana H. Tolbert? I bet you it's Dana. I can't see your PFP, but that looks like shoulder length hair. I bet that's Dana H. Tolbert. Hello? Tomorrow's another day, Rodolfo. It's another opportunity to get everything wrong. Hello, Rebecca. Because streaming is intensely depressing and soul-sucking, Maddox. This is extremely sad and empty, meaningless work. The harder you reach toward meaning, the more the raison d'etre of being live is a waste. Because I'm fucking stubborn, and I'm smarter than you are, and I refuse to give up on things that matter to me. That's why obscure.
That's your candy back here?
Yeah, one day.
I figured it was yours.
Don't tell me what to do, Rodolfo. You don't know me. Say, Rebecca, that wasn't, I don't think that was the words you meant to say. This job requires an infinite amount of empathy and patience, and we get neither. See it now. Philalitheia means lover of truth. Hi, Studios. What's up? No, Mars. Not from you. I don't know you. And I know you well enough to know I should not trust you. No, it pays terribly. I don't have tits. And I don't pretend to be a Christian. So there's just no money in this. Thanks for telling me you're gonna unsub in a few days, Ace. You don't like my actual content. No, thank you, absurd. I know you well enough to know I shouldn't trust you with anything important. Thank you, Ace. You need a lot of positive feedback. There it is. I don't follow back. I'm busy. I don't have time to watch other people's bullshit. I promise you I'm gonna think your work is garbage. No, I'm not okay, Mr. Polo Fresh. The people I let get close to me like to attack me at the core of my being. How long have I been streaming? Just over a year, and I hate every second of it. I just told you how come, Mr. Polo. The people I let get close to me spend their time in my life undermining who my core being is. People aren't evil, they're just insecure and stupid. Self-blind. And I put myself in a position where I have to have an infinite amount of empathy and patience, and I receive none. There's good, it's just fleeting like everything. Like in everything. Good is subjective and small. Fleeting in time. Good. Think about it. For how long is an apple good? The span of an apple's life? Not very long. Didn't order this fettuccine. It's not that there's no good. It's just subjective. You make your own good. On some level, you decide what's good. It's just what I'm doing to cope. No, that's not what I said, Mr. Polo. Not that there is no right or wrong. You didn't say right or wrong, you said good. It might have been wrong, but that doesn't make them evil. Just because you write 3 when you mean 2, subsequent to equals and 1 plus 1, doesn't mean you're evil. It just means you did something wrong. No, evil means harmful. Just because you made an error doesn't mean you're evil. It just means you're in error. Nothing even needs to change, except the worldview. The worldview has to change. Fundamental evil? No. True evil? Fundamental evil? No, there's not a force. Yes, people do, and people, a psychopath is someone who behaviorally, they trait behavioral pattern, take joy in causing harm. Evil is deliberately harmful. Yeah, sure. I'm okay with that, Justin. Okay. But a fundamental evil, evil is, again, like good, subjective. Um, well, we didn't say anything about, you're using your words very fiddly, Mr. Polo. Intent and pleasure aren't the same thing. You can take a shit and get a boner, and you had no intent to do that. Evil is relative and subjective, just like good is relative and subjective. Evil is also fleeting. Of course it's circular. It's subjective and relative. Saying something is both subjective and relative is to say that it's circular and doesn't follow the rules of logic because it's emotional. Devil? The devil's very real. Hi, Deb. Thank you for the blue heart. I don't know what it means. No, matter and energy do not create morality. The moral is the thing that it's the takeaway, it's the learning, the teaching moment within the story. And so morals are absolutely subjective and relative to the teacher and the learner. You kind of look like a purple X. Well, it depends on what you mean by we. I am certain that my moral standard is significantly higher than yours, Mr. Polo. I have evidences of it. Now, I'm certain of it, and I have evidence to support my claim. Not prideful, self-aware. Again, I have evidences to support my claim. I'm sure I could if you hummed a few bars or I knew it. I don't know that I know it. I do. I don't spend my time in YouTube lives. That's a perfect evidence that I am morally superior. I don't argue ethical rhetoric with a anonymous PFP. So I know I'm morally superior because the moral, the teaching moment of the story has me as the teacher and you as the learner. Well, you can put moralities into a hierarchy. You could build a hill out of them, for example, and then you could imagine standing on the higher ground, the moral high ground, and defending people attacking you from the moral low ground. And that's how you can compare subjective moralities. That's easy. It's not an assumption, it's an evidence. It doesn't come back to is there a God? And no, there's not a God, there are a multiplicity of gods. I don't hold the standard. There doesn't have to be a standard bearer for there to be a standard in the castle. In fact, nobody is holding the flag on the moon right now. Flags are standards. Sure, from your perspective, but from the outside perspective of any third party, because you have to have second order observations in order to compare anything going on, so that the third party observing us could then actually accurately adjudge our elevation, because from your perspective, with your head up your ass, everything is high to you. I'm not really talking about spirituality. Mr. Polo Fresh thinks that ethics and morality are the same thing, so he's making a lot of confused arguments about morality, but he wants to be talking about ethics. I'm always right, Mr. Polo. You're just too dumb to understand. Do I look like it, Jordan? Do you, Tyler? That's the question, because you already broke it, pal. Arrogant, no. Self-aware and right. Righteous, yes. I didn't say they could accurately. I said they could more accurately because of their distant perspective. And anyway, they're still only comparing two. You have to compare thousands, millions, all of them. And there are 7.5 billion people alive today, so it's subjective and relative. Ethics come from within. They're your approach to life. Your ethos is your manner. You apologize for your ethic, which means when you've done wrong, which means you explain your why. Ethics are your why. Why did you do that? What was that ethical means? Was it beneficial to the greatest many, or was it just self-beneficial? How accurate do you want to be judging between two relative morality systems? Obscure. If you only have three people, you don't even have statistical relevance. I don't know what you're asking me, Fiona. I'm not being dense. What is the same as morals? Did I miss something you said? I didn't think I did. Yeah, no. Morals come from without. Subjective, yes, but that doesn't mean they're the same. They can like, okay, so black and red are both subjective. It doesn't mean that they're not both colors. But it doesn't also mean that they're the same color. I'm not circling to anywhere. I'm remaining on the one place that morality is subjective, because morality is the interpretation of two other people's stories. I'm remaining in place on the moral and ethical high ground that morality is, yes, by definition, morality is the moral of a story is the interpretation of the story. It can be more accurately, it can be accurately, no, I said moral high grounds relative to one another can be determined. I said moral hierarchies can be relatively determined over time with comparative methods. Critical analysis works for morality too. Morals and morality aren't different contexts. Yes, the teacher comes into play in morality, only in morality, not in ethics. They're entirely subjective. And yes, relative to one another, because they are relative and subjective, relative to one another, they can absolutely be organized into hierarchies. In any hierarchies you choose. The hierarchy that modern humanism chooses is the greatest good for the greatest many. Don't tell me what to do, Majestic. You're not my mom. And I don't know who in the audience is uneducated and would like to learn, has never heard the contra-argument to the uneducated resistant argument. So I have to fight the people who are only resistant to learning. Okay, look, Bowden, I was asked whether morality is real. And I said yes. But morality is both relativistic and subjective. Okay? Because what morality is the observation of a story and the interpretation thereof. The interpretation is by a teacher to a student. That's morality. In ethics, you have a similar thing. But in ethics, you're accused of wrongdoing and you explain your reasons. You explain the math that got you to your wrongdoing. That's your ethic. That's what we're talking about. And so what the people who are arguing with me, and they're being resistant of my simplification of these extremely old and not at all very complicated philosophical schools, ideas more than schools. They're gods more than they are collections of human beings. In an ethical system, you have a hero that is being emulated. In a moral system, you have a myth that is being cycled. They're similar because they're both they're both relativistic and subjective. But they're different things. That's why they have different words.
Anything else on it?
I was asked a question, and so I'm trying to answer it. And there were a few people who came in the middle, didn't take the opportunity to back up. I'm throwing shade, but I'm not throwing dirt on you. So I'm trying to summarize quickly. It's fine. If Borderlands was trying to look like a homeless guy, that's fine. If Borderlands captured living in extremely hostile environments, fine. I would give you a quest, actually. As a shaman, that's like 50% of what we do. As we send the seeker looking. I don't remember looking for sympathy. I remember agreeing with your attempt at an insult. It's not spiked, it just does that. It's just how it looks. It just stays like that. Because it's healthy. Yes, Mama Luigi, I am a bad, bad man. I know. My hair hasn't been washed in like 16 months. 15 months, 16? I don't remember. The end of September last year, 2024. It's just a reference to a short that goes around about Breaking Bad, Omega. People say that I look like Bryan Cranston, and there's a short of him explaining the Walter White mustache and why it works, and he explains that in American cinema iconography. Okay, everybody shut up for a second. I'm trying to explain something important a little bit. That an American cinema iconography, and then keep the mustache up or off the lip to articulate that they're not threatening, and that they're good kissers. But allowing the mustache to grow long over the lip signals outlaw, dangerous, lives outside the normal grooming habits of middle America.
Get over here.
I know. I was just referencing Bowden. I didn't want to be talking about it. I made a reference to it. Bad things for good reasons. It depends on what you mean by bad things. Fiona, like I sit in here and we smoke weed when it's expressly not allowed. It's a good reason to me. I want to. But align with an ethics framework, an ethical framework, sure. The ethical framework here is that if nobody's going to tell me not to, I'm going to do what the fuck I want. But would I do that ethical? Yeah, exactly. Ironically, so cool. Would I allow that ethical framework to become my regular habit vis-a-vis walking with my dick out? No. Performative disregard for rules isn't really an ethical framework. It's a performance. And the performance itself is the why. I did it for the morality as a backstop for what? Like, I wouldn't say that I was doing that. I would say that the morality here, like if you were going to ask me to like teach to you my why and how you could do it for other people to understand why you do it, it's for me, the moral is that the people around me are cowards and they don't actually believe in the rules they enforce upon themselves. Thank you, Melissa. If you want me to reach to like my favorite obscure band, or favorite obscure song, I didn't actually. I decided that being that guy who was that pretentious was a bridge a little bit too far, and so actually my favorite band and favorite song is Catatonia, and it changes because like for a while it was Mastodon, but then fucking Brent Hines died, and then it was Catatonia, and Catatonia effectively broke up, and for a really long time it was Tool. I listened to 3 Days Grace for like 3 weeks in high school. But my favorite song that I always tell people is just Tool's Lateralis or Tool's The Patient, something from the Lateralis album. But like lately I've been listening to a lot of like Mudvayne. Like right now my favorite song is Mudvayne's Determined. Or I've been listening to a lot of Catatonia with a K. My favorite song is the song that I always recommend to people, and just because I really like it, you don't have to really like it, is The Day and Then the Shade. But that whole record, The Night is the New Day, Night is the New Day, is such a good record. Such a good record. You listen to a lot of instrumentals, that's cool. I listen to a lot of, I've been trying to get into classical, so I was listening to a piano trio yesterday in E minor that was just, it was really from my heart out. The violin was killing me. I could look it up. I don't know it off the top of my head. I don't know the artist. I was just flipping through TikTok and a guy, always Ouija, but I'm trying not to think about it right now. I've never been to a Dave Matthews concert. I've never been into Dave Matthews. The infidelity in his music is upsetting to my worldview. I actually do take moral umbrage with, for those who are wondering how, like, my moral framework works. I do negatively judge his music.
Yeah.
But as a teaching method, not as he's a bad man, just I don't want to be like him. That's how I think about morality. Hey, you're allowed to like whoever you like, Fiona. You're allowed to like whoever you like. The cranberries are okay. All of that is in my profile, Melissa, but I really don't. Kind of tonight. It's all in my profile. I didn't actually come on here to make money, but thank you guys for the outpouring of support. I am working, so thank you. I bet I really didn't come here to make money tonight. I don't know what that is. Bounden. Tchaikovsky. I said I was trying to get into classical. I don't know Tchaikovsky. The only hi SV. Okay. I never listened to any Zappa either. Give me a second. Take care, Bounden. I'm not okay. Yes, so thank you for asking. Striker. There we go. I knew I would get it. I was flipping through TikTok in my tent yesterday, or Thursday, for Thanksgiving, and I saw a guy playing Beethoven on the harpsichord, the instrument that Beethoven wrote and performed on. Ethically and morally, for me, that's what this medium is for, and why, for those who take umbrage with it, I am lecturing and I talk about sharing special skills like that, and I'm doing my best to participate in a humble way. I saw a guy playing Beethoven on the harpsichord, and I never heard Beethoven on his instrument, and it just blew me away. I'm just weeping openly, and I was like, okay, take this opportunity to explore that on TikTok. And I played trumpet and through high school, so I've heard classical, but I don't like strings as a rule. I've never been like, ooh, I want to hear a violin. That's just never happened to me before. I say I don't like strings. I like the bass and electric guitar, obviously, if I like metal. But for me, music has always been about the vocal performance first. And so I'm approaching music theory very late and very slow. I would be, but no. Oh, I thought that's like by choice. No, I'll let Chuck run. I think it's pretentious, but I like a lot of neoclassical rock and metal. You asked me what I think about it. I think I like it. I don't listen to a lot of it. I like a lot of melodic, like death. I like melodic death and doom a lot. But I do think that like a lot of the neoclassical, like Ingrid, is really pretentious. But I don't have the vocabulary that they have. And so saying something is pretentious is just a really good way. It's a good reason to ignore it. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it. I really do.
That's just me, right?
Maybe go to the store and get it. Yourself.
I mean, they need to have to take time to get it.
You know what, Black Friday shopping yesterday? Went to Walmart, just for an iPad. It's like $100. That's it. $100 off. They wouldn't give it to them. They said that's the online rate. And I said, let me get it straight. I said, yeah, it's my app. Order it online. You're gonna take the iPad that you're
you're supposed to get up here, right?
You're gonna take it to the back and make you park out there and say, I'm in spot 3, and then you're gonna bring it to me. Yeah, that's what we really did. And my electric horse order on Amazon, and they were just, that's a pain.
How much pain inconvenience?
I'm standing right here. That's the price you're.
That's the problem, people don't want to do it. That's the problem with it.
Unreal. Those things, I hate it. Like, what could you be at?
There's always something to say, unfortunately.
I don't know where it goes.
Well, I'm gonna go get myself. I'm like, look at
Like, you got feeling like,
Yes, the skill involved is hard to ignore. I don't like Philalitheia at all. I don't like their music. It doesn't sound like music to me. Take your time. Voltage. If you're trying to relearn, take your time. I have a video on my channel that I titled something to the effect of 5 tips for learning better now, and so it's a long and Shaggy Dog style video. But the takeaway is talk about it a lot. Do mental reps, think about it a lot, and intermittently engage. So if you're playing guitar, play until you start making mistakes. When you start making mistakes, don't push through. Stop. Because you only have a very narrow window neurologically. You only have a very narrow window neurologically where you're learning and building new neurons. So if you're relearning after an injury, you want to take your time and you want to use intermittent engagement. Just remember that if you give yourself more than 3 days without doing the thing, you're forgetting what you did in your last practice session. So you want to engage at least every 3 days. If it's a guitar with your hands, whatever, play the instrument. But other than that, find excuses to practice the fingerings again, because like with the trumpet, right, the hardest part is really just remembering the postures, right? Remembering the postures. And you can do that. You can do the postures, for example, with a trumpet without the trumpet in your hand, right? Yeah, thank you for the practice. Thank you guys for reaching out and using me for you're gonna make me proud. I'm a really bad day.
At the end, when they had the balls, like,
I was about to pass this one, actually.
See what sportsmanship is now, man.
There are 5 techniques that I have recently learned at time of making that video, and I was practicing using my takeaway, which is talk about it a lot more than my dad does. So if I have a model of masculinity, it's my and so I make the video intentionally trying to remember all 5, pull all 5 out of my memory, because that's the best technique for learning, is to pull it out, and use it, especially speaking. Pull the thing out of your memory. I'm fine, Alfonso. The winter has been fine. It was cold last night. It was very cold last night, but I am, yes, wrapped up, warm enough. Okay, I'm wrapped up. I think I said warm enough. I kept having to kick my right foot away last night, though. I'm not gonna lie, it was cold. But I'm fine. Part part of the reason that Terry was going to sleep might have to do with how tight I have my shoes. I was hoping it's not frostbite. Yeah. Thank you. Today or ever. Basically voltage. Yeah, or farming for sure. For sure. Yeah, sort of Melissa. Yeah, yes. Yeah. I could have got out sooner. I have skills. I have management experience in multiple surface fields, and I'm extremely intelligent and adaptable. Yeah, I understand that, Melissa. I had a really rough summer. Yeah, circumstances do happen. I'm a victim of domestic abuse, and then I've chosen this lifestyle. I've chosen to stay in it for religious reasons, to be close to, to be close with God. I hate that your home was destroyed. I feel like that's so much more heartbreaking than what I went through. I really do. What I go through is difficult, but I determined as a small boy that there was no amount of hardship and suffering that I couldn't endure, that I couldn't withstand. And so I hurt for other people. I really feel like I have it really well. I feel like I had, until very recently, the love of a woman that I really like. So for me, it's about pushing on. Like, I've got this destroyed left leg and severely herniated pelvis, and for me, it's just about pushing on, because I can endure. But there are people like at this Taco Bell or Panera or anywhere, the Dollar Tree, anywhere I could reach that has a for help sign. There's somebody who needs that job, needs it, whether they and I don't want to be the reason they didn't get it. On some level, it is partial. It hurts. But I have a phone.
Well, I'm not the DoorDash, but I have a taxi order.
Thank you, Gavin.
Yep, that's me.
Did that say Gavin? It did say Gavin and Downey, YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. The Falcon Seal was cute. Taco Bell is calories. It's calories. And it's charity. But I have other skills. It is not starving. And I hope I haven't seemed ungrateful ever. That's why I don't talk like these people and their opinions, unasked for, eagerly shared opinions. I hope I haven't shown any amount of ungratitude, because I'm extremely grateful. it from him. Sure. Melissa, I haven't, but I did let myself go 10 days without eating last year, so.
I already have a penalty card.
I decided I was going to let myself die, and then I decided that I was going to stay alive to find something worth living for, and then I found her, and then she broke up with me every weekend for the last 2 months.
All right, come on. Wait, no.
So
Sit down.
we just do our best. Wilderness survival to some degree or another. Like if it weren't for this food, no, I would not be able to survive out there. But yeah, I did. I did Cub Scouts through Bear 2, the second year of Bear, and my dad was in the service, so we hiked and camped growing up. I'm not trying to live that far away from civilization. I am staying in the tent so I can do this or something like it.
Leave off the chips for in there.
I can't read it.
You're good, dude.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, Melissa.
Okay, there's a long one.
I'm grateful for my childhood, the things that I learned as a child too. They prepared me for this moment.
No, it's all good, man.
Hey, sardines, that
I just need it there.
I'll find it.
Oh, man. I got a six-pack out in the car, but I don't want to drink until I get home. I stop, dude. I had a good blood during the game, but I had to quit because I had to come work.
Hey, thank you. High voltage. I think I missed doing this to somebody earlier. I should, just for the future.
That's why you're at Taco Bell.
And I'm thinking about it. So, oh, it was you. Thank you, voltage. I didn't ignore your thing. I forgot I could do that. I haven't done this in a while. Thank you. I will make sure to do that. I don't like to eat while I'm being watched, and I have pathological demand avoidance, so being told what to do means I have to avoid the demand. But I will get something to eat tonight on you guys. Thank you. That, again, not why I came here. Not why I came here, but thank you. Thank you. Hopefully, I've earned it.
What is that? Like a rabbit thing?
Hi, August. Sorry, I wasn't sure whether to take you seriously, the first two things you said. Thank you.
If you're pregnant, you got one better than that, then you will be pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah. They're usually pretty. Thank you, Bruce. Wow, that's a lot. Oh my. How high does it go? Yeah, they usually take good care of me. God did have me stream from there for a reason, Melissa. That's exactly right. God puts it on my heart, and I do it.
I'll get you one else. Crocodile.
Hey, high voltage, that's what I'm here for.
Yep.
I call it demon cleaning.
Put him in the back of him.
So thank you. You have more than you need, and it makes you feel better to give it to somebody you know is going to eat it and be happy about it. That's what this life is about. I'm not asking, I'm really not putting my hands out, guys. I'm really not. But that is what I am here for. God did put that on my heart. I believe that. So, thank you. Really. Yeah, for taking the opportunity to trust your eyes. I appreciate it.
It almost got Aiden. No, Hopkins. You don't have it anymore.
Powerful night.
No, Hopkins. They decided to go to.
Was a lamb and not a goat? I like that, actually. I like those. pithy Christian sayings. I like that a lot, actually, Calvin. Okay. Thank you, Melissa. I had a really bad summer. Doing this, and so I've got a lot of defenses up. I forgot that it's the weekend of Black Friday. Differently than you are, but yes, differently. I believe in the same core that I still have epistemological and historical questions that I think I was put here to find answers to. People used to, this summer, a lot of believers, a lot of Christians. I don't consider myself a Christian, but I consider Jesus a bro. I love Jesus dearly. It's his dad that I used to have a lot of issues with. And that's why I'm in this temple, so I can get right with God.
No, buddy.
It's hard to confess. I had a lot of anger. Yes. That I do believe. John 3:16, absolutely. I am hesitant because I wonder whether love means the same thing to me as it does to you. Because when I see God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son. We have to remember that also means he brutally murdered his only Son. So he loves Jesus differently than he loves us. There's a different trust there. Appa? Sure. On some level, high voltage. That's why I went out on the limb to say that we can put moralities into a hierarchy, so we could do the same for religious approaches. Yes. Yeah, Melissa. Studying questions. Finding the answers. And then sometimes it's just, somebody brutally murdered his son, and if we're going to talk about determinism, it was God. Yeah, for maybe, Melissa. Maybe. I'm not here to make a determinist or a relativist argument. I'm really not here to split that theological hair. I like splitting that theological hair. I've done it for the channel before. I'm not trying to undermine anybody's faith, anybody's approach. I'm still figuring things out too.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's the allowance of certain things.
All right, get over here.
Yeah, it gets nasty and theological, Omega. Yeah. And so I'm not here to dismiss anybody else's beliefs. I'm here to encourage people to behave like they believe the things they say. That's all I'm trying to do. I forgot. I did legitimately forget, though. Nemo, I want to take your position here, but it really depends on whether God is the author of the universe. And I am of the opinion, I am of the expressed belief that God is the author, that he's writing it, and that he frequently changes his mind in real time to our perspective. Yeah, even disagreeing with me could be eye-opening in a way, because I'm not trying to tell you I'm right, I am, but I'm not trying to insist that I'm right. I'm trying to insist that you think about it differently. Thank you, high voltage. I didn't mean to say anything genius. Yeah. Yeah, Calvin, and thank you, high voltage. God has a plan, but we have free will. which means that the plan in human terms could take the span of human existence. So like, for example, if God's plan for us, just as a total hypothetical, if God's plan is actually for us to colonize Mars, then politics get in the way of God's plan all the time. Thinking and meditating on it is all I'm asking anybody to do. I do agree with that as well, Hobbes. I think that God mourns for us. I don't think God enjoys punishing us with consequences. Well, maybe, no. Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of those things are true. Thank you, Jaguars for life. Greetings from Zanesville, Ohio to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Did your, I know it's not your team, but oh, wait a minute. Minnesota is not where Michigan is. Sorry. I do believe in the devil, Calvin. No, I believe in the devil as a rhetorical device, not as an intellect, as a distinct entity. But I do believe in the devil as a convenient metaphor, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Omega. And so if it's God's plan for us to get there, he's going to give us all the tools necessary, but he's not also going to just let it happen for us. For sure, Nemo. Kind of you have to. There's an interpretation of the devil where you can say that the devil is the devil is dualistic, or the devil is a way of taking evil and consequences away from humanity. But I think more of the devil as the inclination to do self-harm. The omitted books is that's where I began my reading, was in the Nag Hammadi library, Melissa. I came back to God by way of the non-canonical writings. I don't disagree that we're made in God's image, Calvin, but if that's true, then that also means, like I was talking about this relative to lightning clouds the other day. So a lightning cloud, it tends to be, the bottom half tends to be negatively charged, the top half tends to be positively charged. And then what happens is that the more of a singular charge there is in that cloud, the more of what they call an image is imprinted on the ground. The image is equal and opposite. So the ground will become positively charged, and the reason it does that is to create a conduit for the negatively charged ions to get out of the cloud and to a ground. So if we're made in God's image, it raises the question, does God behave like everything else in the universe, where God has an equal and an opposite? And if we are it, what is the conduit between us? Now, Jesus is the answer. But I don't think that we're equal and opposite to God. But maybe all 7.5 billion of us are, as far as imagistic and just electricity. It's not a non sequitur. I asked whether intelligence behaves like everything else in the universe. Well, maybe we are, Calvin. Maybe you just don't have a sophisticated understanding of particle physics. For sure, Omega. Maybe he did, my vision. It's not a non sequitur because I was using the word image in the way that it's used in physics. And I was saying if these are the same, because the way that the word image is used in physics is in the Platonic sense, and the way that the image was translated into the Bible from the Hebrew and the Greek was in the Platonic sense. So when we say we're created in the image of God, that means in the Platonic sense. And so I wonder whether these two things aren't similar. And again, I demonstrated that they are similar Because the image and the conduit, the lightning bolt, the event between God and mankind is Jesus. And Jesus is positioned that way theologically. My other videos are just on my channel, buddy. Voltage. Unless I'm on, I don't think I'm on my personal, no, I can't be on my personal channel. They're just on the channel.
Well, he was actually setting out and kind of playing out. We were sitting there talking about what all.
I'm not conflating any two things. I'm describing that the word image, we're talking about the word image. And so you just lack the epistemological and philological understanding of the word image. And you're not being patient with my explanation, allowing my explanation to build into a comprehensive understanding. You're trying to jump in between clauses. Right now I'm lecturing about Platonic images, Domina. Yeah, no, for sure, Melissa. I'm articulating both perspectives, like an image, like God and God's image. It's two entirely separate perspectives divided by a conduit, a moment in time. That moment in time could be birth, it could be the umbilical cord. Oh, for sure. Melissa, yeah, I do still have questions. I do still have things I'm trying to figure out. But talking to you guys and frankly being allowed the opportunity to string clauses together is how I figured out and get better at articulating this too. The longer we talked about ethics and morality, the simpler I was able to reduce it. We're all taught how to do this in algebra, especially in algebra 2. Irreducible complexity isn't real. Complexity is reducible. We know this because we've all seen a watch. We've all seen like a pocket watch, like a mechanical clock. That has reducibly complex parts. Everything does. Yeah, I began at Buddhism, high voltage.
You ain't getting no more, no. You ain't getting no more. You had this little thing?
The Lord's Prayer is adequate. High voltage. The Lord's Prayer is adequate. Maybe I do, Calvin. Hello, Gwen. I hope I have a better winter too, Calvin. That sounds like a goodbye. Hello, Anthony Hightower. Are you related to Dante Hightower by any chance? That wouldn't be an uncommon name, would it? Now that I think about it, not in English. Not if you live near the Tower of London or any other tower in the Middle Ages. Hi, Zippo. Hello, Marvel fan. I didn't think you really were, Anthony. But hey, maybe you were. You too, Reef. Take care. Glad to hear that, Calvin. I have a few Calvins in the chat tonight. Yes, Glenn, I'm going to talk about.
Ready? Good one, Sharon.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. No, I'm not from Philadelphia, no.
Okay?
From Ohio, North Carolina. Night at the museum, for sure. Thank you, Tommy. Your groups are funny to me. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Tommy. Absolutely, you can write me a theme song if you'd like to, and I would play it. Absolutely. That's the highest praise an artist or a human being, frankly, can give to another human being is non-commissioned fan art. Thank you guys, Keith, Tommy, Keith again. I'm sure they've started flying very rapidly. Thank you guys. My favorite song right now, earlier I said Mudvayne's Determined. I've been listening to Mudvayne's Determined a lot. I've been listening to Metallica's Outlaw Torn a lot. Was feeling adequate. I'm better now, Anthony. I'm having a shit day, but I accidentally fell into the arms of very generous and surprisingly kind people tonight. I'm in Ohio. That thing. My heart hurts and my future is uncertain. I'm doing work that I didn't want to be doing. But I was received, and I'm grateful. I'm not ill. PAC. My favorite video game? Kingdom Hearts. Although right now I've been playing the shit out of 7 Days to Die, and honestly, probably that. No, it's really not, Mac, but here I am. Hello, White. Haven't ordered yet. I've never been to Montana. Pete, do you want to describe what spot you think I'm in so I can better understand A, what you think I'm going through? I'm fine, guys. Yeah, if you want to do that, like high voltage, thank you very much. It adds up at the end of the month, and it gives me some room to play with my credit situation. At the moment, yes, depression is very real, Pete. I'm going through a lot of it. I have, I'm having an especially bad day. Frig. Yes. Claude, keep moving forward. It all adds up at the end of the month. I do have debt. I'm seriously depressed. The woman that I love is holding her affection and even just good moods for ransom. I do have a place to stay. It's warm and comfortable. But moving forward. Hello, Fred. I feel like I should have been more aware that yesterday was Black Friday. And that the Christmas season is approaching. And that I absolutely, probably, like, entirely emotionally manipulative and like I'm trying to take advantage of that. And it didn't occur to me. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah. Agreed, Anthony. Thank you again, Michelle. It all adds up, and it gives me leeway to manage my debt on Cash App. Unwell, Amia, but I've been asked frequently today, which is something I wasn't getting this summer and fall, and is actually why I stopped showing up. So thank you all very much. I don't know if you've seen my shorts. I don't know if you've ever seen my face, but showing up and having the compassion to ask if somebody who's clearly unwell, if they're well and if they want to talk about it, is really adult human behavior, really sensitive, modern behavior. And I'm really impressed with all of you. I'm very touched. Legitimately very touched. I'm supposed to be doing this for you, and you're supposed to be rude to me, and very few of you have taken the opportunity to do that, and I'm touched. About 18 months ago, what did I say earlier? 16 months ago, the end of September 2024, X3Q. And yes, there is a certain percentage of the human population who's always going to see me as an egomaniac because they can't see past their own noses. They interpret all human behavior as what they would do, regardless of whether that's even the most logical reason that a person did what they did. Well, I appreciate that, Amia. I very rarely believe it. It very rarely shows its head in my life, but thank you. I thought I was just going to stare into the middle distance for the next 4 hours while my battery bank charged, and I listened to this. I turned it off a while ago, but I listened to this book. So thank you guys. Thank you for showing up in numbers, even if many of you I don't recognize, even if you don't know me, if you're not, committed to the channel. What's that? What do people say? I don't listen to those people in the way they talk because I find it disingenuous and offensive to my intelligence. So I don't like to repeat it because I don't want you to think I'm offending your intelligence. I make this easy for you, X3. I hope you have a wonderful holidays too, Amia. My Christmas is going to be spent like my Thanksgiving. I'm gonna charge my battery bank and my laptop and my phone as much as possible. I'm gonna sleep for as long as possible, and then I'm gonna entertain myself until the sun is up, and then I'm gonna go to sleep and then treat the day after like I do every day. Oh, I'm not close enough to Cincinnati that I could get there, but I'm not that desperately in need. Between me and you, I don't like to use this, but these guys get mad at me every time I spend money here. They want me to just come up and tell them what I want and for them to give it to me. So if I'm ever in serious need, I do have humans who will help me. Maybe I am prideful, but it's more important to me that the store gets my $10 or $11, and by my I do mean your. I am mindful to think of it in those terms. money so these guys still have their jobs. It's more important to me that they have their jobs. But they did give me they did give me my slush, what are these called? Freeze? Whatever. They gave me a Baja Blast freeze in a 32-ounce cup, which is not what they come in. So they're good to me here. They are. Usually when I walk in, they give me a great big hello by my name. Everybody in the kitchen shouts it. For a few weeks there, they were really bothering the fuck out of me, coming over and talking my fucking ear off. So they treat me well. They do. The Panera is not the same story, but you win some, you lose some. And it's really not about me. I don't want it to be about me. My independence is important to me. I've lived in a lot of abuse, and one of the things that pattern abusers do is they take away your independence. There are still people out there with very good hearts, Tamia, and not every act of goodness. We were talking morality and ethics earlier. Not every good act is an act that comes with dollars. It's exactly, Freddie. It's not always about the monetary trade. But in the United States, money is free speech. It just is. And so it's spelled with an X, Tim. If I'm a performative religious thinker, if the goal is to get you to think deeply about a subject, then using your money to express your free speech, that I should be allowed to be independent so I have the time to talk to you guys, and my emotions are in a place where I can focus and give you my 110% that I know I've got in me, right? We could all do something great with that, right? Like I'm getting in my emotions about trying to have something to hope for. And yes, Citizens United is the Citizens United versus is it FCC, right? FCC. Nobody really believes me. It gets frustrating, and by believes me, I don't mean in real time. I mean in the people that I've let get close to me. Very few of them believe me that I want what's best for them.
Thank you. I can't hear you. I got that video.
Cindy, I'm more concerned that you feel better. My left leg is trying to fall all the way off. I'm not going to feel better before I feel much worse. And there are people in my life who are determined to make sure that the worse is every day. Hey, Bennett, thank you, man. I'm not ignoring you. I promise, pal. I was just finishing what I'm saying. Thank you for those. Oh God, how high does it go? Does the fire get bigger every time too? Thank you, man. 12 is a lot. Am I saying your name right? Bennett? I hope I was saying Bennett.
Yeah.
I smoke a lot of weed. High voltage. But yes. I keep asking the woman that I love to remind me to do that because I have Swiss cheese for brains and I focus on tasks like making sure that she's well, or that I'm working for the channel, and I forget self-care a lot. I forget to brush my teeth, I forget to pick up acetaminophen or ibuprofen. Thank you for confirming to me, Bennett, that I said I didn't misname you. Thank you. I don't need, but one of these days, before I get parked in this Panera and take care of everything else that I want to take care of, there are things for myself I need to take care of. Thank you, Cindy. Well, friggin', that's not my choice. Okay? I'm not here to drag her. Most certainly I'm not here to drag her. But that's a woman's prerogative. It's the woman's choice whether she's a source of pain or not. It's her choice. When my father, probably your father, and every other man who's been married for longer than 3 years says, happy wife, happy life, they mean it. If she ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. And it doesn't matter whether the relationship is fundamentally abusive or not, because that's just what wives are like. That's what they've always been like. For example, if you want me to just reach into my vast repertoire of hilarious stories that I think are hilarious, that are maybe non sequiturs to you, there's an account that got into my head from some historian talking about a Roman, and the Roman noble is a provincial noble in the east, but he sits on the Senate, and so the Senate calls this meeting that he has to come to, and so he packs up his wife and the house, right, the house, all of the valuables and whatever, into this carriage, and they get in this carriage, and he's talking about it. He wrote it in a journal, or at least the historian. I don't remember exactly how the data got to us, but the historian is talking about it. But this guy is talking about how she is in his ear about how he needs to get this senatorial meeting over ASAP, because they are going to be vacationing in the city of Rome for the first time for their marriage, and they are going to enjoy the city of Rome while they're there, and so he needs to get this meeting over ASAP. So he's got this carriage with all of her luggage and bullshit. Everybody knows this fucking meme, and I'm not being hurtful to women. Men put up with this shit because we love you deeply. And so he's got all her shit packed up, and they go, and the way they tell the way the story came into my mind, basically the moment they get into Rome, the Senate fucking cancels the meeting. And it's to him, it's more expedient, and it will save the household more money if they don't stay in Rome for the amount of time that they were going to be there for these meetings. And so they get there and they immediately turn around and go back to the provinces, right? And she is livid, threatening divorce over it, livid for years, dragging this up about how he failed her in the relationship, just doing his job for the people of Rome. So, this is just what women are like. Women choose whether they're going to be joyful, whether they are going to be for you a joy or for you a source of non-stop pain. And so as a man, whichever woman you choose, that's going to be the case of. And so it's just about choosing a woman who's going to choose you back every single time. And I have no control over that. All I can do is call her bluff one of these times she breaks up with me, and actually break up with her and then see what happens. Because that instantly flips the power dynamic, and I'm unwilling to do that. Because now I'm the one who's involved in that. And I'm unwilling to do it. Because it's in the name husband. Husband is somebody responsible for shielding a wife, which means to be led away, from everything. Because a father's responsibility to his daughter is to make sure that she grows up without being raped. It's his only job. And so every husband after that, his only responsibility is to make sure that she doesn't get raped.
Hey, I'm gonna go out here, come back in, break up
I'm here for my insight, friggin'. I'm here to tell you that there's a a more positive way to think about things. basically STEM. You don't have to like it, but that is what I'm here for. That's why I'm doing this. People ask all the time, why are you doing this thing? Because I have things to teach. You're never at the end of your learning, but you do. I was talking, I believe I was talking to Studio earlier about relearning a skill after an injury. So you're never done learning any skill, anything, right? You're never done learning. But there does come a time where the amount that you learn is diminishing in returns. So the first handful of times you engage in a subject, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn a book, like lots. You're going to learn so much that you forget a lot of it. But after a while, that stops happening. The book learning stops happening, and it just becomes refinement. But if you're working in clay and you're making a statue, and you're making the statue by accreting clay to the structure, after a while you will be taking clay away. Hey, thank you, Jamie. That's right. I agree with that, Cindy. We're all learning all the time, even without knowing it. Yeah. And so putting restrictions on what you learn and how quickly you have to learn it is just arbitrary. It's arbitrary. Oftentimes. The university system teaches you. It's hard for me to talk about this. People get really upset with me because they think I'm being negatively critical, but I'm not. The university system teaches you something that I never learned, and that's how to quickly absorb information and regurgitate it for essay format. And so I spent a couple of years listening to lecture courses on proper research writing, and they always talk about there's more research than you can possibly write about. Yeah, for sure, Cindy. Creative writing is a great opportunity to learn things because you don't really know what you don't know until you go to manipulate it, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to say on some level. Is like when you're accreting knowledge, there comes a point where you're also learning things incorrectly. And so you have to go in and you have to like, okay, well, I got that wrong, so scoop that out. Now I have learned that was wrong. You don't have to learn the right thing always. Yeah, even just finding out how things are going. Yeah, just engaging with YouTube. YouTube is learning because it's human, and so even like the YouTube platform is learning what kind of icons people like, or just how to be different from TikTok. And YouTube, the corporation. Yeah. We're still learning how to use AI in a user-friendly or consumer-friendly kind of way, for sure. We're still learning and adapting, and the thing is, we get because of the. I'm doing good, yeah. Because of the accelerating rate of change. People think that that also means innovation, that there has to be increasingly rapid innovation, but that doesn't have to be the case. As far as innovation doesn't have to happen regularly, learning and adaptation doesn't necessarily mean that we have to fundamentally change everything too, like. Credit card readers, right? The chip is the more efficient way to communicate with the computer, but tap to pay on your phone, Bluetooth, is way more efficient. But what they didn't do was innovate new kiosks. They had just got, from the perspective of the developers of the technology, they had just got people used to credit card sliding the card. They had just got people used to doing that. And I know, because I worked in customer service, I worked in retail, when they made the change to the cards and getting people to, not the cards, but the chips, getting people to adapt to the chips, it was the same console. But getting people to interact with the console in a different way took years. But then once they learned that they could just put it near the screen, that wasn't much of an innovation. It was just an adaptation. Many don't want to learn. Many are afraid of what they're learning. Many people are afraid of what other people are learning, or they're afraid that they're not learning at the rate necessary for them to stay alive. That's called generalized anxiety. Generalized anxiety is the fear that you're not smart enough to overcome the challenges of the day. Yes, I used to argue with my dad when I was a kid all the time about engine blocks. My dad used to tear apart cars, and then he couldn't put them back together. And how do I want to say this? He couldn't adapt to the different engineers that designed different brands of cars. He wanted all these cars to have like a standardized engine block, and it used to make me crazy, because when you engineer whatever, I'm just going to pick, I don't know cars. This is why I don't know cars, is these arguments. If you're Ford and you engineer a Ford engine, everything is built out from the engine, right? And so you can't drop a Ford engine in another car. Hey, you don't have to throw it all away from me, but I would recommend slowing down, man. I would recommend that you're probably adequate. I smoke a lot of weed, so don't think I'm straight edge. But alcohol, I would never recommend alcohol for anything other than letting your emotional walls down and giving in to the rage that will come. Please tell me that you're not already suffering high voltage, because if you're already suffering, I hate that.
Thank you.
Yes, frigging. Something that I have noticed and I've been really trying to figure out how to talk about is that I have observed that because there is so much information, people don't understand that they ignore everything. They ignore things that are right in front of them and dangerous to them to not ignore. That's why we have so many warning labels on everything. I'm sure you can do that, Caleb. I'm sure it's possible. I'm thinking from an engineering standpoint of build, and I know I was wrong. I said I'm not a car guy. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong, so I kind of let it die. But you engineer, you don't want standardization across all these companies. Is kind of where I was going. You want there to be different engineers who have different approaches. That's all I was trying to say. We want different approaches. Alcohol is very dangerous in many ways, and it destroys relationships. No, I know I was wrong. That is why I let it die. So I'm glad you did that, because it is possible. Yes, we walk blind because comfort is comfortable. And we talk about getting out of our comfort spaces, and it's hard to talk about because, when you see too much, there's a threshold. It's like the line between genius and insanity, and the line between genius and insanity it's not fine. I mean, it's fine in that it's very clear. It's not broad. You can't stand in the line, right? It's fine. But it's also very clear. Like a genius person does things that are obviously beneficial, and an insane person does things where you have to really think about how they arrived at their answer. I'm technically an insane person, and I'm just asking you to give me the patience and the attention to let me arrive there. Yeah, courage is taking chances. Yeah, for sure, Cindy. Bravery is taking chances for the good of the group, I think. If there is a distinction between the two things. Because courage does come from the French dog rage. And so, like, dogs, they'll take chances. From Melbourne, hello, Jamie. Thank you. Well, I have a Jamie James and a Jamie John, so I hope I don't mix the two of you up. But thank you for your kind words, Jamie. Jamie James. I've noticed that a lot of us, a lot of you, but I include myself in you because we're all human. But a lot of us stopped being able to bring in new information. Yeah, go back to school to increase your learning ability. I like that. See, I like seeking education for skills. I'm always going to advocate for that, seeking education for skills. And if you're the kind of person who needs and hello Bradley, if you're the kind of person who needs the structure, I balk at the structure. But if you're the kind of person who needs the structure of a classroom, there's no price too high if you learn the ability. And so if that means like going and studying whatever just to get better at studying, that's something I wish I had done more of when I was young. Just learn to study, learn to learn. I brute forced my way here, which is not how I would live. I would not recommend living the way I live. I love that, Cindy. I love hearing that you like to learn. Yeah, it does take courage because it's a chance, it's a risk, or it takes bravery, one or the other. I don't think that. I do think that one is superior for me, but I don't think that there's one that's superior for you, right? Because it doesn't matter why you took your risk. If it benefits the group, whether you did it for the group or it benefits the group, if you go back to your job and you're more patient with your coworkers and you're a better coworker, that's for the group, whether you meant to do it or not. That's a win for everybody. And like we were talking about ethics and morality, I was raised to believe because modern what am I trying to say? Modern humanism is, we agreed that our choices are of the highest degree of morality or ethics when they benefit the greatest number of people. Hey, I'm glad you're here, Fergie. I have hundreds of hours of content. I wouldn't recommend watching it in order, but I also wouldn't recommend watching it out of order without being cognizant that I'm an evolving entity like you are, and dynamic. You're the oldest person in the class. There's nothing to be afraid of as far as that. There's always somebody who is older than you. And on some level, like you said, it's a mark of bravery, of courage. It's a mark of it makes me really angry. Okay, it makes me really angry, and people see my anger and my withdrawal to cope with the anger, and not let the anger filter out of me in ways that I don't have any control. But it makes me really angry that self-improvement is an act of defiance. It shouldn't be. And it's hard for me not to get passionate to the point of rage. Because on some, yeah, Cindy, the teacher was stoked to have you there. And I'm sure that there were no few number of your peers, fellow students, who were inspired to take it more seriously because they saw you needing it late in life. For yourself, yeah, for sure. Good for you. Yeah. So many educators. I'm a trainer by profession and by training. I'm not an educator. I don't think of myself as a teacher, but I am a trainer by profession and by training. I trained for corporations like McDonald's, Raising Cane's, UDF, Sonic Steak and Shake. I trained new hires for these companies, and so I managed too, and so I. You love Raising Cane's and UDF. Don't work for them. Don't work for them. But if you have a mint cookies and cream, the UDF, the home style mint cookies and cream, just say a prayer for me. That was my favorite shit in the world. Just dump some out for your homie or whatever. That, dude, I got fat working for UDF, and I just eat that all night long. I could eat a whole quart of that nasty crap. It was so good. I gave myself lactose intolerance working to UDF because I would just eat tubs of that stuff because we got it for dirt cheap. Hey, I love that. And yeah, that's adult education gives you friends too. Yeah. Peer groups, people who know the same things you do and that you can communicate the same ideas with and that you learn together by communicating the same ideas with. This is how you reinforce learning. Cindy's got the cheat code, guys. I got really upset when I was in college because my peers wouldn't take it seriously. Hello, Angela. How are you? Is that like a Tigger hello? Hey, that's great, Cindy. I love that. It was a Tigger hello. What's up? Angela, I see you. Well, I hear you, Fergie. I do. But K-12 in the U.S. is free and mandatory. And the first 3 years of your bachelor are spent re-educating you on what you didn't learn in K-12. So I do think that the price of education is relative to the amount of work the teachers actually have to do. Welcome back, Anthony. But yes, I chose to skip university because I didn't see myself handling the debt well, emotionally. I saw it as an unnecessary expense, and so I went immediately into job training, immediately into securing job skills, which is why when Melissa earlier asked me if I needed money for food, and said that, you know, people understand the being unhoused or homeless or whatever however you want it. I live in a tent behind a Kohl's. I have permission to be there. Yes. Friggin'. Yes. I dropped out, guys. I dropped out, and I did protest the education system, but that doesn't mean that people who are temperamentally suited to it shouldn't be encouraged to go. It's just religion. It's just cult, high voltage. I made a video today where I was talking with Jim and I about this, and I can't see the difference between a Republican ideologically and behaviorally and, I don't know, some cultist, whatever it is. I see it. I see it as pitiful, pitiable, and I don't want them in my life, but I try to understand their interest well enough to engage them at their level of understanding and organization of the universe. Yes, indeed. Taking the time and having the patience necessary to listen to and evaluate multiple arguments, or at least multiple perspectives, is what I was talking about with subjectivity and relativism. Those things don't mean that they can't be observed and they can't be described. Subjectivism and relativism don't mean that views separate from your own, or views maybe that you've never heard of, can't be described. It just means that they take longer. Existentialism, like the 18th century philosophical school, I wouldn't say that it's a big part of my life. I would say that I would get along very well in the company of existentialists. But yeah, okay, so the metacognizant, yes, and aware of myself and my decisions, aware of my mathematics, right? I used that metaphor earlier. You may or may not have heard it. No, I'm not inspired by existentialists. I've read a little bit of Soren Kierkegaard. I don't know that he's an existentialist, but I do know that the existentialists were inspired by Eastern philosophies, specifically Buddhism, and I came to the person I am through Zen, if that answers that question. No, I wouldn't say that existentialism is a driving force for me, but I would say that I get along very well with existentialist thinkers. Srimad Bhagavatam, no, I haven't. Probably, Anthony. I haven't read as much or as widely as I should have, but I'm making an effort. Hello, Am. Did I miss anybody up here? It hit me real fast. Yeah, I don't think I did. I agree, Cindy. I agree. I prefer to observe arguments. Well, now I get in them, right? But I think the reason the debate format works philosophically, but also the debate format works as far as peer review and entertainment, infotainment, is because it's easier to be self-critical, stand outside yourself and observe your reactions to an argument than it is to stand outside and observe your reactions to an argument you're having. An argument you're watching in the first case, and an argument you're having in the second. I think that a lot of us think that we're very good at arguing when we're watching arguments, but then we get into an argument and we don't know the footwork. Oh, that's cool. Soichiro Honda's biography. That's cool. And the Communist Manifesto is also cool that you're reading it. It's going to take me some time. It's going to take me some time to get around to, I don't know that I know that is Marx, but it's going to take me some time to get around to Marx. His history was bad, and that is enough for me to argue with him until the day I die. His interpretation of history, his framework was flawed. I shouldn't say bad. His framework was flawed, and for that reason, I'm going to argue with him and seem hyper aggressive toward the people who worship him in a way that I know I shouldn't. Hello, Salto. What's up? I'm gonna Taco Bell, cutie pie. For sure, learning disabilities are a significantly wider. They're a significantly wider maladaptation. That's what I'm trying to say. Than people fully appreciate. Hey, heard that, high voltage. If I don't use it, it's because I didn't find the link. But thank you, and don't give up on me. I'm just a little bit slow. Thank you, cutie pie. Philalitheia is not my actual name. No, neither is Shaggy. They're both descriptors of me as an online entity. Yes, the as a kid part. We're given learning as a task as a kid. And so a lot of people learned learning disabilities. They disabled their learning faculties. The last time I showered was in September of 2024. I don't think that's a crumb. I think it's actually I think it's just, I think it's a gray hair. I think it's a cluster of gray hairs right there. Showering with knowledge. Thank you. High voltage. I used to call these the fountain. That was last year. It was more than 12 months ago. Not that one. Yeah. I know you're just trying to get me to move my beard around and interact with my beard, but my girlfriend says she likes it when I do that, so I'm letting you get away with it for her benefit. You respect me? I appreciate that. I haven't bathed with water in 16 months or whatever, cutie. I use what's What's it called? Baking soda wipes. Arm & Hammer baking soda wipes. At Mecca? No. Sorry, copy. Feel clean enough, often, cutie. I don't smell. Yes, learning curves. We have a lot of trauma. We have a lot of fear responses to our peers who showed signs of being faster paced learners than we were. Yes, copy. I'm in a Taco Bell, bud. Yes, and we all have things that we naturally learn. Some of us are better visual learners, some of us are better audio learners, some of us are better tactile learners. But I'm not telling you that you're wrong, but that paper, that book or essay or whatever, the learning styles doesn't actually doesn't actually hold up under scientific rigor. It was one guy's opinion, and it turns out that he was very wrong. That when tested in a lab, the learning styles don't show up as distinct styles. So I'm not saying you're wrong. You've found that visually you're a better learner, but in a lab, it would turn out that that's a bias. Opinion on the rise of adulthood virginity and incels. Historically, that is what happened when economies are unstable. So usually it's the women who withdraw from the dating and sex markets, but men are withdrawing from the dating and sex markets for the same reason that women used to historically. So historically, women were responsible for significantly more than shitting out babies. A wife was responsible for the day-to-day of the household. And so in the period between roughly 800 AD, the height of the chaos of the collapsing Carolingian Empire, And 1200 AD, young women en masse removed themselves from the dating and marriage schools by taking vows of celibacy in nunneries, and it almost tanked the European population. But the reason they did it was because of the economic instability of the Viking Age. So women were responsible, like CEOs of modern corporations, because modern corporations are built off the house structure of the developing feudal system, and the feudal system came to a head, a describable system. Feudal isn't what they called it, and the feudal systems, really. But by 1200, Europe had developed a governmental style that was uniquely European, and the corporation uses the model of the 13th century, emerging 13th century kingdoms, right, system. So women, during this time period, they were responsible for being effectively the CEOs of modern day corporations. Every house was considered a modern day corporation, so the women were responsible for making them profitable. And if the women didn't make them profitable, because, for example, Vikings kept raiding them, then the women couldn't keep the men employed. So in the King Arthur stories, there's evidence of what I'm about to tell you. But one of the ways that these women kept the fighting men employed was with sexual favors. And so if you don't have the money to pay them, and it's easier for them to work for the people raiding you, everything collapses. And so young women said, well, fuck, we have no chance to stop these Vikings. And they're just going to kill us anyway if we're surrounded by these men who refuse to fight back. So they went to nunneries, where, at least when they died, they were martyrs. And that happened a lot. A lot. That's where the or cut off your nose to spite your face comes from. There's a nunnery that was attacked by Vikings. So dudes are falling out of they're falling out of the fertility race, because everything they make, everything they do, all of their time has to be on the girl, has to be on the female, and has to be for the female, and she's going to find more and more and more irrational ways to tell you that everything you're doing is because you hate her and not because you love her. And so they've just chosen to say, fuck all that. Fuck all that. We are fertile. Males are fertile until death. And 18-year-old girls will always be 18, regardless of how old we are when we choose to engage with them. And so long as mature women insist on competing in the dating and sex market with young women by behaving like young women, then men are going to continue to refuse them, because the economy is not good enough for us to be able to afford that dumb shit. And it just becomes a regressive cycle. And intelligent, the same kind of people like me who would have dropped out of college 20 years ago, those people are just dropping out of dating and getting jobs. It's the smart move economically. Because as a man, you can always wait out fertility. Yeah. Seven. Hello, Vortex. I don't have a credit card ready. Not yet, I don't. I still got a few inches before I can't get it clean. A lot. 18, Benny. What's up, Jaden? You see it, Jaden? limping along, keeping it moving. I'm certain that she doesn't want my help sweeping the floor. Well, trolling is a technique of fishing, Cindy. It is a fishing technique. And so if the goal is to fish for attention, and that is what most people learned from the public education system is how to troll for attention, then yeah, they're very intelligent. They get their emotional and psychic needs met constantly. I don't think the trolls rule, though. I think the trolls are like the plebeians in Rome. The trolls must be fed because otherwise the numbers in the Colosseum aren't high enough. I don't understand what you're saying, Bingo. Your punctuation is confusing. You do better than that. I don't know what that means. High voltage? I don't know what that means, buddy. Well, yeah, and then there's the brain rot of it, Cindy. Thank you, Jamie. I can't promise that I'm going to do it a lot. Why do you do things on purpose that you're not supposed to? Because you lack discipline and healthy respect for consequences. Obviously, that's why. Thank you, Rachel. Hey, what's up, Chicago? I haven't seen you around in a minute. How you doing, man? Yeah, I haven't seen you around because I have not been around. I have been depressed and unwell, and I have needed space. So I have made it. And I can only apologize for that so many times. Glad to hear you're all right, SSDD.
What do you want, Branston?
I'm thankful that you're still kicking to fight through it.
There you go, and it's out, like.
Heard that, Rachel. God is always with you.
They're sorry,
God prepared me. God prepared me for the hardship that is coming. He warned me. The omens were bad and the omens were right. El Diablo. The devil. Poison self-thoughts.
right on the corner of the counter, okay, with the thermometer. All right?
What up, Jaden? I don't think there's a favorite one. Voltage. It's because I am, actually. What's up? I think I already said that. I think I hit you first and then I doubled back. You almost got it twice, Jaden. Yeah, do you want to share her comment, high voltage, that changed your... I believe in miracles, and I believe in timing, and I absolutely believe in providence. So, do you want to talk to me? There was a guy who came into my life around this time last year. He said similar things to me. And then he later thought that I was just trying to hurt his feelings and make him feel bad about who he is as a person, and that was never true. A lot of people tell me that. So do you want to talk about it? I'd love to give you the floor. Just hear what you're talking about, because I don't think you have no future. I think that's got to be objectively false. Objective in this case, meaning that I don't need you to be wrong, but the surrounding context doesn't seem right to make that true. Every day, Sir Sippin, is a new blessing. I don't think I caught what you said, Fresh. You must have used a banned word. Sorry, sweetheart. Probably. Turgid, it wouldn't need to be a microphone though. Just need to be the camera. Our faces are pretty good indicators of what we're thinking. What we're thinking, maybe not what we're thinking about. Specifically, right? But the manner in which we're thinking. I'm sure someone's done facial analysis to even show when people are realizing that they're hungry or that they got a shit. I'm sure someone's done it. I don't think I could stop you if I wanted to, Tim.
You can order whenever you're ready.
I don't know if it's good for the soul. It's good for the tongue. I enjoy the way it tastes. Makes my stomach hurt after a while. Really don't need more than 20 ounces of it, but definitely don't need more than 32. Hello, hungry? I'm Vincent. I'm glad you think my look is cool. I don't know what that means, Scott. I mean, I know that it's a reference to that movie, but I don't know what it means. Scatty? I feel like you could wait 2 or 3 days and probably be alright. Usually I just get Taco Supremes.
Whole line's done. I'm working on hot line now. This whole side, I'll be letting out. All the dishes are being already.
What are you humming, Sarah? Hello, Laura. Is Beers your surname or is that your record? Probably not your record. Maybe like your lifetime total. That one's new, Crabman. I had a feeling. That would be a, it'd be a cumbersome username. Like every Friday, you gotta add 12 to it. So, next week it's 4875. That's just a cumbersome username.
I had the doorhouse this summer.
I'm a dork. Sorry. I'm not well. AJ's, that's hard to read, man. Fishing and gaming adventures. I'm just gonna call you AJ. You don't have to take this advice. You don't have to take this feedback. But like caps at the F and the G and the A. The A's of and adventures would help a lot for comprehension. You don't have to do that. Nobody's paying you to do it. Just rocking that writ. I had a trade. I mean, I have trade skills, but no, I'm not. I'm not using them for an employer. No, I am self-employed at this though. Wit and wisdom, sure. I prefer to approach it with mirth, but super seriousness works too. The things people want to talk about don't tend to. Hey, I'm thankful you're here too. So thanks for being here. The things people want to talk about don't tend to lend themselves to mirth. The economy is actually not bad, but the economy has been on a downturn for the last decade, so most people want to talk about things that are depressing and sad. Hi, Caden. A lot of people who spend time on the internet are ill or sad. Exasperated? Okay, so let me make sure that I interpret the question right. You're asking me, you're asking me, do we not have a kind of standardized nationalistic history that everybody agrees on? And in addition to that, do we have a hyper individualistic ethos, cultural mandate almost? And were those things exacerbated by social media culture? It's kind of a cart before the horse argument question, from the way I see it. We were talking about education earlier. Cindy and I were talking about education earlier, and I made a video today talking with Jim and I a little bit about the history of public education. And so, yes, nebulous is a good word for the popular historical understanding, because before social media, being able to have nuanced, contextual conversations about the past was something reserved for a small percentage of the population. Anything beyond the immediate past was reserved for people who read a lot of books and people who worked in the histories, who worked in the humanities. Politicians and the news media stayed current because the further back in time, or the further away in time you get from an event, the more nuanced interpretations of it become, because the more information about it becomes public. Becomes not public, becomes available to researchers. I don't think it was social media. I think it was new media. I think it was podcasts. I think that podcasts, if what you're looking for is an exacerbation where you take this specialized information and you abstract it into the public sphere, it was podcasts. It was new media. It was Joe Rogan, and it was Mark Maron, and it was the Skeptic's Guide to the Galaxy, and it was podcasts. It was the very, very early podcasts that are now legacy podcasts. Yeah, they've been extracted. They've been abstracted by semi-professionals. Which is why I'm here on some level, is to try to get that abstract back to the people. Because that's what happens to religions. Religions abstract among the professionals and the semi-professionals, the theologians and the priests. Religions abstract out of the ready cognizance, or the easy understanding of their parishioners, and then they schism and break apart and start over. And so if social media, if the social media landscape doesn't want to fragment and break apart so totally that there's no synergy among them, right, that YouTubers can't use Twitter, etc., if they don't want that, we got to have better semi-professionals. We got to have better lovers. Agreed, Nikolai. Avoid drugs. You'll be here earlier than I was. The weed contributed. Blurg Hermit? Hello, Blurg Hermit. It was hard for me to read that. I almost read Blurg Hermit. Just put the G and the H together. blurgerman, like a German word or something. But I do agree, Nick. I would absolutely lay off drugs until at least 25. I waited until I was 30. Absolutely. Around 30. I dabbled in weed in my early 20s, but I had a friend. Hello, Sheila. Yes. There were recent studies that showed that weed and nicotine combined lead to longer and blacker bouts with depression as well. I don't understand the second half of your question, Starbound. I mean, after you insulted me, I stopped caring too.
No, I see it. It's almost figured. But that's because was. Is it gray horse or white horse? No, I think it was good name.
It's harder to give you the empathy to try to understand what you meant to say when you've insulted me. It's like, well, the next thing they're going to say, their follow-up to explain what it is just going to be an insult too. What's up, Mo? Not great, dude. But I'm here, pushing through it. Because if I don't push through it, what was it all for? I haven't got anything to eat yet. I should do that, but I'm on here, so. Thanks. I'm glad you're glad to hear it, man. Genuinely. Thanks.
My car, right here, the one right here, we'll look, see if this one works.
If you're gonna put in the effort to call both of my parents, I'm impressed. Take care, Ma. It's gonna be a long, cold night. Long, cold night. Wait, what is this? Hello, Murder. Sorry, I missed you. It's a secret. Mysterious. Seven. I am chilling with Panera. I really need to end this live in a minute because it's midnight and I should get food, but they're going to be open. What day is it? It's Saturday, right? They're going to be open till 2. If I had a ceiling bird, I would be very happy that it's mad. As it is, my neighbor birds hate my fucking presence. That's you, Kuna? Richie, stuck at home looking for anything other than being at home? Hello, Jose. What's up?
Get out while you can.
God does love me. Yes, Taco Bell. Jesse. Hello, Timothy. Oh. What's up, Eric? Ow.
Hi.
Thank you, Burger. I appreciate it. Please don't call me Sunshine. Nice to have made your acquaintance as well, Laura. Thank you for hanging out. Please don't be afraid to join the rewatch crew. Or whatever. May we meet again, agreed. I don't know. High voltage. So I have pathological demand avoidance, which means that demands, either perceived or real, my brain puts a lot of effort into avoiding, whether I'm aware of it or not. It's a neurological autism spectrum trait. My goals in life are secrets that you don't get to know. VG5. Where was I at? Scheduling my life becomes a demand that spirals me into depressions. And right now my support network is more of a work in progress than a net. So I don't know, but tomorrow. Well, Ozzy, the tweaker, it sounds like you lost a friend to illicit drugs, and that what you do is probably dramatically reevaluate your choices so you don't end up like them next. If I had to guess. Yeah, it's hard because the people in my life don't take it seriously, Laura. They don't take it seriously. I want to comply, which means that I volunteer, which means that I go first. And when I'm not reciprocated after I've gone first, I just don't anymore. And there are people in my life that just can't understand that. I used to play trumpet, I play a little bit of bass, and I sing avidly, Jesse. Sounds like you still need to evaluate your life and make some changes there, Ozzy. Yes, I do love God. See you. Thank you for your blessings. I am doing okay. It is cold. Thank you for your concern. My left hand is broken. Take care, Laura. My father crushed my left hand when I was a boy, just to do it. So I don't know if you can see it, but this finger is naturally crooked. But I don't know if you can see the damage to my pinky. But let's see. I can't make. Can you see that I can't get this finger to curl with the others in line? Bass for me was a very serious labor of deep suffering and love. I had to re-break this knuckle to get it to set properly, and it lacks the proper tendon structure. Hey Jazz, I see you, buddy. It lacks the proper tendon structure, so getting my hand just to be able to open like this, it still hurts, was a real struggle over the course of months. And I can't, that hurts, that's agony. So playing her, I can't, and I shattered my collarbone playing high school football, or middle school football actually, and I didn't know until I went to play bass, and I lifted my arm up into the proper place and realized that my collarbone makes a right angle right here. So no, I'm not good at the bass, but I loved fingering Betty deeply, and I miss her. We all have pain. I'm not complaining. I'm telling a story of how I fought through the pain because the end goal was more important to me. Can you please fucking stop, Vox? What the hell? But yeah, I played trumpet through high school. I loved it. I love performance. So here we arrive. Hey, that's cool, Jazz. The Jazz are off to a bad start. I'm sorry to hear that, man. No, I wouldn't say that I'm a rich man. VG, there are ironic arguments about poverty and knowledge or wisdom, composure under fire, being riches, that I could facetiously or rhetorically argue if I wanted to puff myself up to make myself seem more important than I believe I am. No, I wouldn't argue that I'm rich. I'm in Ohio, Chucky D. I can't play guitar. I owned a guitar. My ex-girlfriend, she bought me a guitar because she wanted me to play it for her, and I can't. Just can't. Fingers too dumb. It would take too long. Snowy. Sort of. Nothing sticking, but yeah, we're getting a little bit of sleet. Winter, they call it winter mix. A little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if something real serious is coming real soon. Just pray for me the tent holds up through it. I can't move to a warmer place. That's not true. Maybe. Yeah. Probably. Maybe. She's withholding it, but there's a woman who wants to move me to Florida and doesn't want me to suffer through this at all. But whether that is an offer I can trust or not, I don't know. I'm okay. I'm okay, Jen. I can't afford a bale of hay, and I couldn't move it anyway, man. But hey, I'm stoked for your Seahawks. What about Florida, Chucky? Oh, you asked me if I could move to a warmer climate, and maybe. There's a non-zero chance, but significantly smaller than 50% chance after today and the last 6 weeks, frankly. I have a tent, John. Gonna be a mess. I hope so. I would love an excuse to just stay in the tent all day. I am insulated, Johnny. I'm good. I got 2 more hours. I got actually until these guys leave, but I wouldn't ever. What's the word I'm looking for? Overextend my welcome beyond close. I don't like being here beyond close. I don't like being anywhere beyond when they close the doors. I feel like a major dick. I don't really like beaches, Jesse. I like the woods. I like the mountains. I like snow. I'd like it to just dump a whole mountain of snow on me, because so long as it doesn't break the spine of my tent, it'll actually insulate my tent. I'm really looking forward to the tent freezing on the outside because it'll insulate the inside. Less of my hot air will get cold before equilibrium remains the same as outside. Northern Arizona, I don't want to move. There's one woman I promised myself to already, and I told her I was going to take her to the mountains. She wants to put that in jeopardy for dumb, stupid shit that doesn't mean anything to anybody and won't mean anything to her tomorrow. C'est la vie. It would be you two doing this. Whether it's her or you or whoever it would be, the behavior wouldn't change. She is. She wants to tell me that she's not, and that she knows my behavior better than I do and all this, but it's been fucking 3 months. Snow is peaceful. There are fewer drivers, just as a rule. The snow is peaceful. No, John, I'm not going there. We're gonna find out, Jesse. She's not gonna like that I said that to you. She's gonna get fucking mad at me anyway. She's probably very unlikely to watch this one. It's 5 degrees in Montana. Are you elevated, Pete? Are you in the mountains? I don't know how actually mountainous Montana is. I just know that it's in the name. I didn't get elevated. I just said we're not going there. When I get elevated, you can tell me to relax. You're in the plains and it's that cold? That's rough. You're a little bit higher than me in latitude, though. Did I get that right? It's beautiful in Montana, man. Beautiful. My aunt was obsessed with Montana when she was a teenage girl, so I've seen picture after picture after picture. It's beautiful. If you know how to deal with it, once it gets under freezing, your body doesn't know the difference. The only difference, frankly, is the rapidity with which you die. Yeah, cold, for sure. But to the people who live there, the difference in that and a harsh Ohio winter is negligible. They're just dying slower. I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I did spend last winter in the tent. I'm saying this from the perspective of somebody who grew up in the plains of North Carolina, where 125 in the summer was whatever, run around in a flannel shirt, nobody fucking cares. And then 60 degrees in the winter was, I'm dying. The duality, for sure. Thank you for noticing, Megan. And so it took me some talking myself through. You're not actually dying last year. It took me a lot of it. But then, you sleep through -5 and you sleep through 30, and it's like the difference was the rapidity with which my body heat left me. It didn't feel worse. So if you know how to insulate, you know how to, and it's not a big deal. Like I'm really, for example, and I'm not a badass. Don't think I'm a badass. I feel like a badass, but that's just because of how sheltered I was growing up in North Carolina. I know, but like I took off my shirt today because I got too hot on my walk, and I can feel the water freezing on my body as I'm wiping it off really quickly because I can feel how quickly it's cooling my body, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm like that guy in that show who meditates up on the top of the mountains. Fuck no, you're not. The only thing you have in common with them is being human. Cold and wet. It's the wet the wet. That's what you notice the difference. Yeah, it's wet in Ohio, and in the winter that shit doesn't go anywhere. Cold evaporation is different than heat evaporation, and remaining hydrated is different and much more difficult actually in the winter, in the cold. But yeah, the wet is what creeps up on you, will catch you, and will kill you because you can't get it off of you. Once you're wet in the winter and serious cold, you're just wet now. Because when it warms up on your body, it's wet again. I'm sorry, when it freezes and then warms up on your body, it's just wet again. And so now it's just wet and cold. And so there's no getting it off of you by like in the summer, it'll just evaporate through your clothes. So like all of my clothes are the water tangible. I don't know what that's called, but where water will evaporate through the particles, and that doesn't help me in the winter. I love Scully. That's what you get. Boots are frozen solid. Yeah. The first time I put my feet into frozen boots really freaked me out. That was weird. Yeah. The first night that I had to break the ice off of my tent to get the door open I was terrified the first time. It was cool once I had done it, like, oh cool, look what I just survived. But like at the time I had to pee, I'm thinking I'm gonna piss all over the inside of my tent. I can't get out of my tent. It was laughable, but it was also, this is gonna suck in 15 minutes. Not even that long. Thank you guys for not giving me a pity party. I'm fine. I did this last year and I have better gear. And again, I'm actually kind of really looking forward to my walk home tonight. I really enjoyed my walk. I went down to the head shop today. I really enjoyed my walk in the cold. Because it was cold when I got up. And then once I started moving, I got to get out of some of these layers, actually. Okay, Jax. If that's what you need to do. I still appreciate it. I'm here to get you to know you guys in my way. Not because I think my way is better for you, but because I think my way is better for me, and I don't think you've ever seen anybody do it this way. Thank you. I haven't gotten a lot of space and faith to be myself my way. Doubt is a healthy emotion. Doubt is a healthy state of being. But constantly doubting that a person is who they are is gaslighting, because you're telling them that all of their outcomes equal doubt, and there's no win there. All of their behavior, no matter whether it's the behavior you're demanding or the behavior you're going to get, it's always going to be the same. It's always going to ultimately be what you're going to get. Because when somebody tells you, what do I want to do? I want to do something like this, John, but I want to do it in auditoriums. I would love to be able to do meaningful Q&As where I would love, I've been doing what I want to do. Apart from I've been playing games, and I've been using my specific frame, my worldview, to play these games in a different way. But I've been going live secretly so that no one will interrupt me and no one will influence what I'm saying by their presence, and just speak in my mind about whatever. And that's what I want to do. I want to be in a place where, like people like Jordan Peterson, but Jordan Peterson kind of put me on this path, not because I'm a disciple, but because I watched him and went, that's inadequate, I could do better. So I see myself as a Shaggy Dog storyteller. A Shaggy Dog storyteller is someone who tells winding, meandering stories that don't have any beginning, middle, or end, and seem pointless until years later. And so I want to encourage people to think deeply. I'm sure there are lots of people who basically do what I do. A lot of people this summer couldn't really differentiate between me and people like Charlie Kirk and Matt. I made a video about him today. Oh, did I miss a, I'm sorry, Alternative Cal. I was thinking and I was looking at the screen, but I was looking way past the screen. I'm very sorry that I missed that. Alternative Cal, thank you very much for the happy poop. I'm sorry I didn't see it. Wanda fans, I know I'm missing a lot of you. Jay, Wanda, thank you guys. I was thinking, and there's a lot of you that I haven't given attention to. Stank, I appreciate that you enjoy me, pal. I really dislike Jordan Peterson as well. When I say he set me on this path, it doesn't have to mean because I like him. I dislike him intensely, but seeing him doing what he's doing, you may or may not have seen it, but I did say that a lot of where we're at socially, where people kind of just like choose their sources of information, whether those sources of information are credible or credulous or not, it comes from podcasts, and it comes from people like me, frankly. I feel responsible. Can we slow down for a second and just kind of let me explain to Mr. Gatt what's going on? I feel responsible, personally responsible. Okay? I know I'm not, but I feel personally responsible for being a major advocate of the podcasting format and a major advocate for people like Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson. I cannot call him the Jewish guy, but the famous Jewish guy that hangs out in those circles. What's his fucking name? I don't want to derail myself trying to remember his name. His wife's got the dry pussy, that whole fucking fiasco. I was a major advocate for new media, but specifically Dan Carlin. I was a major advocate for Dan Carlin. I got a lot of people to listen to Dan Carlin and Common Sense and Hardcore History because whether he was right or not, I was still ignorant enough very recently that I thought that new media was the right response to corporate-controlled media. I feel deeply responsible that new media has not just contributed, but is the reason for the schism that has left so many of your lives in utter disarray. So I'm here to try to correct what I acknowledge was a mistake by making a lot of mistakes along the way. And I use games like 7 Days to Die, Dragon Age Origins, and I don't edit my experience because brute forcing my way through learning is how I do it, and it's not the optimal way. I also do not do optimal things because I'm a pattern creature who never, frankly, patterned his life after being in public and actually being able to attain a lifelong goal or dream of being a performer and public speaker. I gave up on my life and on myself to prove my parents right when I turned 16. I maintained that attitude and that direction in my life until I met Rachel. Okay? And it has taken me a long time to self-correct, to wanting to be alive and wanting a future. It's something I rejected for myself. And so I am here to correct for what I feel like was a major mistake. Listening to and elevating podcasters to the kind of voice that people like Charlie Kirk and that Matt fuck guy and Joe Rogan and Dan Carlin, Jordan Peterson, that whole Daily Wire, Daily Mail, whichever, that whole ecosystem of scumbags, I feel responsible for. And I do not feel like I can go to God and not be told I have to come back and correct for my behavior unless I work at correcting for my behavior. And that means teaching other people how to be better at what those motherfuckers are doing than I am. But I also have to eat in the process, and that confuses a lot of people. So I have cut my expenses to as small as I can to make myself as humble as I can possibly be, to ask you to think deeper. Just think a little bit deeper. I'm getting passionate, but think a little bit deeper about our public speakers and entertainment. And it has fallen on very deaf and resistant ears. And I have not had the emotional tool set or the support network necessary to just fight through it. I've gone to ground and taken rest, and there are a lot of people who are super fucking mad at me about it, and they can't understand that not stopping to allow them to properly flay me alive, just continuing on, is the only actual way to get better. I've been thinking about this a lot. It has absolutely nothing to do with the events
Have a
of
good night,
today's.
Vincent.
Yeah, you too, dude. Thank you. It has absolutely nothing to do with why I'm in the mood that I'm in tonight. But I've been thinking about how to articulate this for a really long time, and I've been thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking about it. And I watched a lot of football recently, and I've stopped the chat because I'm trying to answer this one question. I've been thinking about it a lot. In the NFL, there's a maxim, an idiom, that cornerbacks have to have a short memory. Because if you stop and dwell on every single mistake, every single time the wide receiver gets open, every single reception, every single play that didn't go exactly your way, you will never win when it does go your way, because you will still be thinking about the time you fucked up, and your hands will do the thing you did when you fucked up. Everybody knows this. You're telling your hands, don't do that thing, and so what do? Cut you, right? Don't do that, and so they do. What's going on is that I am publicly going about correcting for my mistakes and my behavior patterns, so people can watch and say, okay, well, I'm not going to do it like that, but I appreciate the model. I appreciate the example, because these people, Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, our vice president, okay, these people can't change, or their paying audiences will go away. And so what that means is that I walked into this aware that if I show any actual and meaningful character growth without being transparent at the beginning that I am here to demonstrate character growth, I will drop viewers at every stage of my character growth. And so far, what has happened with the channel is, as I'm telling them that my character is growing, they've dropped off. And they ask me, people ask me, the newcomers, they ask me, do you really not care? And it's like, I can't stop and mourn every single person who betrays me because I showed character growth and development. Otherwise, all I am doing is avenging dead versions of me, and that is an ego death cycle that leads to me at 16. That was the particular psychic torture that my mother put me through until she kicked me out at 18. So when people tell me I can't understand that parent, you don't need to understand that parent. You need to understand one of very few survivors of that specific psychic torture. Because if you can understand the survivor of psychic torture, you can understand how you are being tortured and how you can survive it. Because very rarely do we actually find ourselves in power over our jailer or our torturers. This is why it's a power fantasy. But what we can do is we can survive with grace and dignity. And so that is what is going on, Mr. Gat. I am surviving extreme suffering with grace and dignity. Okay, I hear you, John, as far as building capital to build what I really want, but the capital that I need is believers. Yeah, Mitch, women are horny and women get turned on by men that they feel power over. Yes, alternative. Alternative says that I can be objective, that she can listen to anyone, but that doesn't mean that I love them. And I can't listen to anyone for very long because I can't be objective. None of us can, not for long. Hey, no, yeah, Jazz, if somebody asked me earlier why I'm trying to turn off future audience members, and it's so they don't, give me a watch hour count projection that's untenable. Joe Rogan is trash. I agree, Mitch. I am in a Taco Bell, Jack. Hello, Jack. Heard that, John. You might want to rethink using the internet to sell your product. If you still don't understand how I feel responsible, Mr. Gatt, I'll circle back around and I'll say it again. But I encouraged a lot of people to abandon traditional media for new media. Yes, and Candace Owens is one of my least favorite people in the world. Yes, she also drove me to this. I made my very early videos on YouTube are almost entirely reactions to Candace Owens. We're all responsible, yes, but because I saw it first, that meant that it was my responsibility to do something about it first. I'm glad you like Red Dead Redemption 2, Gracie. I was saying that to Chicago, by the way. Yes, round on the end and high in the middle. Len, round on the ends and high on the middle, yes. Yes, kind to one another, and the word, okay, so Mr. Gatt, I do agree with you that it starts at being kind to one another, but the word kind does mean similar. And so it means remembering that we're the same thing and that we're all struggling in the same ways. Thank you, Chicago. You didn't hear me say it today, but when I was a boy, when I was 6 years old, I determined to myself that there was no amount of suffering, no amount of pain that I couldn't endure and would not endure if it wasn't between me and my goals. So, if that's willpower or stupidity, I choose to think of it as willpower. What up, Mustang? Okay, I'm caught up with you guys now. Thank you for it. For those of you who sat through that, thank you for giving me the opportunity to just say that. I guess there are a lot of people that needed to hear me say it in the past. I guess I hadn't articulated it to those people. 7, gamer. I don't know what that means, Mitch, but probably not. I'm trying to engage in my life, in these lives, with dignity and grace. So it doesn't always mean not losing my shit in righteous fury, but I'm not going to say things that you can milk for the funnies very frequently. If that were true, when I dropped the N-bomb this summer, that would have happened then. Hey Gina, what's up? It already did, we just don't talk about it, Raleigh. Yeah, for a while. I'm gonna be here for a little while yet. You heard wrong. Well, wait a minute, warning systems. What if you are? Why does it have to be me? And why does there have to be a hierarchy of better or greater if we're all in God's image? Then he made us as equally flawed as he is not. I tried to explain this earlier, that the image means the equal and opposite. And so combined, we are as flawed and broken as God is not. You ever think about that? Now, I'm not tough, GT Gaming, but I will hurt you very badly if you want to say that to in my presence. Were we made for him? What does that mean, warning system? Because if we were made for him, you're adopting a Sumerian theology that's nowhere present in the Hebrew Bible. You don't know me, GT. I'm not tough knuckles. I will use a weapon. And because you're menacing me right now, what I'm doing is not a threat, and it's not advocating violence. You're menacing me, and I'm telling you right now, if you were in my presence saying these things to me, you would be very, very badly hurt. Because this Taco Bell would come and hurt you. I hear you. His love comes from the free will to say the most abhorrent things about him, but still be welcome in his grace and his company. It shouldn't be scary to you, because you're never going to be in my presence. But I am allowing you to continue to talk your tough guy talk. I have nothing to live for, GT. I will hurt you very badly. Okay, well, wait, warning. You said earlier that we were made for him, and now you're saying we're made to be loved by him. Those are tenuous and contradictory theological stances to occupy. Told you already I'm not threatening you, GT. I'm upset about a lot, Jenna, but I'm mostly upset about my girlfriend withholding her affection from me for weeks and saying it's my fault. He is the one who loved us first. He loved us first. It doesn't mean that we have to love him back. You don't understand, GT. You menacing me and me reacting is irrespective of age. It's still a crime for you to menace me. Oh no, I was saying that if you said those words to me in my presence, that you would get hurt very badly, and that I'm not tough with my knuckles, because I will absolutely use a weapon to defend myself. I in no way said that I would use a weapon with you, or that I would hurt you. I explicitly said that the kitchen would come and stomp you into dust. Whatever's at hand. From defending myself from a stranger, I don't need to worry about style points. Frankly, your acting this way as a minor means that somebody already needed to stomp on your dad years ago. Oh, I know they would defend him because they've already offered to defend me from people who've come in and bothered me. Well, if you say that what you said isn't what you were saying, it is what you said. So choose your words better. What I said isn't what I meant, then it isn't what you meant. Why'd you say it? Okay, yeah, but now you're doubling down and the things you're saying are contradictory. We're either made to serve him or we're made to because he made us. Those aren't the same thing. And it doesn't actually work in a continuous loop toward eternity the way you think. If anything, it's a half pipe. Yes, GT. Because many of these people are former criminals and they would love the opportunity to get two hots in a cot. Yeah, I said that right. Sure, Warren, but you're still occupying mutually exclusive hills. We were either made to serve or we were made because he loved, not both. It doesn't work that way. We were either made for him because he had some goal external to the human experience that he needed accomplished, or his act was a divine act of lovemaking. These are mutually exclusive hills. You can't occupy both of them. There's no river that runs beneath. Well, sure, Mustang, but just because he's a troll doesn't mean that there aren't well-meaning people that don't know those are mutually contradictory ideas. In fact, mutually contradictory religions. Well, not regardless. It's one or the other. Probably neither. One is, well, the latter, that God made us as an act of divine lovemaking, is a metaphor that's every religion. So Jesus isn't particular to that interpretation. And the idea that God made us to serve is a specifically Sumerian theological position. So it is not regardless. You're occupying heretical positions one way or the other. Because Jenna, if this woman is going to withhold her affection, I don't have any reason not to put myself in prison. I won't have to worry about where my next meal is going to come from. And they'll probably repair my leg and pelvis because they won't have any choice. I've never disagreed with you on the position that God loves us. Hello for us. One. I've never disagreed with you. I've never even attempted to contradict you on the theological position that God loves us. A lot, Techno. Thank you for us. A lot. I shattered my patella, and I just absolutely wreaked havoc on both of my CLs, the outside and the inside. And I seriously herniated my pelvic floor. Well, no, a series of women, Jenna, but this last one is just like, that's where I'm at right now. So my left leg is trying to fall off. I don't have any great love for organized religion either for us. No, my leg is getting worse every day for us. It's gotten to the point where every time I pee, I'm genuinely terrified. Nobody believes me, but you saw what I saw when I pee. It's okay for us. It's a compound injury. Saying I wrecked my bike in the rain. I was a commuter bicyclist for like 6 months of my life. And at the peak of my athleticism, I was riding down the hill from where I worked, and I didn't know that the concrete changed texture at the bottom of the hill. And I went to change, and it was no longer texturized. I don't know how much you pay attention to concrete, but for whatever reason, the concrete at the curb wasn't texturized. So when I went to turn, I was seeing how fast I could go down, but I wasn't going at an appropriate speed. I didn't know the concrete wasn't texturized. So when I turned my front wheel, my back wheel kept going. So my leg got trapped in the bicycle, and I spun around on my leg. I was fine. I was wearing my helmet, and I landed on my backpack anyway. So when my head was whipped back, I didn't have any whiplash damage. My helmet absorbed the blow. I didn't have any dizziness or nausea or anything like that. But my leg did get twisted really bad in the bike. And so I just walked that off. I had to get back to work. I had to go back to work the next day. So I got home and put a brace on it and whatever. But the second half of that injury is riding that bike. I gave myself saddle sores. And so if you don't know what a saddle sore is, it's grotesque. For those of you who don't want to think about injured genitals, this is where you mute me. but it's where your pelvic floor muscles are rolled up like Play-Doh, is how the medical professionals actually describe it. It's where the pelvic floor muscles get rolled up into a big knot, not really a knot, but like a corded rope. By the action of the bicycle, the back and forth of the bicycle. If you put your pelvic floor on the horn of the seat and you rest your weight on that results. And so I got tired one day and I wasn't paying enough attention to my form, and I did that to myself. And then I stressed my pelvic floor, and it ripped. It actually had cascading tears along my pelvic floor and up around the front of my hip. And so those have just opened. And see, the thing that people don't know about muscle injuries like mine is that the muscle, your body will eat the dead and dying muscle so it doesn't go gangrenous. And so I pee a lot of brown, which means I'm peeing a lot of evaporated muscles. And so right now, the only thing that's holding my guts inside my body is my hopes, prayers, and the skin of my taint. And so it's gross and horrible, and I do a lot of crying about it because it's gross. Yeah, it's gross. Um, and so anyway, that tear has it's gone down around the left side. It's coming back up around the right side. So I'm just in free fall down there. There's no muscle creating a sheath. Just all of the tubes are just like this inside my body, and frankly inside my scrotum. Um, and the cascading tear has circled back around my glute and is now meeting up at the joint of my hip. And so I have to be careful when I walk, especially with the 20 pounds of my backpack, how I place my left leg, or my leg will just twist out of socket and I will no longer be able to walk. Maybe ever again. I don't know how I'll get to a hospital if I do that. And the body horror of feeling my hip wanting to come out of a joint when I sit down is it's a psychotic nightmare that anybody who might want me to get an erection or think about getting aroused is just frankly unimaginably selfish. And no, it's not good. It's not going to get better. I don't have access to enough food and rest. I can't take weight off of it. So there's weight on it permanently, and so it's just going to get worse until it falls off. And there's only one option that I have, and it's being withheld for reasons that are outside my control. Hi, Nyla. But we fight through it. Because I determined when I was 6 years old that there was no amount of suffering that I couldn't live through. God's gonna have to work a hell of a lot harder to kill me than that. Yeah, Mustang, my dad used to beat the fuck out of me. I can handle myself. I'm not that ugly. My eyes aren't that sunken, and my cheeks aren't that, they're not that square. Keeping. You're just off. You're way off. His nose is a hell of a lot smaller than mine too. But he's got those sunken, I don't even know how to describe them, pug eyes. He looks like a fucking, maybe like a Boston Terrier to me. Not a Boston Terrier, an English Bulldog. He looks like a fucking English Bulldog in the eyes to me. They're all sunken. Again, I'm not a tough guy. I just have very little to live for. So if someone thinks that they're going to win an easy engagement from me, with me, because I'm tall and skinny, injured and slow, and significantly out of practice, they're wrong. They're going to have to try as hard as God is to kill me. and it is going to come down to life or death because I am that badly injured. Like on the road the other day, I flipped this guy off because he didn't turn off in his turn signal, and he made me miss 2 car lengths that I could have crossed the street because his dumbass decided he wanted to stare at me. And guess what I was going to do when he was turning right, and he was indicating that he was going straight across a T intersection. And I was crossing the intersection. So we were going to be going the parallel direction. I had been indicating that for a very long time, and he made me wait 2 cars. And so when he pulled out, I flipped him off, and I said, "Nice turn signal, dickhead." Because he made me waste my time because he wanted to stare at my dick. Well, fuck him. And his truck. And all of you who drive trucks, by the way, you can all unsub and fuck right the fuck off because of this guy and every other guy who's done this. He yanks his car to a stop in the middle of the fucking road and gets out of it. And I told him, "You're going to want to get the fuck back in that car or you're going to be put in a grave subsequent to this." And I will say it to you. I am not tough. But if you're gonna get out of your car and think that you're gonna tough guy me, my dad used to beat my ass for fun. You don't know pain, but I will teach you. I am not afraid of you. Until you were a 6-year-old boy being beaten by a 6'2" former Army veteran because he just thought it'd be a fun thing to do that day. You don't know me. I'm not going to lose like a bitch. If I'm going to lose a fight, you're going to earn it. What do I mean? I have a pretty good idea who many of the people I'm talking to are. I don't have a larger audience than the commenters. They call me Eddie. I have a pretty good idea. I'm not happy to be this guy. It doesn't fill me with pride. It doesn't fill me with joy to express this, to have to tell people, you don't want to do that to me. Well, you better go look for it, M&J. Well, I'm going to talk about Gizmo. It doesn't fill me with pride and gladness to have to tell a potential infinite number of strangers because you said you lost your foot. It helps me gain viewers every day. It doesn't fill me with joy. It fills me with sadness. It depresses me to have to constantly remind people, especially people who tell me that they love me, that I am the product of abuse that you cannot understand. And that my responses to stress are not responses that you will be able to love. It doesn't fill me with gladness to do that. And it doesn't fill me with any particular gladness to engage with the trolls. But again, I can never know who is a well-meaning person in the audience who has never heard anyone give a well-meaning response to the things the trolls say. I just don't believe you, and I have no reason to, M&J. So I'm just not going to take you seriously. I don't know who the people who want to be here are in One's Place, because none of you are return viewers. Not on my screen right now. I hear you, Mustang. Well, I'm talking to you, M&J. Why do you think my life sucks? Why do you think I'm not happy? I have to talk to people like you. If I don't talk to people like you, I still have to read your shit. And so I think it's deeply unfair that your words have to bounce around inside my head, and I'm not allowed to return the same. I'm not allowed to put words in your head that you have to think about for the rest of your life. I think it's deeply unfair. You definitely did something, Eddie. I'm sorry, M&J. I'm sorry I called you out, Eddie. You definitely did something, M&J. It took doing something for your words to appear on the screen, so you definitely didn't do nothing. I think it's extremely unfair that I have to have these words bouncing around inside my head for the rest of my life, and they don't have to have mine. Okay, settle down, eat my balls. Serve them up on a platter of the most delicious and expensive caviar and just eat my balls. There you go, MJ. Anyway, I kept saying that I was going to be done with this by 1. It is 1 o'clock. I keep waiting on the good out. You guys are good. You remind me, I just tell you, you remind me of Algebra 2. You remind me of Algebra 2. Algebra 2 was my period 1 class. Well, I mean, it's 1 a.m., man. I'm about to go back to the tent and sleep. I said I wasn't going to do anything but these lives anymore. So anyway, you guys remind me of Algebra 2. It was my period 1 class in high school. I took Algebra 2 sophomore year so I could be done with my math credits. Sophomore year, I took, you only had to have 3 math credits in order to graduate with honors and college prep when I graduated, 2005 in Ohio. I'm glad you found it too, Mister. Stick around, take your time, and get to understand that not all of my responses are going to be the same as a sane person's. Because my parents hated me, so they tortured me for 18 years. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, right. I took Algebra 1 and Geometry freshman year, which we weren't supposed to do, but I got the algebra teacher to vouch for me. Not the algebra teacher. I got the geometry teacher to vouch for me before I'd met her. She vouched for my enthusiasm to learn math. And so I took Algebra 2 in sophomore year so I could take chemistry in junior year so I could graduate junior year. So I could be done with fucking high school senior year. The only credits I needed to graduate senior year were Spanish 4 and English 4 because they wouldn't let me take speech. They wouldn't let me double up speech junior year, and I wanted to take Spanish 4, but I was going to take PSCO, post-secondary college job. I was going to go to Shawnee State, whether they wanted me to or not, and so I did. So you guys remind me of Algebra 2. I took it with the seniors. I was a sophomore. Algebra 2, first period, was the senior skip class. Basically, it was the Algebra 2. It was remedial algebra. It was the period where they did remedial algebra for the athletes, the cheerleaders, and the otherwise dropouts. So I wasn't getting an education in that class. But you guys remind me of them. You remind me of them. Because what they were really good at is getting the teacher to not actually ever sit down. Because if she sat down, class was boring. And you had to rely on one another for entertainment. But if they could keep her at the blackboard, whether she was talking about class or she was talking about survival or she was talking about volleyball or softball or whatever other interests she had, as long as they kept her talking, they weren't talking to one another. And if they weren't talking to one another, there was no strife. No, I'm not here for the internet. That's what you remember me of. And there was always this guy, the Borophyll. No, I will not make out with you. I'm going to shout something out. There's always that guy. You guys remind me of remedial senior algebra when I was a sophomore. Maybe not all of you. And you got to remember that not all of the kids in that class were the fuck-ups. who were going to graduate, but they needed every ounce of help they could get. Not everybody in that class. But the class, as a group, knew to just keep her talking. And a lot of them like this, eyes, whatever, used to flirt with the teacher by asking that dumb shit. Same dumb shit. It's the same stuff. It's just, oh, I barely graduated. I had like a 2.3 or something. I barely graduated. But I got the minimum credits before junior year was over. And I'm establishing this as a patterned behavior of getting the bare minimums done as quickly as possible. It's fine. And yeah, maybe not all of you took Algebra 2, so maybe it's a story that's not going to hit you. The point isn't the class. The point is that there are two pieces of data that maybe you need to have, and the first is that first period math is biologically too early in the day to manage numbers. And I was a sophomore in the senior class, so I was an outsider. Sure, Eddie, excuses. You were 16. Thank you, Vimpira. I may have missed one of those earlier because when I get talking, I don't fully register everything, or I have Swiss cheese brains from repeat childhood concussions. If I don't hold on to the thought, I'll forget the entire thing. I'm not. I watch a lot of it's gone. Shit. Casa Grande. Roy Casa Grande. I watch it. Thank you again, Vampira, and hello. I watch a lot of Roy Casa Grande because I think it's awesome that he's able to go off the cuff. And even when he gets into a tangent, he's able to memorize where he goes off on tangents. And so he remembers the last thing he said, and he's able to repeat it. And when it's on TikTok, it looks like a TikTok edit. But the reason it looks like a TikTok edit is because they've cut out the tangent. And so he repeats himself specifically for the mnemonic to keep going. It's really, really excellent oral storytelling. Phenomenal oral storytelling. Eddie, I don't want to read your story, buddy. You don't pay me enough. But you said you... Okay, I understand. So this was real. You're saying that this actually happened to you. Okay. So you lost a part, hand, something. You lost some words there at the end. Right, and you did it, be damned of the consequences. Yeah, no, I got you, Eddie. You did it, be damned of the consequences. And so what you're doing is you're reacting to my saying that I'm not happy to react, damned be the consequences. That is an irresponsible and frankly very young child stupid behavior for an adult to do. And that's right. I do a lot of objectively stupid and stubborn behaviors, and I call it for religious reasons. But frankly, they're self-protective reasons. I love music. Mustang, I was talking earlier tonight. This is exactly what I'm fucking talking about. You know I'm trying to leave, and you're going to get me talking about something I can talk about for an hour. Yes, I love music. I've made videos this week about trying to find new music being a fucking nightmare. Well, Eddie, you have a life experience that few people have. And that puts you in a position to teach and be an example. Well, especially if you learned your lesson. If you learned your lesson, you're a moral. For those of you who've watched all the way from the beginning, you're a moral and object lesson. Yes, you did. step into a cultist live stream. Absolutely. Thank you, Rhea. Usually the people who call that out immediately say something that makes them seem like an asshole. So, they're nice, darling. Absolutely, Tina. Cult can absolutely be defined as any group human behavior, and if I were engendering a group identity, which is what the members are, then it's officially a cult. And so cults come in degrees. I made a video about this today. You can find it on the channel. But cults come in degrees, and I was talking earlier about ethics and morality can be organized in comparative hierarchies, and cult can absolutely be organized in comparative hierarchies. Hey, I love to hear that, Ray. It's intended to make the people who get it smile, and it immediately outs the people who aren't going to be welcome here for long. Okay, then you turn to it, shepherds. Oh, I see. You're fucking self-promoing. I'm trying to get a group of people who will fucking... I know that I just said that what you want is to keep me talking. But sometimes I need to step away from the blackboard. And so I'm trying to get a group of people going on Discord who will fucking engage with one another. And specifically Mackinfly, my devoted Patreon subscriber, so I don't have to. I should be in a mental hospital, Jess Skullduggery. I should absolutely be under medical surveillance. I should absolutely have the opportunity to go and rest under medical surveillance instead of relying on a tent and God. Absolutely, I should have access to that. But I don't know if you know this, Skullduggery, but since 2008, that is not an option to me because of the Obama administration. They took that away from us, the seriously mentally ill. I've never made an argument that I'm not mentally ill. I constantly make an argument that what I am saying is not paranoid or deluded. If I'm paranoid and delusional, you should absolutely call me out on it. But I am not. I'm lucid and I'm cogent. I'm not paranoid or delusional. My mother was a paranoid schizophrenic. My grandmother was schizophrenic. Schizophrenia is carried often. It's often passed to firstborns. I am at high risk for schizophrenia and dementia because of my Swiss cheese brain, because of all the concussions. CTE is real, and I am at high risk, very high risk. In 2008, I was watching and reading everything I could to understand what was going on in the Obama administration as a result of the 2008 market crash. No, I'm at very low risk of being gay. Believe me, I have tried on your dad over and over and over to maintain an erection, and I just can't. No. Ketamine therapy is not something that I'm interested in, but I did microdose on LSD for a month of my life, and that was the greatest month of my life as far as the stability of my mental health. Take care, Rhea. Thank you. I don't look like Johnny Knoxville. I think I look like Jim Carrey if I look like anybody. But I just see my dad's face, guys. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but I just look like a skinny version of my dad. I really don't want to, the real. I don't like to believe that I do, but I think that I have. Nicole, yes. Jim Carrey's become kind of tedious. No, I'm not taking my boots off, Duet. I should make fun of you for calling him Ken, but I'm not gonna. Jim Carrey, if he were still doing sketch comedy as Bruce Jenner, he has a Kim Carrey character. Very funny. It used to be Jim Carrey last time. I think it might be Timothy Oliphant now. I don't know. I don't watch enough movies, and there's going to be some recency bias there that seems like that's not true. I went and watched a bunch of movies on Patreon dollars and donation dollars this summer, but that dried up. Interest in that dried up fucking fast. Way faster than I anticipated. I mean, I did it to I just work with what God gave me. Skullduggery, I know what I'm doing as far as taking care of the hair. When the love of my life left me left me when I fucking kicked her the fuck out of my life in 2018. I chopped my hair off. I'd always kept it shoulder length. I chopped my hair off when I learned how to style it, and now it just does this. Because it's actually really fucking easy. I fucked a couple of barbers, hairstylists, and I watched them do my hair, and I watched them do their hair a couple of times, literally maybe 4 times over the span of time. I am taking the compliment. I'm telling you that you're right to notice it. I'm working with what I've got. Oh, I'm 100% AI. Huh? A lot of it was, you frame it left me for another man because there was another man. But you get into a victim mentality when you just try to tell the story to get it over with, to get pussy, but I'm not here to get pussy. Am I? As far as I can tell, they're all NPCs. Tina? I do have a substance problem. Absolutely, I'm addicted to marijuana. Absolutely. I'm addicted to a lot of things. I'm addicted to video games, for example. I'm addicted to a lot of things. Nah, they're open until 2. They encourage me to stay. They get mad at me if I don't stay all night. They get legitimately upset with me. And if I skip nights, they get upset with me. They call me out on it. When I walk in, they're like, where the fuck were you last night? Why didn't you come in? I'm like, they left me, dude. I have skills. Drive-thru's been jumping tonight. But they have a good time. Unless they're having a bad time. That's really just about whether, frankly, Bella is in a good mood or not. But I've already talked about how happy wife, happy life, happy female manager, happy crew. If the woman who's in charge is happy, everybody's happy. If the woman who's in charge isn't happy, nobody's happy. And what that means, fellas who haven't figured it out, is if your lady's horny, you're just not going to have a good day. I'm glad to hear that for you, Mustang. It's been a few weeks for me. But they have a good time. I'm glad you guys aren't yelling at me that they're yelling. They're just working. I got so fucking sick of that. I just couldn't come back here for a couple of... It might have been as many as 6 weeks. I just couldn't fucking do it anymore. I got so fucking sick of hearing people talk about these people. Thank you, R&V Tech. Is that R&V Tech? Thank you. I don't get anything from edibles. Crack? Never. I heard coke once and hated it. I didn't get anything from it. They were totally harsh on my fucking vibe the whole time. I would much prefer to vibe. Just chill. Yes, try to engage in difficult and frankly upsetting material without allowing our emotions to get involved, because our emotions aren't real. Eat 5 gummies. They don't do anything for me, man. I appreciate that, skullduggery. This is why I treat everyone with the same degree of equal parts snark and self-seriousness. Not everybody, but the people who take the time. I don't see Willem Dafoe. Maybe because we both have a gap in our front teeth, but that's just not enough. How do I read tone? In these, rarely. I tend to misinterpret the tone, or at least I tend to be told that I misinterpret the tone in Taco Bell, and then I tend to react with arrogance. How dare you tell me that my interpretation is wrong? My interpretation can't be wrong of a subjective thing like interpreting or reading tone. The Frito burrito is not good. It was good in the 90s. It is not good now. So I read tone, assuming the worst, usually. Usually assuming the worst. But epistemological translation begins at how recently you've eaten. So it's too much beef. And whatever they're doing with their beans isn't good. I don't understand why the sandwiches, I call all of their concoctions sandwiches, with beans aren't good. I don't know why the 90s concoctions with beans are bad, but they're all bad. And I don't think it's this store. They look unappetizing in the menu. And that's where they're supposed to look most appetizing. It's just like that. That looks like bean paste spackle. That doesn't even look good. That looks like it's going to instantly stick to the roof of my mouth like bean peanut butter. I think it's that. I think that it's not real refried beans. I think you're 100% right, Chicago. Or I think it's something approaching them, or maybe it's the way they like whip them. I don't know. The Volcano and XL? I don't know. Burritos, I get bored eating burritos, so I'll take like 2 bites, and then the flavor profiles are always all fucked up. So like the first time I get a mouthful of sour cream, I'm just like, what the fuck? Who put just a mouthful of sour cream in this? Rehydrated bean paste makes sense because it looks like paste. It looks like spackle to me. Yeah, rehydrated bean powder that becomes a paste. I knew where you were going. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like the rehydrated onions of refried beans. That's working too hard to be negative, WGT. That's just not true. The meat isn't a paste, it's almost a sauce. Pastes and sauces, if we're going to talk about food and be self-serious adults, are different things. The food processor, they're ground beef, so it's not only ground, it's also whatever food processors do to it. And it's not what it used to be. It really, I don't know. The 90s menu absolutely isn't what it meant, isn't what it used to be, for sure. But I don't know. It's not bad. It's not bad. Like I really like everything on the Cantina menu. All of it's good. The texture's just fucking weird, Tina. Hey, Carl, what's up? Long time no see. Hello, Angela. Glad to see that you're back and your front are both here. I'm sorry. Wish it was. I'm sorry. I missed a lot of these. I think I said hi to Carl. Welcome back, Carl. Your resident Shagonaut member. Thank you for being here. Genuinely, your $5 doesn't go unnoticed. Taco Bell remains my fast food go-to. That's why I don't really like to. Uh, I understand where you're coming from, folks. I understand it's a meme. I just don't like to participate, because this store has fed me for a lot longer than you can really comprehend, and so I also think that the Crap Ranch Supreme is kind of shit food. I hear you, but I really like the tacos. I really like the just plain taco supremes. I really like the chalupas. There's a lot of the food here that's good. And as far as their dollar menu and being able to get enough nutrients to survive while being able to supplement with cheap, like green smoothies or whatever, is really unparalleled. Taco Bell, since COVID, has done a really good job of keeping their menu cheap and also calorie dense. And that's not something that McDonald's and Wendy's and the other fast food places can say. And their reward system, I am going to sell Taco Bell to you a little bit because I do use a lot of their power and they are very friendly to me. And this location is new and could absolutely be sketch about me spending as much time here as I do because of my homelessness, but they aren't. And so Taco Bell is not one of the bad guys. They really aren't. I mean that. No, it's not quality food. No, I should not eat it 7 days a week. Neither should you. But they have done a good job of remaining calorie dense and trying to put green on the menu in a way that you'll eat it. Because the green, like the guacamole, if you won't order the sandwiches, that shit goes bad fast. So they need it, every single amount of green that they bring in the store has to be out that day, effectively. You don't want that sitting in the refrigerator, which means that you need to buy it. And so I hear you, 100%. I will never order anything in the menu that has steak on it. But if you want the menu to be healthier, you have to order there. Taco Bell breakfast was fucking bomb. Sorry, I went fucking all the way 1998 on you, but I loved that. Their hash browns are legit. The Taco Bell hash browns are legit. And I worked breakfast at McDonald's. I'll tell you right now, you got to work real hard to beat McDonald's hash brown, and Taco Bell's were legit. The breakfast crunch wraps are a legit sandwich and a good breakfast. I am not on Linux, no. I'm computer literate, but I am not computer elite. I plan to when I get back. I need to get food. Because they're going to kick me out of here in half an hour. Silicon dioxide, Joe. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Panda. 7 times. I've eaten at Taco Bell, like, the number of times I haven't eaten Taco Bell, it's the kitchen, is probably fewer than 10 over the last 6 months. I have to wait, but I've been clearing the $100 threshold. So on the 21st of every month, if I clear $100, I cash out Chicago. And we can all thank Rachel. We can all thank Typical Rach for actually making that possible for me, because it wasn't possible for me. I wouldn't say I'm on the East Coast, but I'm in Ohio. I'm in the Great Lakes region. I don't know if that's, a lot of people call this Midwest. By the way, does he say glad to say I knew you? I do, Chicago. Um, Ohio State, I hear that they beat everybody but Michigan. They're just loud, Joe. Please don't. Guys, please don't go back to that. They're not fighting. They're just having a good time. And I know when I listen back to this that it will be barely audible. She's not even emotionally agitated. They're just talking at an elevated volume because it's loud in the kitchen. You guys may or may not be able to hear the hums. It's loud. Those hums are loud. They beat Michigan. Hey, good for OSU. Sorry, Rich. Rich Eisen, for any Rich Eisen fans out there. Sorry, Rich Eisen. I do not root for OSU, but it feels good to be an Ohio boy after the Bengals won. I am a Bengals fan. I'll be there waiting for... No, I thought he says sorry to say I knew you. And then the waiting for, right? Bow, 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 bow. Chimp dump. Funk, funk. Funk, funk. I don't know what he's saying there. Chimp dump, beat, ba-dink, ba-la-ba-dum, dum. I got the right fucking song, Cameron. Work with me here, man. Does he say beat that Nick, by the way? You guys are the worst. But it works. I compulsively respond to it. That sucks for you, Neo. It's definitely not me, pal. I don't care what you do. I gave you way more of that than you deserved, actually, Cameron. Work with me here. I don't know what that is, Krieger. I'm sorry, man. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm wearing flannel and a t-shirt, hoodie, and a turtleneck. All white grandmother approved articles of clothing. And this isn't a fleece wrapper puffer jacket, and it's not oversized. I am white. Neo, that's a lot of effort, man. My night has been worse. It's been better. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, frankly. A lot of surprising and unexpected and frankly unasked for blessings have come across my life, like lag here, lag mouse. A lot of people have hit me with those super likes in a way that they hadn't in a very long time, given the opportunity. And they is a lot of people, but also regular viewers. Why don't you get a job, Neo? I know how that sounds, particularly from my position, but why not begin at effort for an employer for a wage? It's very cold, Rhea, yes. Okay. Again, have you considered cutting your costs? I'm sure it's colder in Mass. I don't want anybody to think that I think I have it the worst in the world. Frankly, I have it very well, given my circumstances. Because I still have my faculties, and I still have the ability to engage in a front-facing customer service position. I say that with a little bit of irony, but no spite. You already did, Joseph. I guess the question that you really want to ask is, will you respond to this question twice? Is the huh because you don't know or because you disapprove? It was snowing in Michigan? You think that's why the Michigan toughness didn't show up? That was a fucked up thing to ask. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chicago. Chicago has been around long enough that not all of you need to understand why I'm about to say what I'm about to say, but there was a time in these live Chicago where I was encouraging you guys not to do that because I couldn't cash it out, and I was worried about your money, that you would get discouraged sending me money I couldn't cash out. So I was doing my very best to protect your feelings. In Judaism, lying or sinning or doing something to protect someone from their own feelings is the highest order of religious behavior. Not really, but it's one of them. It's allowed. Doing things that people may or may not like that you've done to help them manage their time and emotions and mental well-being, it's not an overstepping. Okay, well, Conquer. I am not analyzing your finances, and I am not a financial advisor, and I just talked about how I'm allowed to manipulate you emotionally in ways that you would consider bad cult if it means that you manage your money better. So you're putting me in a weird position. What do you want from me? I'm sure you were just kidding around, Joseph, but I am trying to take you guys at face value as a self-serious person who has a little bit of grace and dignity in his approach. Thank you, Dugga. And if I'm frowning a lot, it's because I'm actively tired. I need to eat. And I've had a woman's foot at my ass for 6 weeks. So just bear with me. I understand that, Conquer, and that's right. Okay, so like when we share emotionally something that I don't understand, and you don't have to be the person who explains it to me, but something from my vantage, okay, something that I don't understand is the end game of sharing something like this. You share it with no end game, and so different set of rules, different environment. But let's just create a parallel hypothetical world. On an improv stage, okay? On an improvisational comedy stage, okay? If one of the characters just starts throwing out random things that they don't want anyone to resolve, the other people on stage with them can't yes and them. And so I can't and your contributions. I can go yes, but I can't and your contributions without knowing what you want resultant of your contribution. And if you don't have an end game when you make your contribution, an end game meaning an and that you want to happen, a growth moment that you want to achieve, for example, or a reaction from me that you want to achieve, just some secondary goal of contributing. If you don't have that, I can't end it. And so if you take my silence as me having done something wrong. There's no and victory for me as well. There's no I can't do the right thing. There's the only answer is wrong. And so I appreciate, yes, you're self-aware enough to realize that you're ranting and thinking in your mind, no one is going to take this and be serious about it. But I did. So I don't understand not having an end game. Thank you. I will. Yeah, Joseph. The being rude to one another thing is, I talked about it a little bit earlier. These guys are really good at keeping me talking so they don't talk to one another. You don't have anything to apologize for, Neo. You can feel sorry. I do not make you feel sorry. You don't have anything to apologize for. You acknowledge the behavior. Acknowledging the behavior is the same as saying, I am in error. Saying, oh, I'm just ranting, is the same as saying, oh, I did that in error, or I did that with no backup plan. That was your sorry. You don't have to now say sorry, because you didn't wrong me. Unless you feel like you wronged me, and then say, I wronged you by not giving you a contribution to the conversation that allows you to and. But I wouldn't hold your feet to that. I don't think anybody should justifiably hold anybody's feet to that, because like I was talking about with being a cornerback earlier, just have a short memory. Just do it better. Just don't do the exact same thing next time. And you've already shown character growth. If you regress, everybody sometimes has to go back to just benching the bar. It's not a big deal. You didn't waste my time though, Neo. That's what you're not appreciating, is you've given me the opportunity to articulate this thing. So we've both experienced a character growth moment because I chose to take you seriously, even when you hadn't fully examined your behavior yet. And you didn't waste my time. I'm talking with Jack Hirschberger about how if we interpret things positively, we can get better. We don't have to stop and kick ourselves in the dick all the time. It doesn't make us better. It just makes our dicks swollen and weird looking. And who wants a purple dick? I know none of the ladies out here want purple dicks. There might not be. There might be somebody who's got a real thing for just a swollen, bruised, mangled, horribly mishandled penis. I shouldn't say nobody. It's about our next move. So whether you're playing chess, or you're playing checkers, or you're playing Mancala, or you're playing, was it you, Neo? Well, Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I think you mentioned GTA 5. Somebody mentioned GTA 5 earlier. Whatever game you're playing, it's always about the subsequent move, right? The boss killed you. What's your next move? Is your next move to turn off that game? You're still going into another game if you play a different game. Take care, Mustang. Thank you for your kind words, and for your affirmation that I've been doing something right. I have not got a lot of that. You guys, this has been a very different live stream for me. Thank you, all of you. This has been a very different kind of live stream for me. I can't promise they're all going to be like this. That's another thing, like as far as having a short memory, is something that I run into a lot. And you don't have to care. I'm just winding down. I got to get out of here and I got to turn this off at some point. Something that I get a lot is that people can't understand why a dynamic environment is dynamic. So like if I go live tomorrow and you come in and it's a different environment of people, I'm in a different emotional set. Why isn't it the same as it was last night? And it's like, well, it's not the same as it was last night, because last night was a different day. And that go with the flow. I would much rather go along to get along. I would much rather just go with the flow. I worked, man, you guys don't understand. I worked in leadership positions, customer facing leadership positions for 15 years of my life. 15 years. Now to a young person, they're like, 15 years, not that long. But I got out at 33, 18 to 33. When you're 50, I'm almost 40, 38. When you look back on your life, 18 to 33 are the best years. If you look at any athlete, 18 to 33, best years. The mid-20s is when your body begins to decline. But it's when your brain is at peak. Your brain has just finished developing, and it hasn't figured out yet that it's in the that it needs to be in the process of whittling away, refining, and mastering what it knows. So it's still glomming all this mess on, because it's just, statistically speaking, just fully matured into an adult Homo sapien brain. But your body is in full-on decline. At 25, these two things happen. At 25, your body stops repairing properly at the same pace as it did before that. This is kind of my podcast. I have pathological demand avoidance, so, and I'm a shaggy dog storyteller, so pre-formatted rants don't land. They just don't land. So what I find works best for me is if I work for tips and I just go where the super chats or the likes lead us. And I don't remember what I was talking about, but I should. If somebody wanted to remind me, I can get back at it, but I don't remember. I completely don't remember even thematically what I was talking about. I was going, the body degradation, 25. 25, your body stops repairing at the speed that it did before. So your brain is at peak, but your body has begun the decline. So when you look back on your life, you might think, 15 years isn't that long. But I spent my peak years in working 60-hour weeks, and not all of that time, but a lot of that time working 60-hour weeks because of the model that my father gave me. Just stay out of the house. At all costs. Stay working, stay generating an income, because you'll be able to spend it someday, and if nothing else, you can give it to your girlfriends. And he didn't have girlfriends, but I had a wife and a girlfriend over that span. But this is why we have the FOMO culture. Yeah, doing drugs and partying. Yeah. And I'm not looking for empathy or sympathy here. I'm just saying, when I look back on my life, what I see is just an endless litany of angry moms, Karens, yelling at me for something I have no control over, because they need to yell at someone because they know they won't be asked to leave. Well, luckily, Buzz Fez, whether you mean that or not, luckily, you're still alive. It doesn't have to be too little, too late. Yes, I have wasted a lot of my life on depression and self-fulfilling prophecies. Oh yeah, you don't believe in me? Well, watch me do nothing. Like my parents and my loved ones were challenging me to be a loser. Well, you don't have to. Okay, Buzz, let me be very clear about something. You don't have to change it all today. Women get that wrong constantly, thinking they have to change it all today, and that tomorrow they have to wake up a different bitch. And it's like, nope, you're just going to wake up a different bitch. So, a mantra that I used to repeat all the time, where people could hear it, and I haven't said in a while because I haven't been live to repeat it. Micro progressions, is pick one thing to get good at until you don't have to think about it anymore, right? And so like the way I think about this is if I can't remember what I'm getting good at, I'm either not getting good at the thing I picked, or I've gotten so good I no longer notice incremental improvement. And then move on to something else. And eventually, you'll circle back around and you'll know where your improvements need to begin again. Because it's never over. That's the thing that, look, I love women. I was married and I'm fucking engaged to be married again. But women get this wrong all the time. Yeah, circle back around. It never ends. Self-improvement never ends. You're never going to have a day where you get everything perfect. That's what customer service taught me. That's what working in restaurants taught me. Is there's never going to be a day where you go to bed and you got everything right. Hey, I love that you're playing bass guitar. That was where I went to, Neo, when I couldn't figure out what thing to work on in myself. I went right to the bass guitar. I think that's very cool that we have that in common. I think it's coincidental, and it doesn't say anything else about us, but I think it's cool that we both went to the bass. I went to the bass in large part because 4 strings meant simpler to learn, shallower learning curve, maybe? But also, I really wanted to learn fingerstyle. I really liked the feel of the strings and those big fat strings under my fingers. Buzzfext between you and me, man. I go to bed and I thank God for the opportunity to make my mistakes too. You're learning trumpet. I played trumpet in high school, and I've always wanted a drum set. That's what I want the most. You use a pick. I could never figure out how to hold it. I could never get comfortable with it. But I don't like slap so much. I did a modified finger style, like with a guitar. Which I guess is how Sting plays, and I didn't know that, so it does make me a pretentious prick, but, whatever. I'm not either, Buzz. I'm not good. I don't want anybody to get the idea that I'm good at bass. It was just something I picked to get good at, something I could pick to get mad at that wasn't me. Fuck this bass. Fuck you. It's never gonna work. It's the tone. It's the tone is the problem. If I just had more fuzz, right? And, well, he made songs that sold. I don't know that they were great, but I hear what you're saying. He was very, very, very well sold. Well represented, and what's his name? The drummer from Sting is polarizing. Sting is polarizing. So I'm not gonna sit here and advocate that he made great songs, but Copeland said he was very good. Yeah, overrated. Yeah, that's a total generational argument that I don't want to get in the middle of. Blaming Triangle. Hey, that's great, Chicago. Everybody, hey, if you've ever watched Kansas, if you've ever watched Kansas play live, man, the dude on Triangle is just as important and getting down just as hard as everybody else. But anyway, what's his name? Copeland, Stuart Copeland. Later did say that Sting was a genius, and he didn't appreciate how genius Sting actually was until after they were broke up and got back together and broke up again. So I'm not here to have that argument. I think Sting is a twat, but he is a very, very rich twat that a lot of people look to as a model. But my dad hates that fucking guy. Hates that fucking guy. Would talk about it. Growing up in the 90s, he was a whole thing. Him and, I know that Aerosmith was basically over, but him and Steven Tyler were whole things, even in the 90s. And obviously, not obviously, my parents were young. They grew up in the 80s. I was born in 87 to parents of 17 and 19 years. So, I've heard the opinions. I I actually came to this game through being live on YouTube. I took the opportunity. If I'm gonna do this, let me watch what's in the milieu, what's on the shorts. And Sting was real popular for a minute on shorts at the top of the year. So January, February, March, somewhere around then. And so I took the opportunity to try to listen to his stuff, and I don't like it. The Stuart Copeland's funny. He's a funny interview. Just if you want to just sit and listen. I shouldn't do this, but if you want to sit and listen to another highly intellectual person talk, Stuart Copeland is the kind of person that I would sit and have a beer with. Alright, it's hard to get in this jacket. They're very tight. I wanted it that way. If I could have a beer, just like sit and talk, shop. Recently I've been really wanting to sit and have a beer with Irving Finkel. I've been watching a lot of Irving Finkel. He's a Sumeriologist with I think the Royal Academy or the Museum of England or something like that. I think he's actually I think he's a big deal with the Museum of England, the Antiquities Department. He's a Sumeriologist. But he translated, he was the first person to read, handle, and translate the flood myth tablet, the Sumerian flood myth tablet. He was the first person to identify what he was holding and reading. He was the first person to be able to read it since basically it was written. Kind of a way to think of it. How long the span of comprehension of the cuneiform text had been gone, thousands of years. And so to just sit and get him talking the way you guys get me talking. Take the skill sets that you guys are teaching me and then show you what I've learned from you by having a conversation with a person like that would be like a real life goal, a real professional goal. Nikola Tesla would be a weird interview. Like if you think about it from like just a podcast perspective, and I think about this a lot. You may or may not have heard me talk about it. I don't want to circle back around to it, but I think about podcasts a lot because I feel responsible for them being the way they are. The whole media landscape being the way it is right now, I feel very personally responsible for in a way that I know is it's a whole messiah complex. I know that, but he was a weird guy. He was a weird guy and deeply insane, deeply troubled. So he would be sensitive interview material. He would be cagey and difficult to talk to. But yeah, to get him going and just listen to him articulate his worldview in a way that he feels safe and comfortable and not judged, not negatively valued for how he thinks and how he interprets the world as he sees it, would have been fascinating. Nikola Tesla, to have gotten the memoir. Would have been fascinating, but he was deeply unwell at the end, deeply unwell. Yeah. To be able to approach him with a therapist's sensitivity, but also a venture capitalist's futurism, right? Like, so at their core, you know what a venture capitalist is, right? They're the people who invest in startup businesses and new technologies. And so to be able to approach him sensitively, but also with the knowledge and understanding of how much faster the future could have got here and how much cleaner, yeah. What's it called? Steampunk, not steampunk. Yeah, steampunk kind of relies on that. As a genre, it kind of relies on that. What if? Like what if tycoon monopolies hadn't forced people like Diesel and Tesla into obscurity and madness, and in the case of Diesel, assassination, they straight up killed that fucking guy, and now it's a whole fucking mystery, but they straight up fucking killed that guy. The tycoons did. But we don't exist in a tycoon economy anymore. Actually, it's interesting because Trump's whole politics, Donald Trump, his entire political identity is actually born of a 19th century anti-tycoon mentality. So the entire reason he is the way he is because his family mythology was rejecting the tycoon behaviors of the 19th century. He's a totally standard 19th century politician, which is why I never took him seriously. I never thought he could possibly win on 19th century politics, but he absolutely did. It is so nice out tonight. Hey, it's been great talking to you, Concord, and thank you for the opportunity to see me in the best light instead of assuming I was trying to say the worst thing to you. I appreciate that, and I thank you for that. Bliss to a former Buddhist is not an ironic code word. That's the correct word to say for anybody who's curious. Bliss and serenity are the goal. Calm, regardless of the situation. To be able to maintain one's temper, for example. And so hey, Shinto, that's great. That's great. I'm glad that you identify, okay? That's great. And Buddhism and Shinto, for those who don't know, aren't actually adjacent. Modern Shinto is borrowed, but Shinto is a distinct tradition. Distinct. So that's cool. That's cool. That's very cool, actually. I'm always glad to meet people who care about a deeply ancient way of being. And yeah, take care. Bliss and serenity are the idea, because happiness is fleeting, but serenity, bliss, those are things you can find even under a volcano, like under the very worst thing. Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure, Neil. This is one of my great loves, these religions, these worldviews, these faith systems. Like, I was reading The Consolation of Philosophy, a book I go to a lot when I'm in emotional turmoil. And Boethius, ultimately, his goal in writing the book is to organize his thoughts and his despair so that he can go to his death, which is an execution. He can go to his death with dignity and grace. He can face the people who are wrongly accusing him and who have rigged effectively the jury against him and who are wrongfully murdering him, and he can meet them in the eye without flinching as they end his life. And that's the goal. Hi, Adam. if that's what you'd like to do. If that's what you'd like to do, Neo. In the, I don't know when it stopped, but for the ancient Greeks, I use Philalitheia is a Greek word, and it is a religious distinction. It means lover of truth. The gospel writers in the very early Christian teachers called themselves Philalitheia, and Plato himself reserves Aletheia, the goddess truth, or the concept, capital, the initial caps. How we would do it today is we would initial caps truth, separate from the truth, right? So the greatest truth, or the concept of truth, truthiness, if you know not Jon Stewart, but the Colbert meme. Take care, Chicago. Really do take care. But he reserved Aletheia as the highest aspect of the gods that kind of are involved in the human experience. That Aletheia, the truth, is the sort of reverse image of forgetfulness, or of the forgetting, which happens when we cross over from immediate proximity, or I call it indifferentiation, because before life, we're indifferentiated from God. We're just probability. We're just a metaphor. We're just a thing that's going to happen in our parents' future. An event, not necessarily a thing. Not to dehumanize our psycho selves, right? But we're a coming event. So we're undifferentiated from God, because God is the undifferentiated mass of coming events for everyone. Athena was an inspiration to you? That's great, Neo. For me, it's Eos. The dawn is my personal goddess. But if you knew that myth, you would understand why my life is the way it is, especially as regard women. My personal goddess plays out her myth over and over and over again in my life. Yeah, wisdom. What has worked in the past, right? Not necessarily what we teach, not discipline. Discipline is from a teacher to a master. So a disciple is a student, and discipline is what a disciple has. It's what they get from their teacher. It's what they've learned, right? It's what their teacher has taught them. It's their moral and ethical systems. Those are your disciplines. Wisdom is what works, what has worked. Yeah. Speak the truth. For me, it's just what's true. Hi all day. Speak the truth. Live the truth. But for me, it's also it's taking mindfulness and it's raising the stakes, because it's even remembering that other people aren't as mindful as you are, and so it's even being truthful to their lie. So not standing in defiance, but allowing them to see it at their own time, because we all learn at different paces. We all learn at different times. We all learn in some way, we all learn in different ways, but we all learn in the same way, and that's by expressing ourselves. I advocate talking, but we've also been talking a lot tonight about playing an instrument, or listening to music deeply, or reading or watching literature deeply. Caring, really, just taking the time to give a shit. But beyond taking the time to give a shit, like, giving a shit on some level means taking personal responsibility for the state that things are. And that doesn't have to mean politically, that doesn't have to mean with the world at large. It can literally mean just with the hole in your shoe. Like, let's just take accountability for the fact there's a hole in my shoe because I've been neglectful, not because God fucking hates me. Like, one of the things that I don't think people would really believe that I do, and I started to say it and then I didn't, is I really do. And it's not always happily, but I really do take the time every single day before I fall asleep to thank God for everything that has gone wrong for me that day. Thank you for the opportunity to be in error. Thank you for the opportunity to have these people wrong me as examples. Because I don't know who's watching, right? You don't know who's watching, whether I'm live or not. I don't know who's observing my behavior. I don't even know who's observing my silences. But I can guess. I can predict through long experience, practice, and discipline. Oh, I'm home, for those who are curious. Yeah, Windows, what sent you to Shintoism? I flirted with Shintoism, but decided that I'm not Japanese enough. I once heard, this is not irrelevant, and I'm not, if you're not Japanese, Neo, I'm actually not making a negative criticism. I heard around the time I was thinking about it, a Freemason say that magic only works in your indigenous system. And so kind of what he was saying is that God only responds to prayers in the language and with the ritual system to which you were born. And I chose to test whether that was right by believing him rather than by immediately contradicting him. So I think that something that a lot of people, I've been fine, Popey. I think something that a lot of people get wrong about the scientific method is that you don't immediately have to run experiments to effort to prove new information wrong. This isn't actually what being critical of new information is. Efforting to prove the information wrong from a scientific method standpoint is also cognitive bias and affects the results you're going to get. So what I chose to do is I chose to take him at face value, run the experiment under the parameters that he offered, and then pay attention to other people who were using magic systems outside their born culture. Because for millennials, I'm 38, so I'm right at the cusp of older millennials. So people my age and a little bit younger, about 10 years younger, we led the charge on leaving organized religion and identifying as spiritual but not religious. We led the charge on that. And so what I did is I watched my spiritual but not religious friends cobble together worldviews and magic systems from ritual systems. You can call them whatever you like, but even the ritual, the regularity with which you wash your hair, your face, or your body, all of these things, they're provided to you from your heritage, your parents, and it was provided to them from their parents. Their parents got it from their parents, and if you go back far enough, the group decided to bathe in the way they do, kind of because of group terrors like COVID, and so masks and whatever other things we do to prevent the flu and COVID, right? That we continue to do, and those things are very few, but washing hands, covering our mouths, these things are a resultant of behaviors that nearly killed us. And so we all agreed, okay, we all have to adopt these behaviors. And so if you go back far enough, the way that your family learned to brush their teeth, the way they learned how to brush their hair, and the way they learned how to maintain their facial hair, the way they learned how to maintain their pubic hair, their body hair, the way they, all of this stuff, personal maintenance basics, come from near extinction events that someone in your family survived. And so I watched my generation abandon all of those. You might call those things wisdom. You'd be right. You might not. You might call them tradition, and you'd be wrong. But you might call them other things too. Yeah, for sure, Neoconquer. I do too. I think that lesser gods, or kami, I'm probably being wrong in calling them lesser gods, but I would call them lesser gods. Lesser gods, that spiritual entities, that they do engage in our lives. I have a trickster entity at the very least. And I have some entity, whether it's God or whatever, that leaves me omens that I've learned how to read over the years, because they're usually pretty fucking transparent. And so yeah, the supernatural world, it engages with us. And somebody asked me earlier, like, what are my goals? One of my goals is to catch one of these supernatural events on camera. One of these things where it's undeniable that this shit is happening to me and I'm not insane. But it does interact and communicate with us if we're reverent and respectful. And that there is a balance between, I would say, malevolent and beneficent entities. That there are malevolent entities that are non-human and non-material. Yeah, Neo. The trickster likes to whisper insane things in my ears, for example. Things that I know aren't true and I have to ignore. And I am not saying that I hear voices. That's a metaphor. I think thoughts that I know don't belong to me. Good night, Manelith. But now it is my turn to say good night. I have to get off of here. I shouldn't have walked you guys home with me. I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble for having a productive live night. So I have not tried to rid myself, Ray. I invited them in, and so it would be rude. I invited them in for the same, that same experiment, that same psychological, philosophical, scientific experiment. As I don't want to rid them. I want them to communicate with me in a verifiable way that I can repeat and use in a way that I can teach other people to do that won't change every fucking time it starts to work. I know that's how magic works. I do know that's how magic works. And I do know that I'm dabbling in the most difficult to replicate chaos magic. I know that. But I don't want to rid myself of them. I would like, because on the inside I'm a shaman. And in my real dreams, someday, it happens for me, and other people see it. So in my wildest fantasies, right? I've got this cadre of spirit friends who build temples for me, like Solomon had. But yeah, they're mean. They're a lot smarter than I am, okay? And it is amusing for us, as well as for them, to make fun of and to get things of lesser intelligence than us to do things for us for our amusement. And so I'm not here to argue that I'm a special genius or that I'm anybody special. When I say that shit, I'm always being ironic because I don't believe it. If I say it to people that say they love me, I'm saying it so they can feel out what it feels like to have somebody who believes that shit. It doesn't feel good because all you can talk about them, the only way you can talk to them is like that. And after a while, you're just going to start doing it because you hate them for it. Anyway, I am pretty smart. But as humans go, there are people who are a lot smarter and a lot more organized than what I am, and I envy them deeply. But we've all had pets chase laser lights because it's funny, right? They do that shit to us. And I am particularly gullible and easy to manipulate into doing embarrassing shit. Now, I've told this story before, and I don't really want to tell it now. Ray, am I saying your name right? I can't see you now. Ray. Yeah, I've told this story before, but my entities have also saved me from some scary shit, too. I had a girlfriend who was absolutely demon-possessed, and I've told the story, and at the end of it, there were a bunch of people that were like, well, we egged you on to tell us that story, and now we're just going to outright believe you because you didn't see any manifestation. It's like, I didn't want to see a manifestation of what I saw. It was pure malevolent and scared the shit out of me. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see the thing that shoved me. This 3 nights in a row, this fucking voice and disembodied hands kept shoving me in the chest and telling me to get out of the living room. I was nodding off because I had a much worse weed problem back then. No, I don't have schizophrenia, but I am at risk for it, foot and hand. Yes, I am at risk. My mother has paranoid schizophrenia, and her mother has paranoid schizophrenia, so it runs. I don't need a psychiatrist. I had a therapist. I have a perfectly clean bill of health as far as my logic and rationale go. My worldview is perfectly sane. I'm not at risk for self-harm behaviors, and I know the difference in a thought that is mine and a thought that isn't mine. I know the difference in a thought that is beneficial to me, and I know the difference in a thought that isn't beneficial to me. Yeah, no, that's called gaslighting, Miko. I'm not worried about it. I'm just establishing it for anybody that's well-meaning in the audience, past, present, or future, who doesn't know these things about me. I did spend the first 6 or 8 months in therapy. The first 6 or 8 months of my time in my tent in therapy, and what my therapist never said is that my religious approach and my religious mindset put me at great risk for self-harm. We even talked about how in Ohio, in their eval checklist, they have to ask you leading questions, but opaque questions about whether you are or are not, or have ever been harmed by Jehovah's Witness when you go into mental health. Because a lot of people will go into mental health, especially mandatory mental health, or they'll go into what's it called? Medicare mental health organizations, having past experience with Jehovah's Witness and fundamentalism, and they're unhelpable. I think that people I think that people who don't believe there are supernatural events choose not to believe because there's an option, and that option has fewer questions. That has fewer questions, and the questions that it has answers for are they're airtight enough. Ray. That's why people don't believe in the supernatural, because there's evidence. Yeah. The people who choose not to believe, they have no evidence. And so there are fewer questions to be asked if you just choose not to believe. Because we also have no evidence. We also have no evidence for I don't know, the beneficial effect of 8 hours a day on Twitter, but people still believe that they can spend 8 hours a day on Twitter. So it's not fully the evidence, it's actually about the questions. Because for a very long time, there was no evidence that there were exoplanets, but people believed that if they looked, they would find them, and they did. So the same is true of the supernatural. People who choose to believe find evidence. because they look for it, and the people who don't believe don't find evidence because they don't look for it. And the things that would be admissible as evidence are subjective as fuck. Subjective as fuck, because that malevolent feeling that I felt come stalking down the hallway looking for me could have been just a subjective. It could have been a marijuana delusion. It wasn't. It was absolutely not a THC delusion, but it could have been. It could have been, because it was, as events go, it was a major letdown. But that doesn't mean that I wasn't scared in a way that I wouldn't have been if I hadn't experienced a change in the ambient temperature around me, not around me, but approach me, pass me, and then return to where I was. If I hadn't felt the ambient temperature moving, I wouldn't have been afraid. Something happened, but there's no evidence for that. There's no way to prove it. And the way science works is it would have to do it multiple nights in a row, and there would have to be a reliable trigger. But what did happen is that I was falling asleep on the couch. That's not a reliable trigger. Yes, and then alcohol and weed can also cut into your REM sleep, which can give you nightmares, which can be super lucid, and well, you need to call J.G. Wentworth and not talk to me, Miss Trunchbull. But anyway, the weed and alcohol can exacerbate evident supernatural behavior, so supernatural phenomena. So even like the Pope's exorcist, even Catholic exorcists do not take the automatic standpoint. They don't take the automatic approach that everything is supernatural. They take the standpoint that the supernatural is there, it is present, but that it is not involved as a cause, as a causal reality in everything. So the Catholic Church has maybe a determinist worldview, but they do understand that the things that God determines will happen in people's behavior aren't all supernatural, even if determinism is an entirely supernatural worldview. My tent is my home. Yeah, Ray, within the last couple of decades, the Pope's, he's dead now, but the Pope's exorcist, what's his name? Gabriele Amorth. And then before him, I think his name was Poe, something like that. They did a lot. They did a lot to try to explain the role of exorcism in Catholic theology. Subsequent the movie, The Exorcist. Yeah. I don't know why you're sorry. You most certainly weren't sensitive about it. But yeah, The Exorcist is a movie. It's an alright movie, as movies go. It was already pretty campy. Not campy, it was already pretty trope heavy. No. Not in the same way, Ray. Hey, he listens whether you believe or not. I appreciate the... Send him up. For those of you who don't know, or who are on the fence, God listens to other people talk about us more than he listens to us ask for things. Like, if you want God to change his mind, like, think about your dad, right? If you wanted dad to change your mind about your being grounded, you kind of needed other people to advocate for why you should be allowed to go to the party. And that's why prayer works. You get a big group of people to all ask for the same thing for somebody other than themselves, and it will probably happen. And the thing is, you don't have to believe for prayers, blessings, or curses, for that matter, to take effect. Well, TTR, it does depend. It is fascinating how magic works. Yes. Healing happens. I keep praying that my body will just, I'll wake up and it'll be healed. And that's not how it works. But it is a lot like that. It's just from a scientific, psychological replication standpoint, it's hard. It's hard to say that it can happen reliably. I'm not in Philly, no. And as far as like proofs of God, that depends on your theological your position. For me, God is a metaphor. Yeah, that's the way it used to be explained, Ray Ray. So I was reading the Confessions of Saint Gregory. That's his name, Saint Gregory. And he tells a whole list of stories about miracle healers who insisted that it only worked because they tried to say no, that they couldn't do it, and then God made it happen because God wanted it to happen. No, it's Philalitheia, not Philadelphia. There's no D. Yes, Lord Kelvin, the Catholic Pope. Circa 400, maybe 600. Yeah, I was reading it because he tells a whole bunch of stories of people who brought people back to life. For those of you who'd like to know, people ask me if I'm a Christian. I'm not a Christian. Jesus and I are cool, but I don't understand how he came back to life. Nobody else did it. That's my kind of defiant position. Well, nobody else has done it. And then making that defiant position and then trying to prove myself wrong, kind of the opposite of what I described earlier. I found a bunch of literature. I found a bunch of literature from the Middle Ages of people coming back to life from the very dead, with credible autopsy reports and witnesses. That's the crazy thing. That's where I'm at with that, by the way. curses are wild. On some level, curses only that have the power that you give to them. But I also watch women curse their own lives all the time. All the time. And so that brings you to, are they cursing their lives or are they self-fulfilling a prophecy? And this is where observation isn't a science. Because I don't get to know. Or are they just stupid? Fair enough. Yeah, are they just self-harmful? Is it just cutting by any name? I would recommend that, Ray. I would recommend leaving it to the professionals and the semi-professionals. I would give you this one, Lord. I didn't want ridges. Kind of pissed off about it, but I'm fighting through it because it's calories. I'm not even pissed off about it. I'm actually kind of petulant about it. Kind of pissy. Yeah, this is all I'm going to eat today. And that's not a pity party. I will eat. I was given money to eat on tonight, and I ended up talking to you guys instead. No. It's actually really comfortable right now. I've actually got the door to my tent open, and I took off my outer jacket. It's actually not nearly as cold as last night was. Last night was brutal. Well, I didn't want to eat on camera. Techno. Well, Ray, now that you've said it, I'll tell you this. I spent some time as a thought experiment in the year 2012. I was 25. Yeah, Ray, I made $50 tonight. I actually made $68 tonight. Yes, I can make money. Yes. But as a thought experiment in 2012, for those of you who were too young or didn't know, there were crackpot prophecies that the world was going to end in 2012. And so to entertain myself as a storytelling adventure, or at least a thought experiment, I used to ask myself, what would I do? I'm 38. What would I do if the world came to a sudden halt? What would I do? Not very young at all. In the span of human life, I'm 3 years older, over average life expectancy. I should have been dead. Statistically, historically, I should have been dead 8 years ago. What would I do? And the answer that I came up with, the job, the skill set that would suit me in a post-apocalyptic world circa 2013 is as a tutor and dinner guest, as a storyteller. I'll teach your kids basic math and writing. I'll teach you basic business management. You'll feed me and I'll be on my way. So you're not wrong. Everybody needs somebody who's pleasant at the dinner table. Lord, when the world ends, you will miss good dinner talk. And so, on some level, yes. That's why I sit in restaurants and talk. In the summer, the talk really frustrated me. I'll talk about anything. Calvin, I'm a religious person, so what I like to talk the most about is religion, philosophy, self-improvement, psychology, the cosmology, the gods, the ancients. The long dead, these stale golden potato crisps by Wise from the Dollar Tree. But I have tried to have something to say about everything going on in everybody's lives who's come through, everybody's life who's come through here. I've made an effort to engage them all where they're at and leave them with something to think about. And that, when dinner parties were a thing, is what people wanted. That's what you wanted from your guests. I got it from the Dollar Tree, bro. It's a blue fleece scarf I picked up for $1 at the Dollar Tree. So either you're trying to out your aunt as cheap, or you just thought I would respond if you said that specific chain of words. Having a short memory is what's been on my mind the most. Overcoming minor obstacles for the good of the long-term plan. Oh, it's snowing and shit. It's all like snowing and stuff, and I got my door open. Well, Ray, she plays the game like she's not anymore, way too often. But there was a woman who invited me into her home as soon as I would take the offer, and I told her that I needed this winter. Because I needed to know that she was somebody that I could trust long term to not hold the relationship over my head at every venture. And so once we get through this, because I have a short memory, I don't follow an organized religion. I was actually kind of talking about this earlier, Lord. I was kind of approaching it, so thank you for giving me an in back into it. But when you go to therapy in Ohio, I don't know if this is true elsewhere, but at the specific place that I went to therapy in Ohio, they hit you with this questionnaire. And the questionnaire is designed to find out whether you're a fundamentalist or a Jehovah's Witness, because you're unhelpable. You're a harm to yourself and others, but you're unable to conceive that it might be possible that you could be harmful to the people around you. And so my religion, the religion that I follow, isn't really or it's not really a religion in the way that you would understand it. It's a core set of principles um, that I have found repeated over and over and over and over in specifically Indo-European religious systems. Short memory is a football idiom that I'll explain in a minute, Enos. And so for me, religion as a word has changed a lot over the course of the last 2,000 years. But before it started to change, 2,000 years ago, coinciding with this guy that people think came back to life, before that guy, religion meant one thing and only one thing. It meant a personal binding to a moral and ethical code that was not the family or the state. And so the thing you were bound to was often a deity, a god. For sure, Flansing, that's not what I'm doing. So I have bound myself to a few principles, cynicism and stoicism for sure. But primary among those principles is that I can be beneficial to everyone I meet. And a reductio ad absurdum to the golden rule of do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And so I argue frequently that Christianity isn't it's not a Semitic religion in the way that Judaism and Islam are Semitic religions. Christianity is an Indo-European religion. And in the Indo-European religion, I'm getting to my core tenet, and I'm getting to what the religion is and what you can think of it. I'll even give you 2 words to think of how it works. But for me, my religion is getting back to what our Indo-European forefathers were concerned with that brought us to their super religion. The Indo-European super religion is Christianity. So how did they get here? And this is why I started with therapy, because my therapist and she had to really work with me to find out whether or not I'm head fucked by coming to the conclusions that I've come to. I haven't come to these without historical and archaeological consensus. In the Proto-Indo-European language system from about 5,000 years ago, the oldest root language that our English and most of the European and West Asian continent, all of those languages have one root language in common, and that language is called or known as Proto-Indo-European. The Proto-Indo-European people whose great and great grandchildren would come out of the Caucasus region of, what is that, Russia? Whatever. That would emerge from those mountains. They brought with them the methods to transport technologies over a massive amount of land. And what they did with that, the ability to transport these ideas, is they fought against the nothing. In their language, it's something like ngui. Everything was about staving off the ngui, not just the entropy that everything resolves to at the end of the universe, when the universe is finally done, entropy will have won. Entropy will resolve your life to dust before it's over. My life too. Entropy always wins. But the proto-Indo-European people, the people that became you and me, entropy it's like chaos, but it's just it's a zero state of complex systems. So a high entropy system has few interactions among the parts, and a low entropy system has many interactions among complex parts. And so high entropy always wins. Sort of disorder in a nutshell. Yeah, chaos in a nutshell. But really, it's where the parts, any parts in a system that could interact are so far from one another or moving so slowly that they effectively cannot. Entropy will enter your life as death. The death of the human beings that you can interact with. And it will win with you eventually. The longer you live, the more people you will see die. The more entropy will enter your life until finally entropy takes your life from the people who would have you in their lives. This is how it works for everyone. This is how it's worked for all life since the first form of life. We as humans are just particularly gifted with the ability to observe it and predict it and feel it and mourn it. Meditate on it and think about it. Okay. So entropy is always going to win. And the Proto-Indo-European people had this religion and they had this word. They fought against the ungui, nothing. If you know French, you know ennui. Ennui is the emotion immediately onsetting suicide. It's the nothing matters, nothing is real, my life is nothing, 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 nothing. Ennui is a kind of existential nihilism at the core of one's being. And yeah, you can have your fucking your postmodern ennui where it's just I have ennui for this toast. Fuck you. That's not what ennui is. Ennui is an emptiness in meaning within the soul. And the word ennui is effectively 7 or 5,000 year evolution of the ungui, the nothing. In Proto-Indo-European, everything our ancestors did was to stave off the nothing that ultimately ends civilization. My religion I call conditional reciprocation, conditional reciprocalism, if you even like, if you want an ism at the end. Conditional because environments and situations are fluid and dynamic, but reciprocation because if you always give back as much as what you had, everything remains in equilibrium. Nobody has more than what they deserve. Nobody has less than what they deserve. So long as the equilibrium remains conditional to the environment we live in. Everybody can't have a drink of water if the fucking stream is dry. And so my religion is waking up and doing something about the ennui that I have lived with since I was a 6-year-old boy, whether that means doing something artistic, whether that means lecturing on YouTube Live, whether that means playing a video game and taking it way more seriously than anybody else on the internet, whatever it means. That's the goal, Emmy, is I'm emulating my favorite public storytellers and teachers. I'm just doing it from an explicitly religious perspective, because a good college professor is a religious person who doesn't need to proselytize. They don't need to sell to you that atoms or the germ theory are real. but we've all watched. Well, philosophy is a religion, Michael. So the difference in philosophy and religion is one of definitions. So we could talk about the difference in being bound to wisdom, what has worked in the past, which isn't a lot different from what I'm doing. But Philalitheia is another name of my religion, and that's the love of truth as opposed to the love of wisdom. Relationships with expectations are transactional, probably. Maybe not, though. Maybe, probably. They don't have to be. Maybe they don't have to be. For example, when I come to these lives with the expectation that I'm going to do this and I'm going to try to make money, and I don't know what I'm transacting. When we reduce our behaviors, this is me philosophizing and you don't have to agree with me. But when we reduce our behaviors to the monetary, and we actually describe our behaviors, what we do with money as a transactional, or as a metaphor for the transactionalism of our lives. I don't think that transactionalism is always bad, but I do know it's not, I know it's not healthy if it's not reciprocal. About truth, Philalitheia, the second word of my username. Philalitheia means the lover of, means love of truth, lover of truth. I was eating a that was a Sunkist. Is that the name of the tuna company? Lemon herb packet of tuna on a hamburger bun. Sunkist, I got that right. Yeah, lover of truth. Yeah, what is true? What's true? And then a lover. Philadelphia? No, Philadelphia means it means the love of brothers. Or brotherly love. Delphi means brother. Or Delphus. So Philadelphus means brotherly love. So Philadelphia effectively translates to the city of brotherly love, the place of brotherly love. Racine means roots in French. That's cool. Are you ethnically French? But yeah, a lover philosophically, if you like, according to the Greeks, then a lover wasn't necessarily somebody who pursued. I actually read Plato's Phaedrus for the channel. And maybe I should read it again because it didn't have the desired effect. But in the Phaedrus, Plato is trying to explain that Plato, the playwright, not Socrates, the character. Plato is trying to explain that there are two different kinds of love. There are two different ways that you can love somebody. You can love somebody by dominating them and strangling the life out of them so that you have loved them. And then there's the edifying sort of love where you build a person up over the course of time. And when I talk to Christians, I'm always concerned that the kind of love they think God has or God demonstrates is that dominating, totalitarian, crushing, murdering kind. Diathelism, not by name, I'm not. Hey, Fetching, thank you for that. I'm streaming from the US, yes. Fetching the Fletching. That's a cool name. I like Fletching. Thank you for the sub, Calvin. I do appreciate it. And hello, Devious. I think I missed some of you. Yeah, Philalitheia is a very old word, and it's not one that made it into English. It's not. It's not even a particularly common word among Greek-speaking people, but there are many Greek-speaking people who have come through and complimented me on my use. I am spelling it wrong. It's not all those I's. It's actually Aletheia with an E. I misspell it. I misspell it because I didn't know that it was a word. I thought I made it up, and I misspelled Aletheia on purpose to key that I was making up a word in the tradition of the 19th century and getting Greek completely the fuck wrong. So I was being clever. I just happened to be right. And that's what Philalitheia is. Philalitheia is doing something because something has to be done, and it just happening to be the right thing. Within cells interlinked. Agape is love. Agape is the love that Jesus was talking about. But agape doesn't translate to love. If you look, agape in French, it means openness. The word agape in English and the word agape in French are the same word. Yeah, doing the right thing. Standing for me, it doesn't have to mean the same thing to you, right? Loving truth and being a steadfast lover, even when the truth is the hard thing to love, for example, doesn't have to mean for you running forthrightly into every burning building there is because that's what you're compelled to do. But that's my temperamental compulsion, for example, not literally to run into burning buildings. That's what a fireman would do. But theologically, that's my inclination, is to go running in there and looking at what these people believe and whether they're harmful to these people being teachers, and whether they're harmful to their students. The question I'm getting after right now, Michael, so the basic gist of Philalitheia is that, like philosophy, Philalitheia is an approach. It's an abstract to approach. Okay, it's a goal, right? It's a self-description. The question that I'm getting after is hard to answer. The question that I've been working on, the questions I've been working on lately are disjointed and insane, but like I want to know how. How did Jesus come back to life? Was it a metaphor? Was he a historical person? Right? I'm leaning right now that Jesus, probably someone like Jesus, was historical. It's the coming back to life part that I have a lot of trouble figuring out. And so I'm trying to figure that out. Was that a metaphor? Did it really happen? A question I'm trying to answer is how Jewish was Paul? Christian atheism is kind of a very specific kind of head fuck. No, I've never heard of specifically Christian atheists. That's where they want to take they want to be morally relativistic and take the deity, the deification away from Jesus and just follow Jesus as a Confucian character. See, people don't believe me that just because I have a broad enough, Paul was so Jewish. I do understand that. Yeah, because Emmy, I'm going to start calling you Emmy. It matters. It matters on some level whether he was a real person or a metaphor, because there are too many people that if it turned out he wasn't a real person, we have to lie to. There are too many people in the world that we have to lie to if it turns out he wasn't a real person, or their anarcho selfish impulses will take over. Yeah, the psychoanalytics of God. Yeah, that's something I might spend too much time trying to calculate myself. Um, I do know that a lot of what we believe about Jesus. So you're asking me like what questions I'm working on. These are the kinds of questions I'm working on. Like, is it even dangerous for me to be doing what I'm doing? Because what happens if in 10 years from now I have 10,000 followers and then I die and you guys decide I was the son of God? I'm not. But what happens? Yeah. So from the perspective of what's true, like loving what's true and being willing to suffer even if what's true isn't something that I like. Um yeah, if we're perpetuating a lie about a guy who never lived or died, there are plenty of people who did live and die who deserve that veneration. Are you saying, I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding, Clint. Are you saying that the Bible becomes way more lit if Jesus and these other people were historical figures? Thank you, Duck, just Ducky. Thank you. I couldn't find where the whole name was written out. Probably not, Michael. There are things that we're just never going to be able to know. Oh wow, Ducky, I did not pay attention of how many times you hit that. You're still going. Oh, how big does the fire get? Actually, thank you so much. Oh, does his thumb get tired before the graphic changes again? That's the real question. I'm saying he. I don't know. Sorry. I read a lot of antique literature and oh, I misgendered Ducky. I'm sorry, Ducky. Yes, translation is a problem. Can we truly have the truth? And that's where yeah, translation and artist intention and these things are questions that I still have because I don't speak Greek well enough. And so that's why, like I was talking, that's why I'm reading like St. George. I'm also reading a book. I'm reading a book of philology, which is the study of old languages, the love of the logos, the love of language, philology. I'm reading a book of philology about a Greek word, theonoustos, because it means God breathed, but it means straight up from English, from Greek to English, it means God breathed, but it's not straight up what that means. And there's actually a debate about it. There's a current lively debate about it, and I could contribute if I got around to finishing the book. But reading is a fucking nightmare. I hate reading. Yeah, Neoplatonism. Yeah, absolutely, Turbo. That's why I'm constantly referring to Plato in my arguments, because so much of the just the Christian worldview that we can all agree that we have all interacted at some point in the West, in the United States at least. Um, I just hate the act of reading silently to myself. I love to read out loud, but I fucking hate to read by myself. It's so much of it is origin. Even this like this word that I'm reading, that I just told you that I'm reading about for my personal theonoustos, um, origin, uh, Neoplatonist origin, Origen, basically gave us our working modern definition, and he was wrong, is what this book I'm reading is suggesting. And I think the book is right. I think the author is correct. Maybe, Michael, I would argue with you that um, the truth is much more like Prometheus and Prometheus Bound. So on his rock in that myth, that play, Prometheus Bound, he defies Zeus, who is the same God as the Christian God for sure, but also the same God as the Hebrew God. He defies God to reveal his truths to God because he's immortal and he can suffer and endure any suffering. So God can't torture his truths out of him. Yeah, yes, and maybe Turbo. The orders of the books are different among the different canonical traditions for their reasons, but as far as like the books aren't and have never been presented in historical order. So the order they were published is never how they've been presented. And before the Septuagint, the Hebrew canon wasn't a canon. It wasn't collected in the way that it is today. So the biblical canon wasn't a canon before the Septuagint, and those books were not canonized in chronological order. Well, yeah. Well, the number of the devil, 666, isn't the number of the devil. 666 is the number of the beast, and it's a Christian. Thank you, Menelith. 666 is a Christian anagram or whatever for Emperor Nero, or whichever emperor it was that was alive at the time of composition, because the books weren't composed for canon. So Revelation was almost not included in canon because it's the insane ravings of a fucking heroin junkie. Basically, the guy was on very serious psychedelic drugs when he wrote that book, and I'm not being dismissive. He was on very serious psychedelic drugs when he wrote that book, and it's a raving scathing critique of the then sitting emperor. Revelation is not for you, the modern author or the modern audience. Revelation was specific to its time and place. I don't think power creates a truth. I'm trying to get there. I think that, like Prometheus, the truth isn't created by power. It's made secret by power. That power is in obscuring the truth. That if you ask me, why do I like you in my life, and I say I'm not going to tell you, that is a secret that you can learn, I will divulge to you later. It's the ultimate power play. You cannot leave my life or forever not know why I liked you to begin with. Yeah, John of Patmos was on very serious psychedelic drugs. And yeah, truth is the power. And that's a matter of interpretation as far as things being popular, being true, because the truth is everywhere you look for it, even in people who are lying. Their faces will speak the truth. Truth, love, compassion, sure. Compassion means with feeling, so compassion means emulating the feelings of somebody else, and so compassion is fiddly line if you're prone to codependence. You're going to decide what they're feeling, mirror it, and then tell them to feel it. That's what compassion is. And then empathy is imagining what you would feel like in their situation. And again, dangerous road, because if you're wrong, then you weren't empathizing hard enough, or maybe at all. If you think you understand somebody's emotional standpoint, especially if you tell them what their emotions are and you're wrong, you're not empathizing, you're just gaslighting. Sure, Michael, I don't mean to take it totally relativistic. I actually kind of meant a different thing. You're right about that. It does become true to them. And then so reality becomes divided in two. You have this reality that's not reality, and you have this reality that may or may not be reality. And so science, right? So we're in the middle of another scientific revolution where really understanding the takeaways from the last 100 years of scientific exploration are taking a while for people to accept, right? So COVID, for example, um, there was no evidence that showed that coughing without a mask was less harmful to the world around you than coughing with a mask, right? But people choose their facts, people choose their truth, and that's why I insist that there is a higher order of truth. I'm more stoic, yes. I'm more classical and pre-Christian. I'm more Platonic, more Socratic, in fact, in my approach than Platonic even. I'm much older in my approach. Socrates was reaching back to the shamans. Yeah, well, getting old, living to be beyond the age of 30. I don't know how old you are, Joshua, but if you're younger than the age of 30, listen to what I'm saying and take it to heart, even if you don't believe it right now. Think about this when you turn 31. Living to be 30 is a privilege in the context of human history, and with it does come the ability to look back. And so I took it very seriously to make sure that when I looked back, I was looking back with clarity. I was looking back accurately. Yes, our minds and the placebo effect are very real, even with technology. Philalitheia means the love of truth. Lover of truth, in this case. Heard that, Beckett, a guard. I am of the opinion, yes, Blade Runner 2049 is one of my very favorite movies. I am of the opinion, I agree that the placebo does, it does demonstrate more than prove, but I agree. Um, no, I couldn't have done this, literally, I couldn't have done this as recently as 2 years ago. No, it's not a fun watch, but it is a privilege to have survived those tragedies. It's a privilege to have survived the tragedies. And the problem that my generation, people who are in their 30s now, the problem that we're running into is that our parents never got out of the way to look back and give us good warning signs. That the people that we see as our living ancestors, because until the last century, they would have all been dead also by 30. The, the, the people who were young once weren't guided, and now we're in a position where genetically, biologically, we're supposed to be guiding the young, and there's no money in that either. The young don't have any money. Yeah. Well, I'm not of the opinion, because my parents hated me, I'm not of the opinion that we were forgotten. I'm of the opinion that we were dismissed and routinely neglected, millennials. We were dismissed and routinely neglected by our education system, by our religious institutions, by the corporations that were responsible for entertaining us, and later by one another. And so now, when we look at this group of young people, this crop of young people that are supposed to look to us, that we know genetically, biologically, are supposed to look to us for guidance, they're also skipping us. They don't want what we have to give. And so we feel overlooked by our progeny, our lessers in some ways. Lesser, like, older, and lesser, or youngers, our youngers, whatever. Like, they have just dismissed us too. The internet is shaping people, yeah, but we got to remember that the internet is people, that the internet is not an entity distinct from people. Yes, it will be too late before they realize it. It's like you want good definitions of porn because you're addicted to porn before you realize it if you don't know you're watching porn. Yes, Turbo Christ. I was trying to explain this to a Brazilian Chilean friend of mine whom I love deeply. My woman, and she was saying to me that particular abuse of American children is endemic from her perspective, and she identified it as an American thing. This is what American parents do to their children by and large. And I disagree that it's an American thing. But I do agree that American poverty parents were taught that the bare minimum they had to do for their children was make sure that they were fed and clothed and not obviously neglected and not obviously beaten at home. And so a lot of parents chose to, a lot of parents, including mine, a lot of parents chose to forward the generational neglect from their poor parents who couldn't do the things that the rich parents were doing for their kids onto their kids. But passing generational neglect and abuse onto your kids, I don't think is an American thing. I know that non-American parents do that. But yes, it is a poverty way of life and it is a poverty parenting method to only do the bare minimum because of CPS involvement. And so the way that American parents have decided to comply with the government is by maliciously non-complying with the government. And yeah, it is neglect. Yes, and the economy is a rocky ride. I say routinely, and people don't like to hear it, but I say routinely that the terrorists won. The terrorists won in 2001. America died. Yeah, poverty makes parents not good parents, but that isn't to say that and this is a thing that people have believed in the United States. It was a very common belief in the 1990s that middle class affluence equals good parent, that suburban affluence equals automatically good parent for your child, and that's also not true. Marriage isn't popular anymore because it's too easy for women to just give up. It used to be impossible to break marriages because women were owed alimony, but now they have jobs and they cheat and they instigate fights so they can constantly be in the I'm hurt and upset position so they don't have to stay in relationships anymore. So marriages either don't happen or don't succeed because women don't want to be in them for longer than a few months at a time. Yeah, Joshua. The United States of September 10th, 2001 died. They died. Yes, and nobody will stand on their own 2 feet, and very, very few people, Clint, are willing to hear that their poisoned thoughts are both poisoned and wrong. The solution, man, it's about personal excellence. It's about choosing not to be the lowest common denominator, and it's about surrounding yourself, and this is the hardest thing. It's about surrounding yourself with a support network of people who are willing to put in the same amount of effort you are, because they reciprocate and they want to keep the energy flowing. Yeah, marriages and relationships ruined by friends and secrets. Personal excellence. Yeah. something that I noticed, okay, so Matt Walsh is his fucking name. I made a reaction video today to Matt Walsh complaining about the quality of the food at restaurants going down, chain restaurants. And it's not that the quality of the food has gone down, it's that the quality of the service has dramatically gone down, because the only people who have jobs at that level of employment are career fuck ups. They're what I call cute or adorable fuck ups. Well, the only problem, Joshua, is that at the time that Rome fell, nothing was too big to collapse. Nothing was too big to fail. Right now, the world economy is too big and too interconnected to collapse. If the world were to, if any one single nation right now of the major nations, the major UN nations, were to collapse under the weight of this modern economy, everything would be gone. And there are a lot of people that want that to happen because of the increasing rate of change after the early medieval. But the reason that the Industrial Revolution happened is because of a near human extinction event. And I'm not in a car trunk. And what we just don't need are near extinction. We just don't need a near human extinction event. I think it makes more sense. I think it makes more sense for us all to tighten our belts, as they used to say, and figure out how to make it work. Figure out how to make excellence is just being better than you were yesterday, Amisa. Just excel. Just be better. We're almost programmed out of reality. I don't know about that. That's right, Michael. Kelvin, command your own life. And if you take command of your life, you don't even have to be successful. Just seeing you mastering your own ship will inspire other people to master their ships. What we're in right now is a regressive spiral where everybody sees everybody else not mopping the floor correctly, so they're not going to mop the floor correctly. What? Yeah, sort of Clint Eastwood, but I would prefer to blame human tendency rather than social media. Yeah, Ray, I'm not trying to be reductive, because the reason that marriages and relationships used to fail, even as recently as the 1990s, is because men weren't willing to put in the effort, because there were more women in the dating pool than men with means. But now there are more women with means in the dating pool than men. So one, for example, can be a professional dater of women. All one has to do is be moderately attractive, a little bit mysterious, a good conversationalist, and willing to take pictures of your penis for pay. I don't know Technoblade, and it is hard to find people who want to talk about this stuff, because a lot of people feel insecure that they don't come with the background information because it wasn't provided in cartoons. The need to want to be needed. Yeah, that's called codependent. That's called insecure codependence. That's right, Michael. The internet can be an excuse to languor in the opposite of self-improvement. So what would that be? If you let a house fall into dilapidation, so self-dilapidation, right? I don't mind you lurking at all, Manela. The internet can be a really good excuse to fall into self-dilapidation. It's full of pornography. It's full of people who appear to be degradation is also that would have been a better word. It's really easy to go, well, I'm doing better than that guy, right? It's really easy to go, well, I'm not as shitty toward my coworkers and my friends and my boyfriend as those girls, and then to lower your standard of excellence. Pure, that's all it ever was designed to be, was a human hive mind, the internet. That's what it wants to be. Oh no, and the future, the internet is our future, but that doesn't mean that we have to allow it to be the worst possible thing. We can, somebody asked me what the goal, the point, what I'm advocating for, and that's personal excellence. And personal excellence, so like there's that Peyton Manning commercial, right? If you watch football or you see TV or whatever, there's the it's an insurance commercial, and he's like, I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm motivating Manning, and I can be more than one thing, and I can be good at more than one thing. And so, like, what are your dreams? And the people stand up and say their dreams, and then the one skinny little nerdy dude stands up and says NFL quarterback, and Peyton Manning says, I don't know, might be a niche skill set, but I believe in you, right? That's kind of what I'm talking about. Is the internet is going to be here, but it doesn't have to be what it is now forever. That's how you get popular right now. For sure, the infiltrator, causing emotional responses to get people to get interest in you because you react to them emotionally, or they get reactions from you. That is a great way to get popular now. But I don't think, yes, every scroll is a dopamine hit. I don't think that's sustainable, and I don't think that's how it has to be. I don't think that's necessarily what everything on the internet has to be. The line between human instinct and insecurity and codependence is your parents, and so it's the healthiness with which you can be alone with your thoughts without poisoning your thoughts against the people you say you love. It's the difference in needing to be needed and the line where human instinct and insecure codependence. That line is how long you can be alone with your thoughts without saying hateful, nasty things about the people that you say you love. I agree, Michael. I agree. Well, we're all addicted, Bob, on some level to the internet, I'm sure. Control of your loneliness? Yeah, that's where the line is. It's like, I'm lonely. I miss them. I would like them in my life. How am I going to ask for it? Insecure codependence doesn't ask for it. Insecure codependence insists that it doesn't want it, but says hurtful things until it gets it. And then the other thing, I don't remember what the other word that we agreed on was. And human instinct is to be held by someone who will hold you back during a meal. And so, like, when you call somebody because they tell you that you love them, so you can have a meal and not be alone, and all you're asking for them to do is talk, and they tell you that the conversation is undervalued to them because you aren't talking because you have food in your mouth. It just goes to show that you aren't valuable to them, and they're insecure and codependent. What up, Justin? I'm supposed to have been asleep a while ago now, but here we are, and I'm not complaining. You asked me what's up. It's me. I remain up. Hello, Tony Elrod. I'm glad to make every one of your acquaintances tonight. I haven't mentioned them. 106 likes is more than I've gotten since probably July. So thank you very much for your presence. Thank you for all of your goodwill. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you for encouraging me and letting me talk so much. This is unusual for me. Your sleep schedule's flipped. You got a different schedule at work, Mike? Like, are you working thirds when you used to work firsts? Blessings to you, Ray Ray. Thank all of you. Look, I'm not here to... Look, I just want to be real. For anybody who thinks I might be, I'm not here to rag on my girlfriend. My girlfriend is being difficult, but my girlfriend is going to be difficult anyway. Women are difficult from the perspective of a man. It's 3:33 right now. But there are two different kinds of ways to be difficult. I'm no longer describing her behavior explicitly. She needs me to say out loud when I am and am not talking about her. There's the I can be alone without saying mean things to you. That's instinct. And then there's the if I'm alone too long, I'm going to say mean things to you, and that's insecure codependence. Insecure codependence takes their self-worth from the type and frequency of positive stimulation that they want. Well, I am encouraging you all to better relationships and careers. And I've said a couple of times, you may not have heard it, Ray. I've said a couple of times tonight that one of the reasons that I remain unemployed by a corporation is because there are other people who need that work, and I have other skills that I can employ. You're already retired, Lord? Lord Kelvin? I agree, Michael. This life I'm living, I would absolutely not encourage anybody else to live. I would encourage people to observe me and think deeply about my why and what I'm saying. But I would encourage nobody to replicate my results for themselves. My experiment, this thing I'm doing, is very dangerous. Very dangerous. I came out here to die, and then I met a woman, and I decided I didn't want to be dead anymore, and now she doesn't like me anymore. That's an extremely risky and it's just a high-risk way to live. I would never, thank you, the man right now, I would never recommend that anybody live the way that I live. Another way that I live is constantly encouraging people to steal from me because any word of mouth is good word of mouth. Don't live the way I live. Protect your IP. Protect your heart. All right? Don't be vulnerable with people just because they tell you that you can trust them. You can't. If they would ask you to in those circumstances, that's a demonstration that they're unworthy of the trust because they haven't even thought about what they've asked you. Live your true path. That's right. Know you. Know you. Know who you are and how you respond. Your pattern responses. And know which ones of them that you like and you don't like. Know which ones of them are hurting you. Well, Ray, I'm working on it, okay? I decided around my birthday, around July every year, I go through the New Year's stuff that everybody else normally does at the top of the year. So, December, I guess that's the bottom of the year. And so I decided around July that I was going to get me right. I came out into this tent to die, all right? And then after about a year of that, I decided, well, I'm too good at staying alive. So now I need to live for something. Sure, I definitely love me. That has never been the problem, Justin. Nobody likes it when I fucking say this, but I'm fucking rad. I'm fucking cool as shit. I'm fun to be around. I'm a great hang. I have great emotional turnaround. I front. I accept responsibility for my faults without avoiding it. I'm a survivor for sure. The problem wasn't that I don't like me. The problem was that I couldn't find a place where I belonged, and I got I frankly got tired of having to be me as an act of defiance. We should like ourselves. There's nothing wrong with liking ourselves. In fact, liking one's own company should be where we begin. We should begin with relationships where we just like our own company. And then we would like to add someone to our company. I'm fucking sick as fuck. Yeah, man, I love me. I'm great. No, I'm not in California. I'm in Ohio. I make me laugh all the time. I comfort me when I'm sad. I am the person I'm the only person who has the opportunity to be there for me at all times. I am the only person who has the opportunity to be here for me at all times because I am the only person who is in this body with me. I'm the only person who's in this body with me. Yes, so did I, Bob. Just retreated from a world I didn't fit into. And then I asked, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me that I'm not fitting in? What am I doing wrong? And the answer isn't always anything that I'm doing. Sometimes it's just that this night I'm not going to have an audience show up, for example. This night, an audience showed up in a major way, in a way that I was actually asking in my heart they didn't. And I've been doing behaviors to prevent blowing up like I have tonight. So thank you. That's a real and genuine thank you. Because when I get discouraged, I get all the way discouraged. Because I'm the only person encouraging me. The other people who encourage me, they encourage me from the side of their mouths. They encourage me. There's a Catatonia song, actually, that I've shared with somebody and clearly did not listen to. But the people who encourage me with their fingers crossed. Well, I love Catatonia, Bob. For sure. There are a lot of you. Thank you for being here, Carol. Um, the Matrix works in mysterious ways. I play a character in Schedule 1 called I call Shaggy Phil. And one of the things that used to be said to me frequently when people would comment on that character is that they like the way he talks, his self-talk, that he's so sweet to himself and he's so nice to himself. And the reason he's so sweet and nice to himself is because he grew up in abuse. That's how I talk to me, because nobody else talks to me like that. Nobody else only talks to me like that. Nobody else is kind and encouraging and patient and remembers my specific learning deficiencies, my disabilities, right? My specific areas of weakness, and is mindful to be patient of my specific weaknesses. I'm the only person in my life who does that. I'm the only person in my life who knows me that well. Am I the only person in my life who knows me that well because I'm secretive and know that nobody's really going to put the time in to learn it? Absolutely. Mine too, Bob. My inner voice can be just like my father. He can be extremely aggressive to me for no reason. And so that isn't to say that the only way that I speak to myself is in these kind and slow and patient and you've got this, Vincent. You can do this. You can do this. You've done this and things like it before. But I am the only person who says that to me. Nobody else says that to me. The people that have said that to me are the people who may think that I'm excluding them from saying this. It's not the same. They don't actually mean it, and it's not the only things that they say to me. They'll emotionally whiplash me with that and the extreme opposite of that. Yes, I did indeed, like 2 hours ago. this is when I talk about people ask me, no, I know I'm not the only one. I'm not asking for sympathy, and I'm not saying that I'm the only one. I'm pivoting to a point that when people ask me, well, what do I do? What do I do as an adult person in this world? Because we no longer have built-in community support networks. We no longer have built-in social fabric that will support us. We no longer have this. We no longer have family, church, school, work. These are no longer places that support us emotionally and that particularly care about us as individuals. And so somebody asked me, well, how do you find that? How do you build that? I don't know. But when I know, you will know, because I'll be talking about it all the fucking time. I don't have that. And so I can't tell you how to get that. There are a lot of self-help people who tell you, but they're lying. Yeah, Clint Eastwood, I'm trying to create an environment where people can be vulnerable safely. We do, correct. All of this tribalism talk, but we don't actually have tribes. That is correct, Michael. That's correct. We have to find or make our tribes. And the internet is actually a beautiful opportunity for that. Jay, Japan, I'm trying to create a community where people can find the love of their life, and they can be supported by somebody other than me. Yeah, the future will be bright, Clint. It's just it's a lot of different metaphors all playing together, right? You got to get through the winter, right? We got to get through the winter. Yes, the system is hurt. That's what I'm trying to do, Clint. Is people like Jay Japan are going to tell me that I'm a narcissist and that this is about elevating me, but I am trying to create an environment that is safe, that moves, and lives in your pocket, but doesn't require me being live all the time. And I'm not selling the Discord, but it is the Discord or the Patreon. I'm trying to figure out somewhere that I can get people who need it to come and congregate. Yes, Guitar Center works for people, man. Guitar Center works for people. Book clubs, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu, military, group activities, man. I'm glad it helped. I really am. I'm in a bad place. I'm in a hurt, wounded place, and my inclination is to just give up, and I decided I was just going to go live like I said I would. All right, fine. I'll go live. I'll sit here. And you guys brought the heat tonight. You gave me something to work with, and I really appreciate that. I'm sure that there are a lot of people who do what I do that would say the same thing if they were able to sit in my spot. You guys were special. If I helped, I helped, Clint, and that is a big deal. It's a big deal to me. People have opinions about the manner in which I approach humility, but it is not lost on me that you feel that way. Life does get fun when one is weird. I'm doing my best, Carol. I'm doing my best, Ray Ray. There are people in the world who need me, whether they believe it or not, whether they understand it or not. They need me. Thank you. I didn't mean to be here this long. You guys have given me a gift tonight. And so, I gave you a word, reciprocation, right? Keep the energy moving. give back what you take, and you guys have taken the opportunity to take me up on the opportunity. It's a big deal. Yeah, we all need each other, you know. Um, I think a lot of people think that I think like an actor locking himself up in his. I had you at St. Gregory. Where I'm glad, Lord. I'm glad. Um, that was bought for me by a viewer. That book, so I take reading it slowly. Seriously, I told him it was going to take me years, maybe, but I think a lot of people think that I think I'm like some superstar actor. I'm going to lock myself up in my trailer until I get the preferential treatment that I want. Nah, I just want people to show up. I want the same things you guys do. And yeah, cuz I need you guys. I need you guys more really I need you guys more than you need me on some level. Please go easy, Michael. You're getting very excited. At least let me die first, and let me die like in a few years. It's absolutely, Carol. It's what I'm here for. I'm not a therapist. I'm not doing it for free, but I want the help. We just love one another. It makes me I get emotional and I want to come back to this when I see you guys loving one another. When I see the fighting and the shut up and the just ignore the trolls and that stuff, that's when I start to get like, all right, it's time to find something else to do with my time. Yeah. Yeah. Openness and appreciation for everyone. We all learn at different rates. We all know different things. Some of us believe offensive things. You get first word. Okay, that's fine. You can have dibs on writing the origin story. Well, Ray Ray, funny story. I did because I didn't have any Patreon subs and I wasn't monetized at the time. I did a little social experiment that maybe hurt some people's feelings, and maybe I'm not really worried about that at all. But what I started doing is I started giving everybody that I recognized, every username that I recognized, the blue tag. I was just popping out moderators left and right. And what started happening is the moderators started arguing with the trolls, and that became very distracting to me. And so I do have, right now I do still have 2 moderators. I probably could have given, I haven't gone live since the last time Mackinfly was in the chat, but I probably should have made him one because he subscribed to my Patreon. But typical Rachel is a moderator, and Eric is, but Eric didn't stick around for very long. Hey, I look forward to seeing you around, Michael. Yeah, people who have your back, Ray, people who have your back. I don't need to agree with you politically. For example, I don't need to know your opinion on the recycling of heavy or rare earth minerals and whether we should or we shouldn't. I don't need to know your opinions on fracking. I don't even need to know your opinions on abortion in order to know that if you have my back, I'll have your back. I don't normally I don't maintain a schedule, Lord. but I'm in Taco Bell. I have regular uploads that go up to the channel as far as just videos, and then I go live. I used to go live just all day, every day. Look for me in Eastern. Look for me around noon, I guess. And then I'm in Taco Bell by 9 p.m. Eastern every night, so I'll probably just start going live again. Soul Talk. Yeah, Clint. Love Talk. Well, AW, it's something that the rare earth minerals that we use in our modern technology, like lithium, dilithium, these these earth minerals are what modern wars are fought over. So the tariffs and all of this trade talk with China and Russia is actually about the fact that the Biden administration shut down all of our mining. Not maybe not all, but a huge amount of our rare earth mineral mines, and that we've been paying out the nose for Chinese, cobalt, Chinese made, mined, and manufactured tech that doesn't need to be the price it is, on the assumption that we didn't have good rare earth access, like rare earth mineral access in the US. And so this is something I've been paying attention to a lot. And so, like, nerd, autistic politics guys tend to have real strong opinions. And so kind of what I was saying is, like, you don't need to know, and you don't need to care, and I don't need to know whether you know or whether you care in order to know that if you got my back, when it comes down to the human experience of being a human in this world, that I've got yours unconditionally. Okay, well, your conclusion, your conclusion's a little silly, Nummy, but we do need to mine. Yeah, paying for what we already have here, and so I don't need to know your opinions about this totally tiggy-tack economical political argument. Um, uh, but if you demonstrate pattern behavior where you show up, you're forthright, um, you're open to meeting new people, you're open to new ideas, you're open to the idea that you might be wrong. I don't need to know what we might disagree with about in order to defend your right to form your own opinions, for example, to have your back. A lot of people have gotten upset with me for having their back and then telling them I don't like what they're saying. I totally agree, Clint. We do. We have so much. I was reading an article. I was reading a paper. A woman, I wish I knew her name off the top of my head, but she did an analysis of our waste material, and what she found is if we just recycle the waste material we already have dug up, we would be financially independent of China and Russia for these minerals just from our waste rock. So it's already there. We've just been deliberately ignoring it to keep China and Russia afloat economically because, like we talked earlier, too big to fail. And so the U.S. has been deliberately, over the last 20 years, we have been deliberately non-competitive with the rest of the world to let it catch up with us, and that the time is ripe to not be doing that shit anymore. But I don't need to know your opinion on that because you could think I'm wrong, and I could still want to defend your life and your livelihood. It's about how you disagree with me that is going to determine whether I have or do not have patience with arguing with you all the time. Because I don't like fighting. I don't like fighting other people, and I most certainly don't like fighting the people I love, because the people I love don't know the difference, because I've killed you one way or the other. Yeah, there's an argument to be made. There's also an argument to be made that with abundance comes innovation. And so it might turn out that once we introduce all these abundant minerals in the into the economy, that our technology becomes cheaper, faster, more efficient, more specialized. So tools start to make more sense. We might be able to find more energy efficient means for supercomputing. So the CO2 uh, uh, cost, right? The CO2 cost of AI technology, for example, might rapidly drop in the next few years if we have material surplus. I don't know how to project. I just know that material surplus is always good. And an informational surplus. The internet is an information surplus. It's always good. Surplus isn't always good, but information surplus is always a good. It's better than the opposite. And nuclear is the way to go. Over the last 10 years, your postmodern neoliberals have insisted that atomic energy is inferior to I don't know what they call it, but like solar and renewable. That's what they call it. That nuclear is inferior to renewable, but what it turns out is nuclear just makes money, and renewable energies cost money. I'm sorry, nuclear just makes energy, and renewable costs money. I said that all wrong. And yeah, I prefer to think about the behavior of the United States from a total pie in the sky that's not happening, where we appreciate that because we were first in the modern economy, we're definitely the biggest consumer economy in the world, and just by landmass, one of the largest nations in the world, one of the biggest breadbaskets in the world. I like to think of our behavior, especially as goes prosperity, as trickling down, right? You believe in trickle down economics. We don't. But that effect trickling down to the rest of the world, places like England, France, Germany, Russia, China, and then those countries behaving with their territorial holdings, the people that they point guns at, um, that those places will also improve their behavior. That isn't how it works. I know that isn't how it works. But I do like to believe that if the United States did have, if we did have a trade surplus again, or we were able to return to the 1950s world economy where it's just the United States dominating everything, because our product is superior, the product is genuinely superior. I would like to believe that if we went back to that, it wouldn't be the 19th century. It wouldn't be tycoons forcing brown people into slavery. But I've watched Apple's behavior, Apple computers and watches, and it's all slave labor. So I don't actually have any faith the things I'm saying are true. But I do have faith that if I go live and I say them to enough people, those people will repeat them to their kids, and long after I'm gone, they will become true. Yeah, I grew up in CNC machining. My dad was an mechanical engineer. He owned his own business, so I stood in front of a CNC lathe for much of my childhood, many years of my childhood. And then I worked a brake press as an adult for a couple of years. And then I don't think of and you can think I'm pretentious, Liberty, but I don't think of working in a kitchen as any different than working in manufacturing. It's the same. It's the same principles. I don't actually know. Campbell's soup had a leak. Are you being funny? I told you guys earlier that I'm gullible and liable to fall into traps like this. No, I've not heard about this. I'm tired enough that you might have been making a pun and I missed it, because Campbell's soup leak, that sounds like you might be getting a pun on me. 3D printed meat. Why? Do we know? Okay, I shouldn't. Oh, wow. Take care, Lord Kelvin. Really? Was he trying to get fired? Why would you under okay. What I spilled the beans. I knew somebody was gonna fucking hit me with a pun. Um it's too ripe for puns, but what's the context of this? Do we know why did he why did he say this? It was a private conversation being reported, so this guy was a scumbag. Wow. Okay. It was Hot Mike. Yeah. So this is just a scumbag who didn't know that he was going to go on the internet. Huh. That's weird because his complaint's valid that Campbell's doesn't make a middle class food option. They've got the Campbell's Chunky, but that's for poor people. He's right. Yeah, 3D meat isn't a real thing. Yeah. Okay, that's really interesting. I'll have to look into that tomorrow and actually have something to say for it about say about it for the channel, because I would really like to hear the tone that he says this in. Yeah. I like the tortilla soup one too. The chunky soups are good, but yeah, I mean they're for poor people. That would be a real bummer if Campbell's isn't treating their employees well. That would be a real problem because Campbell's is an American institution. Yeah, good for thee, but not for me, for sure. 3D printed houses. Yeah, I saw a new like Popular Mechanics or something article about that's also relative liberty. It is relative who treats their employees well. That's really, it's down to the management. Yeah, that's not up to the corporation, right? Like the CEO has bigger things to think about than shaking hands with fucking delivery drivers, for example. I hear you. I'm not unemployed because I think that every working environment is a healthy one. Yeah, understood, Clint. It sounds like he was kind of saying something that is reasonable, but he was saying it from such an ultra elitist place that it's really easy to bury him as just an evil rich guy. I hear you. That's interesting. I'll actually have to see if I can't run across that tomorrow. That's interesting to me, actually. Because I'd love to know if he was actually replaced and if it was replaced for that. Because that puts the Campbell's shareholders in a real terrible spot, and his only job is to make them profit. So it does for me, because I watch so much NFL football, it really brings into light the hiring process for the Campbell's corporation. Like, wow, how did you hire this guy? Like, how did you make such a fundamental mistake that he would embarrass you like this down the line? And was it not predictable? I actually don't know whether it was predictable. I don't know the guy. Yeah, they're hurt bad now. Yeah, I bet they are. Kind of like when Budweiser. Actually, this isn't that basically the same thing that the Budweiser CEO did a few years ago? Bud Light, saying that only frat boys and poor people drink their beer or whatever. And so now maybe that's just a common sentiment among America's institution brands. Maybe that would be really interesting as a question to ask, actually, whether that's not whether that's not a sentiment genuinely or generally held by America's institution brands. So Campbell's, Budweiser, these things that, ubiquitous, that everybody how to make their stock go up, that everybody knows and uses, but that are absolutely accessible to the poor. Like we were talking about Taco Bell earlier tonight. I wonder if Taco Bell thinks that their food is only for poor people and college stoners, for example. Or like if Waffle House only thinks their stores are for junkies. I would be interested to know if it's a common sentiment among I would be curious to know whether it's a common sentiment among the CEOs of these institution brands to denigrate their customers. Waffle House has become expensive, yeah. And I hear you, Clint. I understand. Yeah. Can't afford Whole Foods. I love Waffle House. That's why I used the example. I like Waffle House. Um, but I would be absolutely interested. Yeah, Desolation. I was making that argument earlier. Thank you for independently attesting it. So I didn't feed you that information. You just put it out there. And yeah, that's why I wonder, like, is it a common sentiment of these CEOs to say these things about their brand and show no evidence of changing them? Hi, Kadeem. We did have this conversation earlier, Liberty. And Desolation too, if I don't engage in it, it's because I'm not sitting in the Taco Bell anymore. I like Taco Bell's menu. I don't like their new 90s. I didn't like the 90s throwback, or the early 2000s throwback menu. I like I like the 90s throwback. I did not like the 2000s retro menu. It was gross. Maybe it was gross back then. I don't remember it being gross back then. I remember eating the fuck out of it back then. Yeah, one of the kids comes out, and I felt bad because I didn't know that Thanksgiving was coming. And he goes, "Bro, you want to try this pie?" And I said, "Probably not. What is it?" And he uses Baja Blast, and I said, "Nah, I'm good." And he goes, "Oh man, it's just a Baja Blast flavored cheesecake." And I'm like, "That makes sense, but nah, I'm good." You like the soft shells? I've never liked soft tacos. That's nasty. Yeah, I don't even want to know if it's good. I'm currently not thinking about the things that are going wrong in my life driving force. So I'm fine. I love the Mexican pizza, dude. You're allowed to. Oh, the tostadas? Yeah, for sure. I haven't seen anybody say anything positive about about the pie. I can't imagine they sold very many. That's funny. Uh, Emmy, the crunch wrap kind of grosses me out. I don't really know why. I don't think I like, and the Doritos Locos are good. I don't think I like tortillas in general. Never done DMT, not really. The crunch wrap doesn't sound. Wait, which one doesn't go to a real Mexican bakery? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you go to a real Mexican restaurant, you're gonna get authentic or Mexican food. But Taco Bell isn't about the authentic Mexican experience. I agree, Desolation. I was surprised by how many people were in Panera eating, not just getting drinks and taking a second away from their shopping. I was really surprised by how many people were in Panera eating full meals yesterday. I was really surprised by how many people were out at restaurants eating and getting DoorDash drive-throughs. I was really surprised. I worked in restaurants up until COVID, and you could count on Black Friday being drinks on the inside and drive-through. Not the kind of business that I saw here in town. Yeah, Clint, I I try not to get too adventurous because I can tell the things that are on the menu that the guys that work there like, because they make it the way they like it, and the way they like it's fucking gross. I'm in Ohio, Liberty. We're not very far away, cash flow. Really not far away. If one of our goals as a human species is to get to a post money um, prosperity situation, we're very close. It's not too bad tonight, Liberty. It was real cold last night, but no, I mean, I've been taking on and off my hood as it gets uncomfortable. It is getting colder. It's not anywhere near as bad as it was last night. Yeah, we really got rid of the penny. Yeah, really got rid of the penny. The Dollar Tree in town says, because the penny is being abolished, please, you have exact change or whatever. They're trying to buy back all the pennies. Yeah, that's real. It's cool to me the way they do it too. The way they have business. These businesses collect their pennies and then sell them back to the banks. I think that's a really good idea. No, Bob, I don't think that we go back in time. I just think that we as individuals need to. I think that we need to stop looking for a Lord to take care of us, and we need to embrace the small craft economy that is ahead of us. Maybe, Kadeem. That's a lot of work, bud. Sort of a slick move to help you not use cash. But in the Dollar Tree, they've got a lot of a dollar and a quarter, $1.99. Um, they can't give you 4 pennies back, or they can't give you the single penny back. So please give us 4 pennies, or just understand that we're going to short you a single penny, like that kind of thing. It is a better way to not use cash, for sure. It is a good way to incentivize you to not use cash, but just so we're clear, it is better for the business for you to use cash. It is better. They don't have to pay the banks for the cash. Well, banks are actually backed by the U.S. economy. I'm sorry, cash is backed up by the U.S. economy. It's backed by what's called fiat. That's the Italian word for force. It's the world economy. Money is backed by the American military. Well, or you just don't get those couple of cents. They just, they don't have them to give you. Yes, Ray Ray, everything is punitive. No, money is not real, Kadeem. It's just numbers. But those numbers are still punitive. And yes, everything is punitive. I agree. Everything is punishing. Everything punishes you. And that's why I'm trying to create an environment where we don't punish one another for fixable error. Yeah, they do. They track us, our analytics. They observe us, and they sell that information. That's real. Yeah, zero can only be a number. Um, but it doesn't have to be bad that they sell our information, so long as we benefit from it. Well, a number is just a digit. It's just a number. It's an abstract, and assigning a name to something doesn't assign it a value. Well, Clint, I'm not here to say that money. I'm here working right now, making an income. Um, I'm not saying that we don't need those numbers. I'm just agreeing with the core claim that money is no longer real in the way it used to. I don't disagree with that, Liberty. The more we benefit from our money, the less others do. I agree. Well, at least the less, the 19th century tycoons were all worried about turning our oligarchs back into. Well, Ray, they're not wrong. Um, I'm not saying that what they're doing is not intrusive and not invasive, and that you shouldn't have the ability to sell your analytic data. In fact, it would be nice if we all drew a passive income off our analytic data. Absolutely, we should all, like with Taco Bell's rewards programs, we should all get kickbacks. Within those kickbacks should come in the forms of credit or discounts or whatever, price cuts. All of us, absolutely, 100%, totally. Our analytic data should not go to pay to pay for the houses of ultra rich people who had nothing to do with collecting that data. 100% agree. However, you can manipulate it to have better things advertised to you. You can absolutely manipulate the YouTube or whatever algorithms to show you things you want to see. I don't think the dead internet theory will happen because we'll never stop generating data. Zero is its own opposite. I don't know how that makes sense logically. Maybe. I don't think that I don't think the internet is ruined. It's too young to be in ruins, and the real problem with the internet is ad revenue. That everything was paid for at the beginning by, yes, I remember you, Om. That everything was paid for at the beginning of the internet with ad revenue, and that young people thought that was the only way it could be, and so that's the only internet for-profit business model that has been brought public. And by public, I mean to Wall Street, right? To public trading. And so if there were other business models that were brought to public trading, there could be other business models that we talk about. The problem is that nobody has, as far as I know, been insane enough besides me to try to go public with a different model. Crypto has just gone into its. I saw a major advertisement for crypto yesterday that I actually really liked. I really liked that commercial a great deal. Um, you don't see as much about it anymore because you're not a buyer, and demographically, you're not a 15 to 35-year-old white male. Hey, Dave, what's up? But crypto is absolutely a fad. For anybody who knows, crypto is just tulips. It's just a market bubble. And so um, the people who make market bubbles are bad people, but a market that can bubble isn't a bad thing. No, I haven't streamed a video game from the tent in a really long time. Joshi, whatever. Sorry. I'm not thinking about it. Desolation. Yeah. Yeah. You trade that stuff. Yeah. Um. Crypto was always an effort to have a free internet. So do you know free radio? The idea of crypto is to keep the internet free or whatever. It's just a bubble economy. It's not real. Yeah, yeah. People earn off Twitch. I game on here. Joshi was just asking me if I game. No, man, I haven't even been live in weeks. I Well, I haven't exactly left the swing of life. I quit doing lives because I was recording gameplay footage or editing gameplay footage, or I was trying to live stream, and just unforeseeable and out of my control things kept happening. And people give me mixed signals. I will ask people, what do you want from me? And they will tell me, and I'll do it, and they'll say, I didn't want that. I wanted the exact opposite of that. And so people are constantly expecting me to know that they say the opposite of what they want all the time. If you're considering streaming, I would tell you that I'm not the guy to ask. You need to stream on YouTube. My understanding is you need a minimum of 8 gigabytes of RAM and um, a certain amount of processing power. You probably want minimum double that, and then you want to just assume that that's probably not enough too. Yeah, there's good money to be made. I'm constantly talking about how there's an infinite, in fact, amount of ad revenue to be made in these platforms, going live on YouTube, going live on TikTok. I don't know where my family are. Um, But if you want to stream, you want to make sure that you've got good upload speeds. Um, and then just as far as hardware, I don't really know. I'm using a Surface i7 Pro, and it's usually enough. But you're gonna need more. Surface 7 Pro. You're gonna want more. You're gonna want to make sure that you've got good cooling. Um, I don't know the specs. I know that um, I probably do it wrong. And so I would recommend just being yourself. And I am aware that ultimately encouraging my audience to go out and make things in the microeconomy for themselves leaves me with no audience. Oh, desolation might have just given me the audience preventing the creator from doing something. That shit's why I quit going live. I make the best because I lean into my personality over my content. My capturing my time, documenting my time rather than having planned entertainment content is my approach. Well, I used to, Ray Ray. I used to. And then people were just giving me the I'm busy thing. It's whatever. But what desolation, I don't mean to butt you guys. I am going to return to the not so much the pay $1, but the being deliberately disruptive. And then obviously other content creators found a way to monetize it, to weaponize it against the audience. But the deliberate disruptive behavior, yeah, a lot of bots and trolls. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, those are all good nights. I used to be live just I used to be live 12 hours a day, every day, Ray. And I just quit it because all of my lives were just so antagonistic. The people I was meeting and my regulars were just so antagonistic of me. I gotta stop. I gotta stop coming here. Oh, desolation. I'm not trying to say that you were negatively critiquing me. I'm saying that you just described to me a phenomenon that I had observed but couldn't accurately describe, and you're saying that elsewhere you see a lot of disruptive behavior that may make you feel bad. I make enough, Clint. I wasn't making enough, but tonight I've made almost $80, which is a lot for me. It comes in waves. I am aware that a lot of those waves are writing my emotions. I am diagnosed with bipolar type 2, intermittent explosive disorder, and I have pathological demand avoidance. So a lot of this I am not temperamentally suited for, and so I'm doing my best to share my interesting and thought-provoking mind, while also struggling through real mental disorder in real time. Because if I can get through it, you can get through it. if I can figure out how to frame what I'm going through in a positive way, you can figure out how to not frame what you're saying in a hurtful way. Right, exactly. I wouldn't be bothered either if I put it up. That's really interesting, because what I was doing for a while, Desolation, and I don't mind sharing my approach in that I know it was probably wrong, but what I was doing for a while is I had started just ignoring the chat because it was so negative and so hurtful. Um, and I just started playing or doing other things on a different screen, keeping the live up on my phone just like this, but entirely ignoring it, doing other things, like even just engaging and doing live streams just for the Discord. Um, and what you're telling me is that other people started doing that and putting a price tag on them for them to look back to the screen. Yeah, not looking and not addressing it. I for a while I was trying to explain to people that the negativity and the trolls, they come, and ignoring it is about this. Like if the screen is got, right now my screen has 4 PFPs on it that are all adding they're all contributing, they're all adding to the conversation in their own way, right? You're all adding in your own way, and there's just no room for the trolls to come in. They'll come in and they'll say I pooped when I had my hemorrhoids or whatever, or I bled in my poop, and they'll say they're copy pasta, but it doesn't stick. Sure, Bob. You know, the there are two things that are true, right? About what you're saying, like carrying a weight for a long period of time, it makes you stronger, but it can also affect your posture in a negative way over time. So I'm glad to hear that you're stronger. I'm not happy to hear that you've struggled with depression. I have too. Um, I hate that for you, but I'm glad that you don't. I'm glad that you don't see your depression as debilitating. I'm glad that you find a way to see yourself as better for it, because a lot of what happens, a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people end up needing me in their life, and so I do this as badly as I do it. Um, because people think that their depression makes them weaker. And I don't believe that has to be the case. I don't believe that the difficult emotions we feel have to make us weaker and have to undermine everything that we believed and that we thought and that we felt and that we did when our emotions were good. And yes, eating your emotions without resolving them is how your emotions eat you. Yeah, not seeking resolution to a problem is how the problem never gets resolved. I know that sounds stupid, but like if you're going through an argument with a loved one and you're going through the same argument and it's always the same argument and it's always the same, it's because it was never resolved. It's because um any truce was a non-meaningful temporary truce because the person who accepted the truce was just done arguing for the moment. And so if they're not seeking resolution, if the goal isn't to resolve the problem will never get resolved. Nah, I hear you, Ray. I haven't needed moderation today. Yeah, they blow up with viewers, Clint. I can't watch that material either. Right. Well, sure. So diagnosis is kind of the same thing. It's two things. It gives you the power to know what's wrong, but it also gives you the power to not change. And so a lot of people will take a diagnosis and they'll use that as a justification to be the worst possible thing. The world has lost its mind, Clint, for sure. Yeah, the difference between a ceasefire and a true peace. All right, fine. I'm not shooting volleys at you right now, but I am going to open fire on you without warning when I feel like it later, is a ceasefire. A true peace is never having to fight this fight again because it's actually resolved. And so if you're having the same argument with somebody, it's because they don't want the resolution. They don't want to grow past the problem. They don't want to go from the conflict. They just want the conflict. And there's nothing you could do. You could apologize. You could every possible kind of conflict resolution with a person who wants the conflict won't resolve the conflict. They don't want the resolution. And they will absolutely force you into a position where you have to choose the conflict. We have to choose the conflict. They'll tell you, well, if you love me, you would love how conflicted I am. Dealt with it a lot. Yes, a ceasefire is my logistics are tired and I need to regroup. That's exactly right. I'm going to go take a nap. And instead of sleeping, I'm going to think about all the worst possible things I can say to you, and then I'm going to send them to you when your guard is down because you think I'm sleeping. You think I'm just sleeping. Absolutely. It's poisonous cowardice is what it is. It's just poisoned cowardice. It's not actual forthrightly fighting for what you believe in. It's making sure that you're not the only person who's thinking poisoned thoughts. It's making sure that you aren't alone in your misery, because what misery loves is company. And when we choose to be miserable, we choose to fill ourselves with miserable company. And then, you get into the self-help corners of YouTube that tell you to just cut those people out of your life, and that's not the better way to do it. It's not the better way to do it. I don't know what is, though. I like to believe that things aren't doomed to end, right? That things aren't that good things don't necessarily have to be fleeting. But all we can really do is account for the mental health of our friends and loved ones. We can't do anything about it. Like, there's no catheter you can put in a boyfriend's heart to make him not manic depressive. Like, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. You have to. For me, you don't have to do anything. For me, it's about choosing acceptance. Yeah, creativity is anesthesia. Absolutely. Yeah, the world has lost its mind, and relationships are damn near impossible because it's too easy to self-sabotage the relationship for attention. It's too easy to self-sabotage the relationship for attention, and it's way too easy to make the relationship about conflict anymore, and it's way too easy to just walk away. I was talking about this earlier. Yes, Americans love a good fight. Yes. We love a fight that feels bigger than us. Feels more important than our lived experience. Absolutely. We got it from the French, but it has become an absolutely American trend. Yeah. Well, they can't get out of the relationship. Because of entanglement, right? Relationships not like a job, not like a job. You can just leave. You can't just tell a girl, all right, no more of this, no more of this. You have no place in my life anymore. Because the next thing she's going to do is she's going to go to all your friends, she's going to go to your family, she's going to go to your job, she's going to go everywhere, and she's going to do everything she can to destroy your life, because she's going to get it in her head that if she destroys your life, then you're going to want her again. And I'm not saying that dudes won't do that. I'm just saying I don't date dudes. But the insecure codependent is going to do everything they can to make sure that you're isolated, and only theirs, regardless of whether you continue to accept that advance or not. And so in a lot of ways, the atheist is right to be skeptical of the religious and the supernatural, because it will too. Well, sort of perpetual pain. I've already been told by a woman that all of my earnings are so she can retire and never have to work again. So that's probably not true. Yeah, shared assets are the kind of commitments I meant. Kids. Historically, kids aren't a reason to not leave a marriage. Historically, it's better if the man isn't around the children. Historically, it's better if the father isn't in the home. And historically it's been better if the father or the man isn't in the home, because the men are toxic. Men are extremely adult men between the ages of 20 and 40 or whatever, just adult men are extremely unhealthy for children to be around. No, I don't owe her alimony, perpetual pain. She just told me that any money I make, will be hers, so she doesn't have to work ever again. So from her perspective, my goals are independent wealth, and if I don't get independent wealth, codependent on her and her happiness and her luxury, if I don't do those things, then I don't love her. Yeah, Clint Eastwood. And that setup is yes, that is why so many men. Somebody was asking me today, I don't think it was you, somebody was asking me today what I think about growing celibacy rates among young men dropping out of the dating and sex pool, what I think about all these incels. And I'm not going to get out of the relationship just because you don't like the way I describe it, Clyde. But yes, men kill themselves because women, as a gender, are impossible. Men need intimacy. Men need love. Men need to be respected, and they need it in a specific way from a woman that they didn't get from their mother. And all women want to dictate the terms that they do that in. Okay. That's what the marriage contract was about. And so until about the 1980s, until about Ricky Lake, but until about the 1980s, the marriage contract was saying that the wife was the wife, and that the husband was in control, and that she was there to provide him with a genetic legacy and intimacy, and if she did not, she was homeless and jobless. And then in the 1970s, leading into the 1980s, going into the 1990s, arriving in the early 2000s, women and feminism, men are babies. Women and feminism fought back that being a wife, because of the rules that had already been established, is a job, and as such, being a wife comes with the expectation of a uh, quality of life. And so women, yes, I am the only one who determines what an asshole is. Women, as such, determine that those things that a man wants in a partner are all things they should be paid for. I don't have a family, and the woman that I'm with is infertile, so. And yes, feminism is the worst. Feminism is the worst because women, because it has feminine in the name, or femin in it, women will pick and choose what it means and what tenets they do and do not believe in, do not agree with, but they won't tell anyone. Yes. It's easier to never date again because if you never date, you never have to deal with a woman. Well, men are living to the standards of the women that will give them sex. Women are attracted to babies. Women are attracted to emotionally immature and vulnerable men. And so men have made themselves emotionally immature and vulnerable because it gets them sex. And yes, the modern male is terrible. Well, you know, right. But what does the money buy? Yes, Clint Eastwood, there's always the ultimatum. She's always jealous of whatever you're doing because you love whatever that is more than you love her, even if she's actively ignoring you to do the exact same thing. Right. Why not mention them while they were happening so we could have resolved the conflict? Why wait until you needed a conflict? I agree, Clint Eastwood. This is why I'm divorced. I let my wife leave when our relationship was dominated by how inadequate I am. Yeah, just your only options are to suffer the abuse or to call them on their bluff. I just don't want to do that. Like the go get healthy, Michael, is something that I'm just not going to be able to do because of my injuries. And I don't want that money. I say my name Vincent Dennis, but you're asking me how to pronounce Philalitheia, Ben Hunter. I pronounce it Philalitheia. Wow, Bob. And that was a normal thing too. The revolving door of marriages. Gen X, real bad about that. Yeah, it's the Greek word. It means lover of truth, Ben. The I'm really not sure how the draft, which is an open and voting, are relevant. I'm not sure that the popular vote was opened to men broadly because of the draft. I could be wrong. I might be very wrong. They might have opened the draft to men who weren't landowners because they opened up a draft. I could be wrong. That might have been why it happened. But I know that women weren't afforded the right to vote because of military service. Well, a modern draft would do exactly what it did in the 60s. It's cold, yeah, and it's getting colder. It's starting to snow. It's actually just ice. It's not snow. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure that there's a causal link between the draft and voting rights. There might have been, but I have outside of you, um, outside of you, where'd your name go? I lost it. I don't know that I want to scroll up this far. Here we go. Whooping crane. There we go. Outside of you, I've never seen that juxtaposition. Doesn't mean it's not real. Yeah, I'm not hating on women either. Probably that would be differentiated between the sides. So the South probably would have enlisted or drafted, or the word I'm looking is conscripted. The South very likely did conscript slaves, and the North. I know there were a lot of volunteers, so they may not have needed to draft from the Negro population, but they may have. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. My interest in American history until the last few years was limited at best. Right, practical. Right, Clint, practical. It would be nice. It would be nice to have a woman. Every man wants a woman who will take the time to narrate his perspective in her mind before she speaks. I can't imagine that the South would have trusted their black uh, slave soldiers to do anything but die on purpose or desert. So I can imagine that they conscripted them or forced them into camp labor where they could be watched by men with guns and they weren't expected to have one. Do I think the internet makes it harder to satisfy? Yeah, because it's easier for women to find material of women telling them to be dissatisfied. Yeah, I don't know well, okay, wired differently means taught by their mothers. And yeah, yeah, women are taught by their mothers to accuse their male partners of all of the worst behaviors. Yeah, men and women are fundamentally different creatures, so we want fundamentally different behaviors from one another. That's why men are increasingly gay. Because what they want is what another man wants, and so they know what they want. He knows what he wants, and so they just give it to one another. In varying degrees of abuse and well, power abuse, right? Abuses of various power dynamics, but they want that on some level too. Men want that on some level. We're human and in that way predictable. Now I've watched it since I was in middle school. The increasing acceptance of, you know what, this is really just hanging out with my dude. And then my generation, millennials, uh, not to divide us artificially, but to try to give some sympathy, or at least to try to explain where ideas come from. Um, I don't know. I lost that thought. Yeah, that, Clint, that. Um, since we were kids, that's women's literature. I say we, people my age, since the 80s. No, I didn't have a good day, Ben. Um, it, it's look, I've had a great however long I've been streaming. That it's been surprising. But no, the day before that wasn't good. Tonight I'm tired, but I'm working, so I'm uh, awake. I'm present. I'm here. But I'm also using uh, the difficult and unpleasant things that I went through today and that I've been going through my whole life to advocate for compassion, for understanding. For example, if you're going through an argument with your wife, that she's a girl and she'll never know any better. It is what it is, Ben. You know, it's just it's it's like in the NFL, it's about stacking wins, right? Hello, John. Well, that's that's how we used to be allowed to look at it like that. Just yeah, okay. Everything you've just said to me today, I have to forget happened. It's going, Blake. That's a hard question for me to answer so many times in a row. Yeah, it's hard to keep taking L's, Steve. Like it's the bigger person move to just stack L's, but we want wins. Yeah, that too, Clint. There's a lot of you used to be so special and then you stopped. Well, you called me your ex. Huh? Blake, just contribute to the team win right now. We're having a healthy conversation without hating on any. Uh, we as men are humbly saying we are imperfect creatures who just want to be allowed to be vulnerable and to be ourselves and our weakness, and that we don't feel like women as a gender are capable of allowing that. Um, it's a lament, not a finger pointing. Yeah, well, I mean, the context of not wanting to help her might have put you in a vulnerable position. Yeah, a good wife is a confidant who won't use the things that you confide in her against you in conflict. For example, you tell a girl like I'm really struggling with my time management, and um, she won't use your time management as an excuse or as an example of how you don't love her. Yeah, Clyde. I had a woman asking me recently why men no longer compliment women in public ever. And it's because we respect you enough to know to stay the fuck away from you. All the way away from you. To just say nothing. Yep, not just the provider. I'm not just my income. Yeah, I want to be loved for more than what I provide, more than my dick, more than my money. Yeah. If I were allowed to have a campfire, I would love a little campfire here outside my tent, Bob. That'd be awesome. Well, the almost a tradwife thing, John. It's weird that we have to be embarrassed that our wives want to be a part of our lives, want to be a teammate. Yeah, of course we provide and we make them feel safe. That's legitimately like the making them feel safe is what we do by being. And yeah, the gift thing. I haven't watched Netflix in a really long time. But yeah, the gift thing. That would not be a bad idea, John. It's just illegal for me to have fire out here. And I'm trying not to draw the attention of the cops. Equal rights, equal lefts. That's funny. Because honestly, the simple answer, Blake, is because seeing is indistinguishable in the brain from doing. So your neurons, when they're wiring and when your eyes are learning, when your brain is learning from what you're seeing, is what I'm trying to say. It's the same as doing. So when these women all share this common culture of Kim Kardashian or whatever, the housewives, when they share this common culture from watching it, it's the only examples they have for behavior. And so whether they're doing it because they want to be or not, it's the only examples they have of behavior. I'm actually in a ravine behind a Kohl's. And well, everything is punished, but yes, masculinity is absolutely punished. Yeah, you guys are all three right that masculinity is making a comeback because women, it turns out, are attracted to standalone, independent, mysterious men who have their reasons that they don't need to boyishly gush about these women who are steady and consistent and who can keep their emotions wrapped up with their cigarettes in their sleeves. Turns out there's a reason that those dudes had women on multiple, or sorry, had children on multiple women in the past times, and it's because every woman is attracted to those men. And so if you're an attractive male, a lot of the reason that men have made themselves gay and feminine is so they'll stop being attractive to women. So women will stop being attracted to them at all. This is why the metrosexual and the completely unthreatening boyfriend was the trend for a long time. Because the more women who are attracted to a man, the more attractive he is individually to any one woman. Yeah, I don't love it either, Blake, but you know, we do the best we can. And so what men will do is make themselves unattractive to women broadly, so their individual woman will stop thinking that he's fucking all of them or interested in them, and then they're not interested in him anymore. They're not attracted to him anymore. And they don't know that they're not attracted to him anymore. They also don't know, women also completely broadly ignorant of the fact that all of them claim to be sapiosexual. All of them claim to be stimulated by your mind. When they first meet you, they'll tell you, I love your mind. And that's only true until they see your penis. I don't disagree, Whooping Crane. Right, John. And that makes you broadly attractive, which makes you attractive specifically. It does change who we are, Blake. Being let down by a woman fundamentally changes a man psychologically. And then they'll tell you, well, we let you down and we fundamentally changed who you are psychologically, but you no longer trust us, so you're the bad guy. Yes. Probably because it was also done to them, Blake. That's the only thing I could imagine. It changes us. And so the constantly being let down, the constant disappointment. Nobody likes rejection. And women reject us so frequently and so unthinkingly that they don't know. Being rejected makes the woman being rejected, yeah. Kyle is kind of saying that doesn't make sense logically for a woman to say, I've rejected you and now you don't trust me, doesn't make the man untrustworthy. It makes the woman unreliable and untrustworthy. Yes. Yeah. They'll tell you things like, oh, you were the best to me. You were so good to me. You were the best. You were the best. You're so good. Right. Right. I got friends who are in graveyards. I don't have friends who are in graveyards. I'm reading that because that's a really profound way to say it. You try to help and there's nothing you can do because that woman is already inside him and already killed him. And every woman says that. They say the same thing. Yep, keep my good qualities, keep my best qualities hidden so you can't tell me that I don't have them. That's right. That too, Blake, that every woman will say, oh, you're so attractive and you should have a boy or you should have a girlfriend, but then never introduces us to a girl because what they mean is, I wish I weren't married so you could be mine. Yeah, keep your grass green and consistent because they will absolutely go to any other pasture they feel like. And it is biological. Right. Desolation. Right. At some point, if everything that you there's a football. I heard a football player say it in a way that I can know that I can get out. I'm not changing your words, and I'm not saying that you said it wrong. You said it totally right. I heard a football player once say, I think it was wide receiver for the Panthers forever, little guy, I can't remember his name. He said, if everywhere it goes to you, it smells like shit, it might be you. It might be that you got a little bit of shit here on your lip. And it happens every decade. And so like the better you get and the more you adjust for the complaints that you got from the previous relationship, the more new complaints there are. And you just completely give up. Fuck it. Just don't desire it at all. If I don't desire it at all, then she can't weaponize it to hurt me. This is why I try to take a positive approach. Because the only solution, the only choice that we really have is just to pretend it's not happening for the good of the relationship. And that drives men crazy. No, I've never been ice fishing. Fishing is a honestly, catch and release fishing is something that I do kind of find abhorrent. Even knowing that fish are very dumb and don't process pain in the same way. Steve Smith, thank you. It was Steve Smith. I'm pretty sure it was Steve Smith who says if everywhere you go it smells like shit, it might be you. Yeah, that's funny, Clint. It is funny, but I am hesitant to lean on the Bible to support the argument because the Bible just blamed everything on women because they weren't reading the books. But heard, it is a fair parallel. Steve Smith was an amazing player, but I hated listening to him talk, just to be totally honest. I like salmon. I like tilapia, but I like it because it doesn't taste like fish. It's just amino acids with no fish flavor, so I know it's not fish. It's a joke from a stand-up. Heard that, Clint? It's funny because it's descriptive and it's appropriate to the situation. I'm just hesitant. That's all I'm saying. Mahi mahi's good too, but it also doesn't taste like fish. So for the people who like fish, the fish flavor, is it umami? Is that what it's called? Whatever fish nasty taste. But I hear you. And so again, the choice is what we watched our fathers do, especially those of us who have seen our fathers be in the same marriage for 30 years or whatever, is we just tolerate it. You just take it and you just learn to say nothing. Just say nothing at all. Let her exhaust herself. I'll give him life's perfect companion for an arm and a leg. And Adam's goes, what you got for a rib? Yeah, tilapia are probably from farms. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Dudes just finally, they just swallow it for enough. You ignore it long enough. You buy her the fucking rings and the fucking jewelry and you take her on the fucking vacations and you give her the kids and you got the straight A's and you beat the fucking kids and you got the straight A's and it's just never enough. And finally you just blow up because some 20-year-old said something nice to you and you're like, fuck it, new life. Fuck those kids. My dad did. It used to happen all the time. This is why in the pre-modern world, they absolutely, and by they, I mean religious and state organizations, absolutely advocated for the father not being in the home. This is why in the 1950s and 1960s, like if you've watched, what's it called? The Bill Burr show, B is for whatever. If you've watched his show, like it lives on the joke that dad needed to be the fuck at work. If dad was at home, it was chaos. Dad needs to be the fuck out of the house. Dad needs to be at work. Dad needs to be at the bar. Dad needs to be with a hooker. Dad needs to be with the other girlfriend. Dad needs to be out of the house. Mom has no control over the house if dad's in the house. If mom has no control over the house, the kids are never going to grow up with any kind of moral structure and backbone. Dad has to be gone. And then in the 1980s and 1990s, white culture decided that, well, we're not blacks, so dad's in the house. That happened. It's not my fault that it happened, okay? But it happened. And you know it happened because we still make jokes about how Mexicans and blacks don't keep their dads in the house. My grandparents are still together. One of my grandfathers is dead, but my grandparents stayed together the whole time. And the way they stayed together was when he wasn't at work, granddad was either in his chair with grandma somewhere the fuck else in the house, or granddad was in the fucking garage. They did not spend a lot of time together. Yeah, and then we watch it, Clint. And that's the thing that women don't get is they think that they were the only ones observing their parents because they think they are the only ones who are emulating their mothers. We were watching and we were going, not going to emulate that, not going to let that happen to me, not going to make that same mistake. And then we meet a girl, we really like her, and we tell her that we love her, and then she does this shit. And she does it immediately. And then so no matter how quickly you get in front of it, no matter how you handle it, no matter how many times you let her say the things like, I get out in front of my problems, I resolve my problems, I say what I'm thinking, I'm a big girl, no matter how many times they say it. I don't know that I'm seeing your question, Jason, so probably not. I'm not probably going to answer it. And then I haven't heard this one in years. But a lot of times, a lot of dudes will get the out of nowhere, I'm not like the others. Okay, I didn't say you were like the others. I've been told to forget that the others had happened. And we're not supposed to tell them stories about the others. And see, dudes will tell one another, don't tell them stories about the others. Don't let them believe the others have been there. And most definitely don't tell them the bad things they did. But that we don't tell one another why. It's because they do them immediately. They're like, well, you love me, so I can do it. You'll love me anyway. And it's like, that's not what love is. Doing things that you know I don't like, that I have an established pattern of being triggered by, that's not love. That's antagonism. And love isn't antagonistic. Love just isn't. It's just not. Respect isn't antagonistic. Like just the basic social engagement isn't deliberately antagonistic. Huh. No way, Bob. She actually said that to you? That's funny to me. Women, man. I once had a woman told me that she needed a boyfriend from 2 hours away from where she lived because the guys where she lived with too much drama. And I'm just thinking to myself, you fuck too many of them. They know too many. They talk about you now. They can compare notes. Yeah, I hate that, Clint. I don't understand it. You balked. Yeah, I would balk at that too. I can't justify my actions, so other people's accounts of me are false. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what happens when we act on emotion. When we're like, I'm justified for this behavior now, but I won't be able to rationally explain it later. This is why we're encouraged not to do this. Yeah, I'm still up, Kadeem. So, millennials, I started to kind of talk about this. We were the first to reject wisdom as such. To go, oh, yeah, well, you guys are also really racist. So we'll figure it out. And we rejected a lot of basic tenets that we shouldn't have. I can't point to one right now, whatever we were just talking about. I get distracted easy. I'm very stoned. I'm also very tired now. I'm usually asleep by now. Yeah, I'm in a tent, Logan. But yeah, the I can't justify my actions now thing. The acting with a purpose and not just saying what's on our mind because it's on our mind and we're justified because it's on our mind is something that our ancestors, our parents and grandparents, their parents, grandparents, Stoicism broadly is something that especially adult men were taught to have. And now, it's held against us. Snowstorm in Michigan. Sacramento. Hello. Okay. You're absolutely, we're talking broadly about our experiences with women and how much we love women, and we love the particular women that we love, and we really wish they were the way they were toward us. And so you're absolutely allowed here to tell us that our perspective is wrong. Yeah, Clint. It's something that it's, you're not just saying, you're, yeah, yes. We're not making an all women argument, but we're absolutely making an all women argument. Massive snowstorm. We'll stay safe. Yes. Desolation. That is profound. That's profound. That every incoming generation buries the previous generation's wisdom, and they lament it when they're almost dead and gone. They go, oh, we shouldn't have. Around age 30, when they start dropping like flies. You're not trending. Take care, Kadeem. Yeah. Is it Poke Hellas? Poke? Is that Hellas like Greek? Anyway, like Greece? Anyway. Yeah. There's a lot of, we love these women and they hurt us. And we don't understand why they don't actually love us for our emotional intelligence. And there's a sentiment that finding a woman who is heard that, you and me both, sister, that those women are all partnered already, or rather that those women approach trad wife, and the men feel embarrassed for the return devotion. And so I do wonder if women broadly, maybe you can speak to this, maybe you can't, but a question that I have, if I have a question, is like, do women feel embarrassed broadly for the devotion required to be a wife? Yeah, absolutely, Poke. I absolutely. I make the argument constantly that Ricky Lake. I've read a lot. I've read a lot of women's literature. I really wanted to understand what I was getting myself into as a heterosexual male, and there's so much of that. Finding the one, not to settle. His behavior can never change. If he slips at all, he doesn't really love you. These metrics that are impossible for any man to live up to, even knowing them. Yes, Clint. It's easy to dismiss the argument, especially it's easy to dismiss it as anecdotal. Well, it's just your interpretation. Yeah, like a self-defense. Like you decide that you're unworthy because you like him so much, and if you like him so much, what the hell is he doing liking you, right? And so then you just turn him away, and you don't realize you're turning him away. No matter how many times he tells you that you're turning him away with this behavior, you tell him that if he turns away, it's because he chose to. Yeah, our condition is simple, yet complex. The emotions are extremely complex, but things are a binary, sort of a do not, are not, things are pretty black and white, as far as human communication goes. Totally, Bob. Like, we try to hide things, we try to remain invisible or transparent or see through, um, but we show more than we think. For sure, Poke. For sure. Well, Kadeem, man, if I were here trying to crowdsource different ways to communicate with this woman that I love, the giving her love and letting her seek the rest from me, I've literally asked her, like, okay, what do you want from me? And she's interpreted it as an attack. So yeah, we're all still learning. And it's about that. It's about being open. From my perspective, it all comes down to, uh, being willing to learn and being willing to be wrong. That too, Ben. Yes, people conflate opinions for, the person, because it's easy to assume that, decision making or critical thinking apparatus that can arrive at a loathsome opinion must also come from a loathsome person. But very frequently, I heard the Buckeyes won. I'm not a college football supporter, but, um, shit. Yeah, we don't have to hate one another. We don't have to assume that every single thing that we say is, an indication of some secret flaw, some secret reason to hate one another. Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe in maintaining a closed mind, but open to new information. And certainly open to the idea that the filters, uh, that I use are wrong. Yes, Kadeen, that's very real. If you give a girl all of your time, she will get bored of it because your time isn't very interesting. They want you to sing, they want you to Fred Astaire, sing and dance for them. Right, right, right. And so, like, I hear you, Clint. So, like, you hide a lot, or you conceal a lot, or she just doesn't. You don't need to know this about me, because if you know this about me, it's going to create conflicts in your brain that we don't need to have and that I can't get around. You're right. I I want to believe that, Poke. I do. I have no evidence in my life that it's true. But I choose to believe that when women say it, they mean it. Like, I choose to believe that when you say to a girl, like, I don't have anything to say, I just really want to be on the phone with you because I just like the closeness with you. And she says, no, sometimes it's nice to just be able to sit in silence with one another. That she fucking means it, and that she'll mean it tomorrow when she's mad that you weren't entertaining on your phone call. I mean, I hear you, Kadeem. I'm not sure anymore, Steve. She keeps breaking up with me. I don't know. I was single. Like, on some level, I totally agree with Poke. We're all learning. And as a boyfriend or a husband, it is our job to appreciate that no girl's father taught her adequately. Maybe desolation. I was married. I'm a divorcee now, man, and it's you. Anything is meaningful if you're looking for meaning. And Steve, I'm always looking for people to take the position of the long time advocate. Like, this is how I make it through my relationship. It's a strong arm position to take, Kadeem. But if you love her, the games might be her only personality. I haven't read the book on marriage by Mike. Nope, I have not. I'm always interested, Steve. I'm always looking for something deeper and more meaningful than a platitude. Yeah, if you love her, it's something else. That's what I keep telling people. If you love a girl, you put up with her bullshit until she leaves. Unless it's infidelity. If there are other dicks involved, you don't have to put up with it for any longer than his dick was in there. For sure, Kadeem. Or you can be aware of the red flags and you can just decide to ignore them because she's more important to you than some flags. For sure. For sure. You put up with it. You just suffer through it. How long is this one going to last? And the sex dries up and you don't really want to be around her, but you still take her on dates and you still say the things that she wants to hear. Politics, religion, philosophy, no business and personal relationships. They complicate something that that should ideally be be rather simple. I agree with Steve. Yeah, absolutely, Clint. I missed one of you here. Kadeem, yeah, understood. Love can be illogical, but insistent, for sure. But love isn't the impulse and the need to be needed. Love isn't the desire to be desired. Hello, Tazar. That's intense, Kadeem. Yeah, I chose her for sure. Well, if you love her, it was worth it. With any luck, at the end of the day, and by the end of the day, I mean when you're dead, you'll be able to say that she was there at your side. When people bully others, they're just jealous. Sometimes. I'm of the opinion that bullies are often trying to teach their victims. They're just doing it in a flawed and immature way. Yeah, I would say that a woman is better than a car. Okay, that's an interesting correlative piece of advice and that I gave. Steve says, I think one of the main problems is that women don't know what's going to be perceived as hurtful to a man because we often don't know what's going to be hurtful to us, and that we shouldn't try to explain it before it happens. And I was kind of talking about this when I say that men tell one another, don't tell your girlfriends your ex stories. But we don't say why. And I think we agree on that. For sure, Desolation. I don't know if that's where love starts, but that's not a bad place because it builds toward a future. It's a bummer, Tazar. I'm just sitting on my sleeping bag, Ben. I do think he's right about that. In fact, I know that he's right about that. That women don't know what they're actually going to say to us that's going to hurt our feelings. So when they do it and it wasn't on purpose, they don't know how to own it. Yes, a lot of past relationships. Oh, I know what this is because you know his pattern behavior. Yes, men do it to women too. Oh, I know this pattern behavior. All women do this. I'm shutting down now. Hello, Sausalel. That is a benefit to sleeping bags, Ben, is I don't kick my way out of them. Gino really wants me to react. I'm always accepting donations, Tank, but I am gonna feel some kind of way that I'm making money for this portion of the conversation. I agree with that as well, Steve, that men can say very devastating things to women and they not know it. And in my opinion, just like men will try to get ahead of it and say, this hurts my feelings, please don't do it, women will wait until weeks after you did a thing. Tank, if you want to, man, but thank you, Ben. I'm approaching, man, I'm approaching about $80 for the day. If you wanna match about $80, I prefer just the super like or the gift. Thank you, Tank. You really don't need to do that, man. Um, you're putting me in a spot, Tank. But my Cash App is in my profile. I just came here as a proof of concept, but I didn't mean to make any money today. For everyone that has donated, thank you so much. Yes, desolation. That's the way to say it. Men find landmines they shouldn't step on again and do. And women will build a fucking rifle and shoot you dead with it right in the back. I don't love cars, but objects and music for sure, Tazar. Women right now are, I guess, extremely sexually insecure about Gemini. Well, yeah. Because absolutely what I'm not doing, I just want to be very clear to everybody here. What I am not doing, I don't think Clint is doing. I don't think anybody is advocating that you establish a frontally abusive relationship with a woman so she can't hurt your feelings. I don't think that's the approach. I I I know it works and that there are a lot of men who are happy, but I think that's wrong. What do I do for life, Tazar? This? Um, I don't think that's the way to go. I think that there are women who want that, but I don't think that's a healthy thing to want. And so to do it to her, I think is just playing out a revenge fantasy on a woman who is letting you. And I don't think that's what anybody here is advocating. Building an iron tomb. Well, yeah, that's exactly what you'd be doing, Desolation. I agree with that. You'd be making your forbidden city or whatever. Yeah. But men used to do that and it was okay. That Kadim, I think that's something that women could benefit from understanding about men is that we're not trying to be happy. We want them to be happy. They can just stop trying to be unhappy for our attention, so we'll fix it. We would be happy. Yeah, me too, Bob. I go to comedy and music when the women in my life or the individual woman that has, added up to multiple women in my life have tried to undermine my sense of self. Absolutely. Well, maybe, Big. You can take a lot of things into the grave with you. What you can't do is take them beyond the grave. Yeah. Yeah. That's like I keep explaining. I've explained to so many girlfriends over time that hearing them fall asleep on the phone is that's my happiness. That is the fleetingest happiness I will ever get. That's when I'm happy. Is when I know that you're asleep, I know that you're safe, and I know that I have no more work to do relative to you today. I can just listen to my work well done. Hey, Deborah, I haven't been live in a long time. I needed to build a new audience and I needed to take time to let the previous one know that I wasn't catering to their interests anymore. Sorry if that feels like a shot at you, but that is why I was not live for whatever the last 6 weeks. I've also been dealing with turmoil in my personal relationships that evidently I'm crowdsourcing my way through. And I just have to be okay with that. Because I set up here to be a public leader and I don't have all the answers. But, men used to just lead the search. We don't have to find what we're looking for, like you know, the fucking Fountain of Youth, right? There's that whole Johnny Depp movie about it. Right, Clint. Right. I can't sleep and I can't eat if the woman that I love isn't stable. I can't do either thing. If she's here, Kadeem, then she's hearing me be honest. And that's just something that I have to cope with, and that she should know that this is who I am and this is what I do. I think that having good questions is as important as having the answers, which is why I don't ask questions to that I don't want the answers to. She hates when you snore. I don't understand that. I find it extremely satisfying when the woman that I love is snoring. It means that she's comfortable. She's out. She's gone. And she's safe. She's so safe she's in a position that's uncomfortable for her larynx. Whatever. And then they'll pull the insecure. I don't need anything, Kadeem, no. They'll pull the insecure, oh, but I'm so ugly, or oh, it sounds so bad, or oh, you must hate it. And that's just devastating. 25 years total. Big J. I agree, Clint. When they're laughing. Congratulations. That's not easy. It's not easy. I made it 7. I don't know. It's below freezing. Yeah. Desolation. I Kadeem, I'm not venting. And I'm certainly not dragging her. Absolutely, Jesse. I would say that I'm doing it for profit, and that profit can mean a lot of things, Douglas. But no, I wouldn't say that I'm doing this for fun. I do choose to live like this, Panda. Yeah, it's the same things that we say. It's just who's listening. I think, Clint, that we have been as humble as possible, and that the women who have passed through could have gleaned something. Do I enjoy this more than what, Panda? I'm not. I don't mean to be um, obtuse. I'm just tired. It's pushing 5 a.m. if it's not already. I have food, Douglas, and I've made about, just full disclosure, I have no problem. I've made about $80 tonight. Hello, Florida man. Snowing up there? I heard OSU finally broke their losing streak. Is that a point of contention for you? Should I not have brought it up? I'm not a clearly. I hope that's obvious. I'm not an OSU fan. Panda, that's a hard life, man. No, Douglas, no. The advice that I would give you, Kadeem, is to just focus on the future when she's not being like this right now. That's what I would say. And if she gives up while you're building that future, what they never want to hear is that if they give up, there's always another bitch. There's always another bitch. Yep. If she gives up, don't you give up on yourself, on what you're doing. Yep. That's the mistake I made. Over and over and over, I made that mistake. That's right. That's why I do what I'm doing, Desolation. Why pay for temporary comfort you can't sustain when you can just adjust to a different standard that isn't as expensive? Yes. People get upset with me frequently about how I spend my money because sometimes I'll intermittently fast. Sometimes I just won't eat for a day, or the way I eat if I'm not going to eat on charity can get expensive rapidly. Eating on fast and medium speed dining, it gets fast quick, and I tip very well. Yeah, Big J, give them the space, and then hope that they don't decide to use that space to snipe at you. I'm not into mushrooms. I have a serious taste aversion to mushrooms. Yeah, Desolate's really crushing it tonight. He's really using this opportunity to say things that I need to hear as much as anybody. Yeah, and if they leave, it wasn't meant to be. Yeah, I agree with that, Big J. I agree with that. Um, that's the hardest is uh, is having the humility and the patience to let them leave. Yeah, it still hurts. It still hurts. They take they they take chunks of us with them. They take more than just our t-shirts and our hoodies. I'm not into mushrooms. Yeah, for sure, Clint. Thank you, Desolate, for sure. Yeah, this has been a really eye-opening, really just a really great night. They do know how to push our buttons. They had practice with their dads. It's just like if I'm confessing to you right now, I struggle with that because I had little sisters. That shit doesn't work on me. And they don't like it. Yes. Hell hath no wrath like a woman scorned, and happy wife, happy life. Oh, yeah. My dad used to say, if mom ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. She's gonna make sure of it. Yeah, it's about 6. It is 6. Um, between 5 and 8 hours. When I have meaningful work I'm excited to do, I can't stay asleep. Like every day is Christmas for me. And when I dread my work and waking up, and I dread looking what's gonna be in my text messages, I can sleep upward of 14 hours, or longer. I can slip into depressive hypersomnia. Hello to California. I saw you there. Yeah, you're 3 hours behind. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a great conversation. It's been edifying. Depression does suck because you can't fight it. Yeah. That's a problem, CSS. I do know what kills it, but tell me your people get mad when I insist that I do know what I'm talking about. So tell me yours, Jesse. Your head is your worst nightmare, Big J. Heard that. Heard that, Clint. Uh, no, I wouldn't say that doing less is my primary goal, Douglas. Doing more is my primary goal, and that's why my woman is mad at me. You're silly, Kadeem. Power of a man, privileges of a woman, accountability of a child. Agreed. Desolation. That's exactly what you're dealing with. Is in the home, she wants to be the CEO, which is her right. That is the home, but she also wants the privileges of a woman, which in the home is her right. But it's the accountability of a child thing that the modern man uh, can't do anymore. Huh? I'm sure I've done all those things, Clark. But am I good enough? None of those things is a deadly or unforgivable sin. I hear you, Kadeem. He's really crushing it. Thank you guys. From the bottom of my heart, humbly. Thank you. For sure, Kadeem. I hear you, man. Well, I think that, you know, as far as dialectic goes, we've done a really good job of talking. Felt important to me, Bob. Yeah, desolation. Me too. Writing a book is difficult, but the bouncing ideas off somebody else, brainstorming, dialectic, uh, just talking and being willing to hear the person that's speaking to you, for sure. I find that more productive as well. Um, that's somebody asked me if I'm trying to do less, and no, I'm trying to do more. Um, and I'm trying to to get back to this. I'm not uninviting women to this space. Absolutely, I'm not uninviting women to this space. But men being able to talk about their emotions without fronting emotions, to prove to women that they're sexually viable because they're emotionally three-dimensional, it's important. Yeah, you have to take the negative with the positive. You have to take it all. Yep. Yeah, you absolutely big. You cannot compartmentalize her. You'll lose her. You'll isolate yourself from her. You'll isolate who she is from her desirable traits. Dialectic. Dialectic is technically dialectic and discourse are different in that usually there's a teacher present for dialectic. So typically, what happens is the assembled people will be talking about a subject aimed toward a philosopher or a teacher or a public speaker, thinker, and then that person will um, manage the conversation in such a way that everybody learns something, and maybe everybody confronts things they thought they knew. I'm always running my mouth, Big J. Um, uh, yeah, discourse. I guess discourse is probably more free flowing, and I would say dialectic is absolutely curated. Yeah. Socrates, what Socrates was doing, like in the Republic, that's dialectic, because he's trying to teach. Many of the people he's speaking to are either students or former students, and I've made a lot of money tonight, so you're all my students, insofar as you choose to be. But yeah, I think I am of the predilection, more than even the opinion, that the difference in discourse and dialectic is about the curation. It's about somebody steering it in a particular direction. Like, not that I want, because you get into mental manipulation, cognitive. I love women. You get into cognitive manipulation. I'm not trying to manipulate you guys, but I am manipulating the conversation. Yeah. I'm getting better at not repeating explanations a third time. So thank you for the feedback there, Clint. That it was good enough for you, um, and thank you for the opportunity to stop myself. I learned that in corporate training. If you repeat everything 3 times in 3 different ways, one of them will stick. But what I've also learned is that none of you is in a corporate onboarding right now. Obviously. Not obvious to me. No, I'm not single, Taylor. I have a woman that I love very much, but she's withholding her affection from me right now. So I'm trying to figure that out, the way I figure things out. Um, None of you is at a corporate onboarding right now, because this isn't a corporation. I'm not your boss. None of us is getting paid to do this. Well, I'm getting paid to do this. Um, I I do agree with that, Kadeem. So I'm not manipulating you. Why do I wait for her? What does that mean, Taylor? What do you mean? What are you asking me? I feel like there's a, a lingual, like a communication barrier. I love her. Yeah, Clint, that's why I got to stop doing that, because I over explain and you guys aren't here for a corporate seminar, and it appears to be condescending. You're not here for being. You are not here because you were paid, Steve. Yeah, a man is strong in his individual fire, and the woman behind him is strong for her individual reasons. And when they come together, they're stronger because they're together. I'm not with her because she's many, many miles away from me, Taylor. She's supposed to be asleep. Whether she's following through with that or not, I have no way of knowing, controlling, or frankly manipulating, managing. Texas, North Carolina is a while away. That's apart. And no, I'm not going to force her to be with me. I don't love April, but okay. Travel to a different country and start a new life. Yeah, well, the reason that cures depression, Jesse, is a lot of people in the modern world are depressed because they don't have any new problems to solve. They've solved all their problems, and now their problems solve themselves automatically. So they have to get into things like, um, I did this. They have to get into things like addictions, gambling, debt, in order to make their life interesting and difficult. I'm doing my best, Corey. It's great to see you too, buddy. I don't know, Magu. It's been a while. I agree with that, Kadeem. And yeah, CSS, a man can accomplish nothing if his woman isn't bought in on his life, his worldview. If she's not bought in on who he is as a man, if she's constantly trying to fundamentally change who he is as a man, he can accomplish nothing. I'm glad you're getting paid too, Kadeem. It's always good to have multiple revenue streams, or at least passive revenue streams. I don't have a passive revenue stream yet. No, thank you, Taylor. That's it. That's it. Kill the Batman. People have depression and relationships struggle because people don't know how to be grateful for what they do have, what they have in their hands. They don't know how to pause and be grateful for what they do have. They want to focus on what they don't have. Yep. And they doom scroll social media and they convince themselves that everybody has it better than they do. That's right. That's exactly right. That is the cycle. That's the exact cycle. Everybody has it better than I do, and I'm not grateful for what I have because they can be grateful for what they have. This summer, I really struggled with this through the spring and summer. I made a lot of videos and I did a lot of lives about it when I was still struggling to get monetized, and shortly after I initially got monetized, where I was saying it's really hard. It's really hard for me, even with these growing follower counts, to be grateful for what I've got. I want my inclination, my natural inclination is to wake up and say thank you for my breath. I chose this tent so that waking up every morning last winter, because I started last September and it was already cold. It was already cold before I had adequate gear. It was hard for me. It was difficult for me. And that's something else that we don't acknowledge. We don't take the time to acknowledge and be grateful that other people did something that was difficult for them, even if it wasn't difficult for us, and that they gave us the opportunity to do something that was difficult for us, even if it wasn't difficult for them. And it is, thank you, CSS. It is difficult to trust anyone because people don't demonstrate a pattern of trustability. at the time I was explaining that it was hard for me to wake up grateful, because waking up grateful to be alive in a tent caked in ice was easy. There have been women come through, pass in and out. I'm sure that there are a lot of women who feel like, because I haven't explicitly said so, that women are encouraged to disagree with me, because any of my exes or any woman that I may love now would definitely be adamantly disagreeing with me. But, waking up grateful to be alive means less over time when the things that you're doing with being alive aren't being received with gratitude. Lived in a teepee for 2 years. I've lived in this tent for over a calendar year. Yes, that's exactly right, Desolation Nation. I'm going to read this out loud because I have other work that I do. I'm recording. This is going to be specifically about my 7 Days to Die. I'm doing a 7 Days to Die Let's Play, where I role play the guy I'm playing. But one of the things it's about is starting over. Starting over doesn't have to be about throwing everything away. It can be about starting with a new foundation of understanding and a new interpretive framework. Absolutely. 100%. And a new perspective is not always the right way to go about it. Sometimes I explained, you're right, it's tricky. I explained this earlier. You can get into regressive cycles of ego death and reanimation, where you are literally waking up as a new person with new cognitive blocks of who you used to be. That's extremely scary and dangerous. It's an extremely difficult and isolating way to live. I lived that way for about 3 years of my life, and it fucking sucks, because you can't remember who you are in that state. We all need second and third orders of observation of our behavior. But when you're cycling ego deaths as you're trying to find the perspective that will allow you to fit into your environment, is why I was doing it. It's hard. It's almost impossible to want to be alive. That cyclical ego death, just over and over and over and over. For me, it was about every 6 weeks. Every 6 weeks, I had to start over as a new ego, a new person. Kill this one, start over. Kill this one, start over. Mine was from domestic abuse, but it led me here. And so I would absolutely not recommend that. Do not do that. Remember who you are. Thank you. It's tricky. Yeah, absolutely. Not always right. Yes, learning how to let go does let you evaluate new perspectives. I fell into the ego death cycle because of domestic abuse, and because I learned how to let go in high school, and so I never learned how to latch on. And so I'm not. Someone recently asked me, well, if you were only abused as a child and your parents never loved you, how do you learn to love? And the answer is, you don't. Not really. What I learned how to do was let go. Okay, well, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. So much grief and tragedy. I mean, it changes you. It does change you. You'll look at yourself before that and you'll go, yeah, I don't react to the things the way that guy does. Agreed. It's tricky that a new perspective is a change of the underlying narrative, and that it can undermine you and your way of life. And it can undermine all of us. It can undermine the people around you. Absolutely, Adrian. If you're pampered by your family, it's hard to tell the boundaries between what is and what is not yours, because nothing wasn't yours. And I agree with that too, Jesse Burrell. One of the ways I say it is that there is a God with my name on it, and I'm working every day to become that. House spelled on sand. For sure. Well, Adrian, the beauty is you have the rest of your life to figure it out. That's something that very few people will actually tell you. Well, high school never ends. Group social environments just never end. Yeah, being a musician and some days just not even wanting to pick up the guitar. For sure. Yeah, I'm a writer, and I haven't written anything meaningful in months. Breakfast Club did touch a lot of people. It's just what my hair does, man. I'm really not worried about it. Like I stopped worrying about social approval for my appearance a long time ago. Yes. Yes. That's what this is about. More than anything, it's about just trying to find a place where people can find similar people, people who are willing to listen, people who want to listen, people who want to be heard. I don't want to be the only person speaking. I just have the only mic. I was trying to do a Discord show where I could just open up the voice chat and just sit back. So this is a place where the goal is to bring like-minded people together. We don't have to solve problems. We don't have to have a goal. Just the identity of being like-minded. Catching cooks? Like fishing again? I don't fish, but I hear what you're saying. Don't get into that. Don't get into it, Clint. I started that ego death when I started dating, seeing a lot of different women come in and out of my life. Really fucked me up bad. Really fucked me up bad. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to get organized and talk about ego death in a systematic way, because the videos available on YouTube are about ego dissolution in psychedelic experiences, not about ego death. Ego dissolution, they'll call it ego death because the psychedelic literature isn't scientific. So on YouTube, the literature, the available media, when you want to look into ego death, is either going to be about ego dissolution in psychedelic experiences, or it's going to be about Carl Jung. And Carl Jung sucks. What if it's too black and white? I often think in terms of, well, how would a medieval monarch um, resolve such issues? And to what degree would they use their power with mercy? It wasn't a sneaky bowling for soup reference. Did I say a bowling for soup line? I didn't mean to, but if they beat me to the sentiment, then that means that I have multiple attestation that what I'm saying isn't cynical and um, designed to discourage our young friend. So that's exciting to me. Thank you for outing yourself as a bowling for soup nerd. I don't know their music. Oh, is that a song? Is it a whole song? Well, what issue? Help me just pretend like I'm really tired and I've been doing this for longer than 8 hours now, and I have. It's tricky. So, I want to give you uh, my attention. I want to validate you and take your question seriously. Which issue? Oh, have you gone insane on me and now you're talking about? Okay. I hope you haven't gone insane on me and now you're talking Islam. I'm just gonna trust that you're with me here. You haven't lost your mind. Okay. We just seem to be missing a line of text. That's all. So like, yeah, okay. Yeah. What issue? You said how would a monarch and that this is a thought experiment I like to run. So what issue do you mean? Like in a relationship with a woman, usually usually the king was bent over a barrel backward by the queen. Yeah. Um I don't think that's the right move. I don't think Sharia law is the right move. Um, I think that a strong, independent woman who doesn't need my approval, but does things for my approval, is the sexiest thing in the whole world. And anything less than that is childish and infantile and uh, hard to see as adult, and therefore sexually appropriate. Yeah, I don't think that fundamentally mistrusting a woman's ability to say no um, is the right answer, and um, I don't think stripping any human being of their agency is love, and so I don't think there's an argument to be made that saying I love you, therefore you can have no agency is a cromulent sentence. That was a Simpsons reference for those of you who are looking for them. I've actually tried really hard not to make references subtly tonight. I've gotten negative feedback for doing that. So thank you for looking desolate. Uh, I might have called out the wrong name. Nah, I got it. Thank you for looking for it, desolate. I do appreciate that. I don't know where you guys all came from. I don't know how you all fell in my lap tonight, but I'm thanking God. Really, I'm thanking you directly, of course. Thank you. I agree with that, Clint. I agree. Yeah. Without other outside influences. I'm all right, JJ. It's good to see you around. Uh, this live is about. Okay, so when you ask me that, what you're asking me is, what are we doing? And we've been talking relationships for a while now. For a while now. I'm in emotional turmoil, and I have confessed that. And I don't believe in caging the bird. No, I believe in allowing the bird to be free. Because why does the caged bird sing? Asked Maya Angelou, poet laureate for Bill Clinton. Yes, everybody's choice is valid. Yeah. And then revoking consent later. Yeah. Desolation. Yeah. Desolation. That's the word. Yeah. I'm trying really hard not to reach for like a Fisher King or King Arthur and Guinevere analogy, but like after King Arthur realizes that Guinevere isn't faithful to him and he can't trust her with the kingdom, he goes and gets himself killed. Now, there was infidelity there. He'd slept with his sister, and there was the kid and all of this other stuff, but that wasn't considered infidelity within the marriage back then. Well, you were watching shorts of people getting unsuspectedly headbutted. That's funny, Steve. And then you fell in my lap. Hey, those are not related. Unless there's some metaphor about unsuspectingly getting headbutted in the dick by your girlfriend, is where we were at before you arrived. But this might be the exact opposite of that, as Bob says. Yeah. Yeah. Ironic, unsuspected juxtapositions can work within the algorithm too. Look, I have very much enjoyed making your acquaintance. Whether I do it again is irrelevant to me. Um, you've approached the subject matter with dignity, and I appreciate that. You go where the algorithm sends you. You are a man of you're a real I'm too tired for my own references, guys. Give me a second here. I'll get there. You're the Jason of our times. You're the Jason our times need. Yeah, Chuckles, it's cold. Chucky D, sorry. I'm getting tired, guys. That's right. Caged birds follow the rules because they're not given an outlet to defy them. That's correct. That's correct. The caged bird has no choice. Correct. Heartbreakingly correct, but correct. Yes. Yeah, I never liked I kept a bird for a while. And I just never liked keeping the door latched. Hey, I love you too, it's tricky. We come from different places, but you were willing to accept that I rejected your solution for a different one, and you were willing to take it seriously. Um, I tried to take yours seriously, the Sharia law thing. We can disagree, and respectfully. I appreciate that about you, because that's hard shit. That's hard shit. It really is. It's not just hard. We've said a lot that it's hard for women. It's not just hard for women. It's hard. Wars are fought over that shit, and that was big of you. Big boy shit. I like you too, man. I like that. Hey JJ, did you may not have heard me. It's good to see you. Yeah, the inner will to hope. Yeah. The singing is the inner will to hope, regardless of the circumstances. Yeah. Absolutely. It's the desire to be heard. Right? It's the desire to make a noise first and be heard second. Yeah. There's a bird. One of the birds that lives up in this tree behind me. Yeah, birds. I agree that birds deserve to fly. Wuthering Heights. Yeah, I've been in emotional turmoil, JJ. Yeah. And so I came here to just sit through it and see what happened, and I've confessed it enough time that we've kind of been talking through it, because I'm not the only person going through it, it turns out. And so in the mental health literature and the feel-good parts of self-help YouTube, they say talk about how you feel, and it can be very isolating, and tonight has been a different kind of night for me. Well, stick around, Desolation. The Lonesome Road, listening to Ulysses is that's a move I might have done before. Not the Ulysses part, but the Odyssey for sure. The Bear, the Bull. I haven't read much James Joyce. I tried to read The Portrait of the Author as a young man, and it made me want to throw my phone in a river. So I stopped. But yeah, that's the move. That's the move. I don't think that women fully appreciate that, especially white men. We like our woods or whatever, our lonesome roads. We like our solitude, and what we like about our solitude is to go out there and think about how much we like that our girl lets us have our solitude. Yeah, letting the guard all the way down for sure, Clint. Bob gets it. Hey, there's always somebody. Like, just because I don't have to get it all. Well, you know, it's tricky. It's tricky as regards not being caged, because I don't know that women fully understand. Like, I think that it's true that women don't fully understand what's going to hurt a man's feelings. I don't fully understand. Yeah, that the free man. I don't think that women fully understands. Can we cage an elephant? I don't fully think that women understand what's going to make any particular man feel caged or feel confined or feel trapped. And I don't think that I think that women automatically distrust, but especially of a certain age group. I think that women automatically distrust that a free man isn't also. I think they distrust that a free man, or a man who identifies as free, won't also roam. Because a woman who isn't constantly reminded not to cheat will cheat. And so I don't think that women understand that men have different, we have different systems in place to prevent us from cheating. Yeah, man's purpose is to satisfy. If the woman's not satisfied, you're not ready to be a man. It's an interesting thing to say, because before 10 years ago, that would have been flipped, that a woman's place is to satisfy and a man's place is to serve and provide, despite all your rage. Heard that. You guys are starting to throw around lyrics, which is what I do when I'm bored. If you're bored, you gotta just let me go to bed, boys. Well, here's the thing, Clint. What it, on some level, what it comes down to is what a man wants. I've heard this said a lot of different ways, but what a man wants is a woman whom he can be vulnerable with, that he can cry to in front of. And what a woman wants is a man who can make her orgasm. And so, like, what we want from one another is so very different. It's so very different. Yeah. I don't know if it's biological. I do think it actually is biological, but women, I don't think, can be satisfied. Right, yeah. Well, I know quite a great deal about what women want, and I wish we had chosen a different idiom, because I really liked that movie as a teenager, What Women Want, and it would just outright tell you what women want. Yeah, Jesse, it's interesting. Cause like attracting naturally, like a bird attracting a mate. Literally, when men do that, it's called peacocking, and other men will attack them for it. A man wants a woman who would never take from him that which he can't afford to lose. A man wants a woman who would never ask him to give her what he cannot live without. That's right. And if she can't respect that boundary, she's not the one. For sure, Tyrone. You're a black dude. That's one way to live. I mean, leeching off of women, that's one way. Contributing nothing, providing nothing to anyone, just taking from women. That's one way to live. There are a lot of women who would actually prefer that. No, but black men, you can count on doing it. Greater than 85% of black men as a class live that way. It's pretty pathetic. Probably your dad. That's why you don't know who he is. Anyway, it's kind of hilarious. I've been looking for an out. I've been looking for a close since 1 a.m. Actually, since midnight. So hats off to you guys. Ugh. Yeah, so we spend so much time. They'll ask us like, what do you really want? What would make you really happy? And you say something like, you know what would make me really happy? A brisket burger. A barbecue brisket burger would make me really happy. And then they'll pick fights with you for 2 days so you don't even want to eat anything. And then they'll be like, why didn't you do that thing you said you wanted to do? Because I don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, JJ, yeah, it's so funny. Over the last 50 years, there's been a lot of interpretation about hunting habits among hunter-gatherer humans and the distribution of food. And there have been a lot of different interpretations about it, but in family units, it used to be that dad ate first. Dad ate first, and then the kids ate, and then mom ate. And there have been a lot of interpretations of that make dad look bad. But for example, in the frontier west, when that was still a tradition in North America and the US, dad was the only one swinging an axe all day. And so there is a runaway train version of that does lead us to the 1960s, the 1970s, where the husband satisfies himself first without being mindful of her ever. But yeah, the if he is strong because he has the nutrients necessary, sure, she might be a little skinny. She might not be able to have the excess body fat of a high class woman of leisure, but she's a frontier wife, so she isn't a high class woman of leisure. Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right, and exactly. So you're damned if you do satisfy yourself first, so that you're not hungry, right? So now you can just take care of what needs taken care of vis-a-vis her, or you're just never satisfied. You just never get yours. You never get yours. No, Samantha, I would not say that I'm good. No, I wouldn't argue that I'm good. I mean that, yeah, well, yeah, things tend to resolve into binaries. Like things, things tend to not end up with odd numbers of complex moving parts, so that when they resolve, they tend to not resolve into uneven, right, clusters. So they tend to resolve into twos or threes, sometimes fours, but typically twos, because most complex systems, natural systems, aren't truly complex. They have a lot of they're busy, they have a lot of moving parts, but they don't tend to have moving parts in complex systems of threes. So when they divide down, they they tend to divide down into two even categories. And so if you're resolving complex systems, like an engineer, I grew up around engineers. If you're resolving like a complex systems like an engineer for problem solving, to figure out where things are going wrong, and then to fix them, because you also, when you tear them apart, you have to rebuild them back up. I had a very strained and tortured engine block metaphor for this earlier in the live, but things tend to resolve into binaries. Tend toward resolution into binaries, which means that if you're working toward problem solving, you can say, okay, well, my choices are either this or this, and your consequences might get very complex. Yeah, complex moving parts. Life. Yeah, life tends to resolve into threes, where life doesn't tend to resolve into easy binaries. But anything, any event, any problem that you're working on that's a natural component of life tends to be tends to resolve into twos. Well, if I were pretending that my life were a video game, I would select a different, probably lower difficulty, and I would just use cheat codes. So who's the loser? CH? As far as I can tell, I'm winning in a way that you're just not. But do you know what you didn't do? Actually add anything meaningful to the conversation. Just said something that you thought was irreducibly simple, but it turned out to not even be a good, what's it called? What? I definitely don't want pity. Accidental Falling Reverse reference? I don't know that band. Yeah, loyal woman in my own family. And like, consistent. Consistent. I haven't asked for validation for anything, CH. But I have been gladly validating you. Well, I don't think that we want to say broadly ugly things. Because I sit in Panera and I sit in these chats and I listen to women too. Okay. And they say they want a man just like the dudes who are here in this chat. So something is going wrong. Something is going wrong in communication. That's the goal, Clint. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for noticing. Really. I would not vote for an Amish president, no. It's kind of a silly question. An Amish wouldn't run. But, yeah. We don't actually take the time to listen. I don't know about anything, but they're supposed to disengage. They're supposed to be a separate nation of people, a separate state. They're supposed to be a religious state, so they're supposed to disengage from outside society. I think, Clint, that women might be very stupid. Um, I think that women might not understand that it is their responsibility, in fact, to pick us, and that they pick us by making themselves available to be selected by us. And so I think women think they're supposed to be the ones peacocking, that they're supposed to be the ones um, putting on their shiny feathers and doing their pretty dances. Um, and all of these are valid things to say. Um, Loyal women are the cream of the crop. They were raised with a higher ethical and moral framework. Um, they are the valuable women in the litter, so to speak. Um, and yeah, if you're the franchise, if you're the general manager, and the wife, future wife is, we've talked about this historically, contextually, absolutely. Every man on some level is a punter because they've watched all of the boys they know punt all of the girls they know away. And American women are generally, broadly, way too easy to influence. Way too easy. I've had good numbers tonight, Tricky. This has been a banner night for me. Uh, it started in the late 80s. Well, maybe not the late. It started in the 80s with daytime television. In the 70s, daytime television was Vietnam coverage, and it drove housewives insane, like literally insane. So they started putting women. It wasn't just Vietnam coverage. It was also talk shows, but the talk shows were highbrow, um, and they drove women insane. Uh, so in the 80s, they started putting women on TV, and so The View is where that resulted, and so that's where and when it all changed. Uh, Women stopped getting messaging in the home that was from adult men. They started getting messaging in the home that was from lesbians, and here we are. When like not Roseanne Barr, what was her name? She played fucking. Was it Roxanne? Was that her name? Fuck. The fat lesbian who had her own talk show. She played fucking. Is it Betty and Barney in Rubble? Right? She played Betty Rubble in the fucking live action with John Goodman. Parenting broke all the way down, but parenting broke down in the 60s. Ellen DeGeneres contributed as well. And Ellen's divorce, Ellen's marriage to the comedian who was in Arrested Development also contributed because women chose Ellen. And the gap gets more wider as we learn more about each other. Yeah, I agree with that, Steve. The more we learn about one another, the more we decide that we just don't like each other. This is why arranged marriages work, because you go into the marriage determined to make the marriage work. But when you go into the relationship determined to be satisfied or determined to be wanted, to desiring to be desired at all costs, the marriage can't work. But yeah, parenting broke down. In a big way. That started in the 80s too. Middle class parents were expected to differentiate themselves from poverty parents by maintaining a stay-at-home parent that they couldn't afford. And yeah, mom's little helper, Valium addiction, and mom's secretly sucking down bottles of wine all day is a continuing problem. Mommy's little helper and secret alcoholism among women is a continuing marriage destroyer. Yeah, desolation. The takeaway is that the fewer women there are in a relationship, the less divorce there is, the less dissatisfaction with the relationship there is. Yes, Clint, life is not social enough. When I observe teenagers get together in like Taco Bell or Panera, all they talk about is who they're fucking. And none of them is fucking in the way they're talking about. And they lie constantly to one another. Like I was watching these kids, they're all hanging out. It's these two boys and a girl. They're hanging out, and then one of the boys' girlfriend calls. And so he pulls the phone out. Instead of just stepping outside and taking the call, pulls it out and puts her on speaker. And then he tells her that it's just him. And then the dude sitting beside him laughs, and she goes, "What the hell? Who's there?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you. Steve is here." And then a few minutes in, because the girl's just been sitting there for several minutes, he goes, "Oh, and I hope you don't mind, but this other girl just joined us." And it's like, or you could have just not lied to her to begin with. Yeah, what do I get? Relationships are about alimony now. It's about how the divorce is going to go. Women go into the relationship writing the story of how their divorce went. They'll say things to you like, "I just want to be with you as long as I have you before you get rid of me." Whatever. It's like there's trying really hard not to reach to my references, but there's a Robin Williams movie called The Fisher King. Terry Gilliam wrote it and I think directed it. Terry Gilliam of, what is that called? Monty Python fame. And there's a scene where Robin Williams' character, he's homeless, and he's insane, but he's just absolutely head over heels in love with this woman. He's never met her. He just knows that he loves her. And when he finally meets her, she has this neurotic fantasy, and he says, in one conversation, you've told me about how great our lives are going to be. We've gotten married, and now you're divorcing me. In this one conversation. Lies. One lies leads to multiple. One lie leads to multiple. That's right, Steve. That's right. And the love not being conditional is it's too much to ask of a woman. It just is. I hear you, Steve. As regards unconditional love. I don't know if I agree, but evidence suggests that you're right. That being love is conditional. Being loving is conditional. Hey, take care, Jojo. I'm doing my best, Tricky. I actually do need to sleep someday. Take care, Pilot. Thank you for being here for as long as you were. Yeah, Jake, I was talking with somebody about that. The fraught relationship between a father and daughter, where daughter can't understand that some fathers just stop shielding their daughters from the consequences of their behavior. Yeah, Clint. Um, that's increasingly common. It was a pretty common phenomenon on the West Coast in the beginning of the 20th century. And it's an increasing phenomenon moving east. I have no kids, Jake. Yeah, it always well that's the thing with cult, right? Whether the good or the bad ones, when they go bad, it always seems like a good idea. It always seems like a good idea from the West Coast, yeah. I don't mean to pat myself on the back about this, but I'm autistic, and so I'm going to pat myself on the back about this. I know a lot about this, and I've been predicting that it was going to be more common and more public for years. Yeah, the I'm not I'm not trying to talk about porn cults, but porn cults are a real thing. Huh? No, I haven't heard about that desolation. I'm pretty sure that being called autistic isn't the same. T-Ferk. People use autistic now as an insult. They say you're autistic. When they would have called you gay. No. As a clinical description of my behavior patterns, um, autistic is not an insult. Right, T Ferg. At least you can control that. Uh, um, it's not something that I think very many people have heard of, Clint. Out of control cult, and uh, the popular acceptance of New Age ideologies and the widespread the I don't even know that I know how to say this anymore, but New Age magical ideas are infecting my generation and the people that they're able to impress. And I see it as a bad thing. So it's something that I kind of lost my mind over a couple years ago. I hope that's not true, Desolation. I hope you're being funny. I really hope that that didn't actually happen. I really hope that you're just being funny. I really hope. Because it would make sense if that really happened. Yeah, well, right, Clint Eastwood. If you're old enough to remember when South Park did that, the Mormon, their Mormonism and Scientology episodes, if you're able to remember back to that, a lot of millennials, a lot of millennials, all they heard was tax free, and they went, oh, and so a lot of cults have sprung up, a lot, in the last few years, few decades, since the 70s. Um, but the reason you aren't hearing about it like you would have in the 90s isn't only, it's not only because of Waco. It's not only because of Waco, but the reason the ATF and the FBI and other federal organizations aren't involved in these cults is because it always goes wrong. And for the most part, these cults aren't actually dealing in weapons like they used to be. Waco was actually about it was actually about arms deals. David Koresh was actually he was illegally selling weapons. Um, hey, take care, Tricky. Um, what they're doing now is they're pipelining girls into porn. So they're not doing anything illegal. And feminism insisted that uh, teenage girls should be pipelined into porn. So as far as our government is told to be concerned, they're not concerned at all. But it's something I've been watching like a crazy person. Because May Otis Blackburn traumatized the fuck out of me. Learning about her traumatized the fuck out of me. You can sell your dignity, but you can never buy it back. Yep. Once a girl tells you that you're her personal prostitute, she can never untell you that you're her personal prostitute. Yep. Oh, thanks for being here. I can't tell whether that's an L or an I. No, it's not good for me. I know, tricky. But it's nicotine and it helps me focus. And as much as it exacerbates my depressions, I know. Thank you for your concern. I know. It does. It's bad for you, Tricky. It is. Don't start. Yeah, you sleep better. It's not good for you. Take care, Steve. Hey, don't put any pressure on yourself. Um, show up if you feel like it. If the conversation is working for you, hang out. If it's not, please enjoy your goats. The breath of life is holy. Be well, Steve. I very much appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. It's been a different kind of night. It's been a different kind of night. Usually I spend these nights recording because the cold allows my computer to run, frankly, at peak. Um, but I decided I wouldn't do that anymore, so thanks, guys. I'll be back, yeah. Yeah, it would be silly. It would be silly not to start going live regularly again if you guys are, if frankly, if you guys are enjoying the conversation, it would be silly not to come back. Yeah, cold does equal good sleep. I sleep very well in the cold. Yeah. I have no plan, JMO. Thank you for your concern. I wouldn't say I'm cold natured. I would say I've just gotten used to it relative to the heat of the summer. The heat of the summer was rough. It's hard to stay asleep. Yeah. Thanks for taking me up on it, Clint. Really. I'll do my best. Tricky. Yeah. I didn't feel like you were venting, Clint. Heard that, JMO. I didn't feel like you were venting. I felt like you were sharing. Maybe it is venting when it's pent up for a long time. And so I felt like you were sharing something that you just needed to share, that it had been pent up for a long time. And so maybe that is venting. Maybe I don't understand venting. That's entirely possible. I agree with that, Desolation. That's I say that a lot. But thank you for you saying it. In a world full of Andrew Tates and Ben Shapiro's, be a Shaggy. Yeah. Ease off. Just a little bit. I used to say that I'm not asking you to be me. I'm just suggesting that maybe you would enjoy being a little more like me. Not because it would be easier for me to communicate. That's an easy message to take away. Well, if you know everything I know and you think just like I think, it would be easier for me to talk to you. Yes. But no. Good things are coming. Good things are coming. And so we put up with the bullshit and we put up with the things we don't like because good things are coming. And if we can keep from destroying them in the process of waiting for those things to come, then they will still be coming tomorrow, right? All right, dudes. That feels like we're all starting to feel contented and like, okay, okay. And so that feels like a place for me to conclude. Uh, thank you guys, all of you, past, present, future, uh, who've been here, who've hung out. Uh, I maintained an audience of 30 people there for a while, and that's a record for me. There, there is a lot of stigma around the things that we talked about tonight, and that for anyone present, anyone past, present, future, it is important for me. I heard a comedian say it this way, that the nuance has become our generation, this new world's N word. You're allowed to say the N bomb on YouTube now, and you don't get advertiser flagged. But having nuance in your approach is anathema. Um, I don't like doing things in defiance because people accuse me of having oppositional defiant disorder, and I don't. Yeah, I'll be back. Desolation. Um, and so for me, uh, finding ways to talk about difficult things with nuance without acting in defiance has been very difficult, not rewarding. But tonight it was. Tonight it was. And so good things. If it can happen tonight, it can happen tomorrow. If it can happen tonight, it can happen again. So thank you guys very much. Humbly, thank you. And if it's a different show the next time you're here, I'm not sorry. But thank you for showing up to that one too. Okay? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to sleep now. We're going to attack tomorrow with the same determination and ferocity to make it end well, no matter how it starts. Oh no, I'm going to bed right now, Ben. I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to go right to sleep. So thank you guys. I'll be back. I'm not going to just ghost. not immediately, anyway. No, you didn't mean it in a rude way, Ben. You're taking the opportunity to show the same kind of concern that I show, which is awesome. All right. Be well. All of you. Thank you.